Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you've decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
Bare feet in snow. The forest here does not feel passive. It absorbs sound the way thick wool absorbs water, slowly, completely, until nothing of the original sound remains. In winter, the tree line at the back of our property looks like a wall that was built to keep something in, not out. I want to be precise about why I am writing this down. It is not because I think it will help me. I have talked to everyone I can think of. My family, my neighbors, 2 different journalists, one of whom laughed, one of whom stopped returning my calls after the 3rd conversation. I have told this story so many times that certain parts of it have started to feel theatrical to me, worn smooth by repetition, and I worry that in the retelling I have lost something essential about what it actually felt like to be standing in my driveway on a cold Sunday morning, looking at footprints that walked out of the forest, circled my car, and walked straight back in. So I'm writing it down this time, not for anyone else. For the record, my name does not matter for these purposes. What matters is the house and the woods behind it. I moved into the property when I was 26 years old. My girlfriend, she is my fiancée now, and that detail matters later, moved in with me that same week. The house had been in my father's family for 2 generations. My grandfather built it from brick in the early 1960s, which made it unusual in our part of Snohomish County, where most of the older houses are Douglas fir frame and cedar shake, and where brick signals a certain stubbornness, a refusal to do what the landscape suggests. My father inherited it when he was around 40 and kept it the way he kept most things, methodically, without sentiment, with the specific pride of a man who understood that maintenance was its own form of love. He passed it to me when he and my mother moved south. He said the winters had gotten to him. I told him I understood. The property sits at the end of a dead-end street in a neighborhood that was platted in the 1950s but never fully built out. There are 6 houses on our road. Most are separated by half an acre of second-growth Douglas fir and sword fern. Our lot is the last one, which means we do not border the woods on one side the way our neighbors do. We border it on 2. The back fence and the eastern fence both run directly against the tree line. The forest behind us is part of a continuous old-growth corridor that extends east for miles before it hits anything resembling a road. My brothers and I spent entire summers in those woods as children and never once found the edge of them. I had always found that reassuring. That first winter, my girlfriend and I were still learning the house. Its sounds, its rhythms, the particular way the brick held cold overnight and released it slowly through the morning so that the kitchen was always several degrees warmer than the rest of the rooms by 9 a.m. We were learning each other in a new way too, the way couples do when they share a permanent space for the first time and discover that love and cohabitation are related but distinct skills. I was working a supervisory role at a materials warehouse 40 minutes south. She was finishing a certification program online. We were content in the specific, uncomplicated way of people who have not yet been given a reason not to be. The first Sunday it happened, I almost missed it. It was sometime in January, I believe, though I could not swear to the exact month. There was snow on the ground, not deep, maybe 3 inches, enough to hold a print cleanly. I was walking to my truck to drive to the coffee shop I went to every Sunday morning, the one ritual I had kept for my single years without modification. I had my keys in my hand and I was not paying close attention to anything, the way you do not pay attention when you are doing something you have done 200 times. Then I stopped. There was a trail of prints in the snow alongside my truck. My first thought, before my brain had fully engaged, was that my girlfriend had come outside for some reason. I nearly dismissed it, but something made me follow the line of the prints with my eyes rather than my feet, and I realized after 3 or 4 seconds that the trail originated at the gap in the side yard fence, the gap where a board had come loose the previous fall, and I'd kept meaning to fix it, and that beyond the gap, the prints continued across the front yard, through the fence, and into the tree line at the back of the property. They had come out of the forest, crossed the yard, stood beside my driver's side door, and gone back. That was all. I stood there for what was probably 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes. I remember noticing, with the part of my brain that retreats to trivia when it does not want to process something, that I had left the porch light on all night, which I had specifically been trying not to do because it showed up on the power bill. That specific thought, the porch light, the power bill, arrived with the clarity of something urgent. I held on to it for a moment longer than I should have. The prints were a human size and shape, not large, medium I would say. They were clear and evenly spaced, the gait of someone walking steadily, not running, not stumbling. There was no disturbance around the car. The door handle had not been touched. The snow on the hood was undisturbed. Someone had walked from the forest to my truck, stood beside it for some time, and walked back into the forest. That morning, I asked my girlfriend about it. Already halfway certain I knew the answer. She had not been outside. She had still been asleep. I told her what I had seen and watched her face go through the sequence I would come to know well over the following years. The small frown, the brief consideration of mundane explanations, the moment when none of them held. We agreed it was probably a neighbor, cutting through the yard for some reason. We agreed it was nothing. I do not think either of us entirely believed that. For the record, I want to know what the winter was like that year. The cold in Snohomish County in January is not the dramatic cold of the mountain passes. It is a low, patient cold that settles into the ground and the wood of the trees and the brick of old houses and simply stays. The temperature that morning was around 22 degrees Fahrenheit. The kind of cold that makes your front teeth ache if you breathe in too fast. No one goes barefoot in 22-degree cold. I did not notice that detail that first morning. I was not looking closely enough. It would be 2 winters before the barefoot detail would become impossible to ignore. At that point, I would look back at this first morning and understand that I'd already seen everything I needed to see. I had simply not known how to look at it yet. I fixed the fence board that afternoon. I do not know why I remember that so clearly. I remember the feel of the cold drill in my hands, and the particular resistance of wet wood, and the way my fingers went numb halfway through and I had to stop and press them against my thighs to get the feeling back. I fixed it, and I told myself that was the end of it. The fence board did not matter. I know that now, but I fixed it anyway, and I went back inside, and my girlfriend had made coffee, and the kitchen smelled like dark roast, and the faint mineral warmth of the brick walls releasing the overnight cold. I wrapped both hands around the mug and let myself believe that the morning had been nothing unusual. That warmth, that specific warmth, I've thought about it more times than I can count in the years since. It is strange how clearly I remember the ordinary details of that morning, and how little I understood what they were framing. The snow had covered everything. I thought it had covered this too. The side yard fence stood straight and solid all through February, and the forest beyond it stayed quiet, and I told myself that the quiet was the answer I had been looking for. That is the thing about the months that followed the first incident. They were genuinely, almost insistently ordinary. The days accumulated in the way that days do when nothing is wrong. Work, dinner, the particular Tuesday evening routine of takeout from the Thai place on the highway because neither of us felt like cooking, the Sunday morning coffee run, the slow accumulation of small domestic improvements on a house that had been built by people who were not us, and whose fingerprints were still on everything. My girlfriend sanded and repainted the hallway trim in March. I replaced the water heater in April. The forest behind the fence looked exactly the way a forest is supposed to look. Dark in the mornings before the light reached the tree line, loud with the specific racket of Pacific Northwest birds in spring, indifferent to us in the way that large and ancient things are indifferent to small and recent ones. I almost never thought about the footprints. Almost. There is a version of a person who would have forgotten entirely, and I am not that person. I am the kind of man who, when something does not resolve cleanly, keeps a small locked room for it in the back of his mind, and visits it from time to time without making a formal occasion of it. I would be lying if I said the prints never crossed my thoughts on winter mornings, when I walked to my truck and the yard was empty and white and undisturbed. I would be lying if I said I never glanced at the tree line. I did glance. I told myself it was habit. The same way you glance at a crack in the ceiling after you have noticed it once. Not because you expect it to have grown, but because the noting of it has become automatic. The crack in the ceiling never grew. For 2 winters, the yard stayed clean. By the time 2015 arrived, the first incident had the soft edges of something I could have imagined on a cold morning when I was not fully awake. My girlfriend and I had been engaged for several months. We were building a life in the specific forward-leaning way of people who have decided the future is worth investing in. The house felt like ours now, not my grandfather's. We had repainted 4 rooms, replaced the kitchen hardware, put in a raised garden bed along the south fence that my fiancé tended with a devotion I found quietly moving, the way you find devotion moving when you are watching someone love something you gave them. It was the morning after the Super Bowl. I remember that clearly because I had stayed up later than I should have, and because the result had left me in the particular sour mood of a Seahawks fan who had watched the wrong play get called at the 1-yard line. I was not in a contemplative frame of mind. I was tired and irritable and moving through the morning on the narrow track of habit. Coffee, keys, coat, door. I stepped outside and stopped walking. The yard looked wrong. That is the only way I can describe it in a way that is fully accurate. It did not look frightening in the first second. It looked wrong, the way a familiar room looks wrong when you walk into it, and something has been moved, and you cannot immediately identify what. My eyes moved across the yard without finding purchase. Then they did. The snow was covered in prints. Not a single trail this time, not the tidy, linear evidence of someone walking from one point to another. The prints were everywhere, in the driveway pressed deep along the foundation on the north side of the house, scattered across the front yard in a pattern that had no clear logic, clustered near every ground floor window. Someone had covered the entire perimeter of the property on foot during the night. I stood very still. I remember thinking with a kind of absurd precision that I had forgotten to call back my brother about a hunting trip we had been loosely planning. That specific thought arrived fully formed in the middle of looking at those prints. My brother's name, the hunting trip, the fact that I had not called. The mind does this. It hands you something manageable when the unmanageable is directly in front of you. I held that thought for 3 seconds, maybe 4, and then I let it go and looked at what was actually there. I was late for work. I cannot emphasize how mundane and inadequate that fact felt standing in that driveway. I was late for work, and I had no time to examine the prints properly, and I did not want to leave my fiancée in the house without explaining the situation first. I sent her a text from the driveway, brief and deliberately calm, telling her not to go outside and to call me when she woke up. Then I got in my truck and drove to work, and spent the entire 40-minute commute with my hands tight on the wheel, going over the layout of the prints in my mind, trying to construct a reasonable explanation the way you try to construct a decent sentence from words that do not quite fit. I left work at noon. By the time I pulled into the driveway, my fiancée had been outside for 2 hours. She met me at the gate, and the first thing she said was my name, just my name, in a tone of voice I had not heard from her before. Not panic. Something more careful than panic. The tone of someone who has been alone with the discovery long enough to understand exactly what it means. She showed me what she had found. I had missed it that morning. Missed it because I had been too far away and moving too fast, and looking at the scope of the thing rather than the detail of it. She crouched down beside one of the trails near the north wall and pointed, and I crouched beside her. And I looked. No shoe marks. The prints were bare. 5 toes, a heel, the full arch of a human foot pressed cleanly into snow cold enough to hold every detail. Not a partial print, not a smeared impression. Clear, anatomically accurate bare human footprints, in the kind of cold that had been sitting below 25 degrees Fahrenheit for 5 consecutive nights. I stayed crouched for a long time. My fiancée sat on the low garden wall with her arms folded, not touching the raised bed she had spent the spring building, and I remember noticing that small detail, the way she kept her hands in her own lap, and did not reach for the garden bed the way she normally would, and understanding that the garden had become part of the wrongness of the yard, now too. The dread has a way of spreading across surfaces, of contaminating the specific things you love about a place. We called my father. He had lived in this house for more than 20 years, and had never seen anything like it. He told me to get my rifle. I did not particularly want to follow that advice. I am not a man who reaches for a firearm as a first response, but I also understood that the woods behind my property stretched east for miles without a road, without a trail marker, without anything that would bring another person through in any ordinary capacity, and that whoever had left these prints had done so barefoot in sustained below freezing temperatures, and that there was no framework for that combination of facts that pointed anywhere comfortable. I slung the rifle over my shoulder and walked to the back gate into the trees. The forest in winter has a quality that is difficult to describe to someone who has not spent time in old-growth Pacific Northwest timber. It is not quiet, exactly. There is always sound, wind in the upper canopy, water moving somewhere, the knock and creak of branches. But the sound is absorbed before it travels far. You can hear things close to you with uncomfortable clarity. Everything beyond 30 feet is muffled, softened, brought to the same undifferentiated gray distance. It makes the close things feel closer. I followed the prints for 30 minutes. The trail was clear. The prints moved east through the underbrush, occasionally stepping over a fallen log, once veering north around a section of standing water that had frozen at its edges. Whoever had made them walked steadily, neither hurrying nor wandering. Purposeful. That was the word I kept returning to. The movement was purposeful. Then the trail split. It divided cleanly into 2 separate sets of prints, diverging at an angle of perhaps 40 degrees, as though 2 people had parted ways at that exact spot without ceremony or hesitation. I stopped and looked at the split for a long time. The light was going. I had told myself I would turn back at dusk, and dusk was arriving with the efficiency it always has in a Pacific Northwest winter, which is to say without warning and without apology. I stood at that split and felt, for the first time since the morning, something that was not confusion. What I felt was specific and cold and did not have a comfortable name. I turned around and walked back to the house. We called the police that evening. The officer who took the report was professional and honest. He told us there was no evidence of a crime and that trespassing of this nature, without a defined perpetrator, was unlikely to warrant a full search. I understood. I did not argue. My fiancée was awake long after I had gone to bed. I lay in the dark and listened to her moving through the house, checking the locks, checking again, and I looked at the ceiling and thought about the split in the trail, and the way it had divided so cleanly, so deliberately, as if whoever made it knew exactly how a man following a set of prints would stop and hesitate when the single trail became 2. It snowed heavily the next morning. The prints were gone. But the split was still there in my mind, as clear as the morning I had seen it, and it has never entirely left. The snow covered the yard and made it clean again, and my fiancée stood at the kitchen window looking at it with an expression I did not know how to read, and I understood, without either of us saying so, that clean and safe are 2 entirely different words. For almost 3 years after that second winter, the yard stayed undisturbed, and I made the mistake that people make when something frightening pauses long enough to let ordinary life grow back over it. We got engaged in the spring of 2016. My fiancée, I will call her Dana here because she deserves a name in this account, even if she has asked me not to use her real one, had been wanting to formalize things for a while, and I had been the one who kept finding reasons to wait, not because I was uncertain about her, but because I am the kind of man who moves carefully through permanent decisions. She proposed to me in the end, over dinner at the kitchen table on a Thursday night in April, with a ring she had picked out herself and a directness that I found more moving than any elaborate gesture could have been. I said yes without hesitation. We did not talk about the footprints that night. We did not talk about them much that year at all. Life had expanded around the memory, the way scar tissue expands around a wound, covering it, changing its texture, making it something you could press on without flinching. We were planning a wedding. We were thinking about whether to expand the garden. I had been offered a promotion that would require longer hours, but better pay, and Dana and I had the kind of long, careful conversations about money and time that people have when they are genuinely building something together. The house was ours, in a way it had not been when we first moved in. We had shaped it and been shaped by it, and the brick walls that had once felt like my grandfather's held our own sounds now, our own particular domestic rhythm. The forest stayed at the back of the property, dark and patient and enormous, and I let it stay there without looking at it directly. Then January of 2019 arrived. I remember waking up on an ordinary weekday morning. I believe it was a Tuesday, though I cannot be entirely certain, and walking to the kitchen window to check the overnight temperature the way I always did in winter. The thermometer on the outside sill read 19 degrees Fahrenheit. Dana was still asleep. The coffee maker was already running on its timer, filling the kitchen with the smell of dark roast, and the combination of the cold outside and the warmth inside created a condensation on the lower edge of the glass that I wiped away with my sleeve out of habit. Then I looked at the yard. It was worse than 2015. The word that arrived in my mind when I looked out that window was not afraid or alarmed or even disturbed. The word was worse, used as a complete statement, the way you use a single word when every longer formulation feels inadequate. There were prints across the driveway, along the south fence line, pressed in a long arc across the back garden. Dana's raised bed, the one she had been tending for 4 years now, and there were prints leading directly to and from the shed in the eastern corner of the property. The shed. I pulled on my coat over my pajamas and went outside in the dark, the frozen grass crackling under my boots, the cold arriving immediately and completely against my face. The shed padlock had not been forced. It had been opened with the spare key I kept on a hook inside the back porch, which meant someone had been inside the house, or inside the porch at minimum, and had known exactly where to look. I stood in front of the open padlock for long enough that my fingers went numb inside my gloves. Inside the shed, a number of tools were missing. A good folding saw, a length of paracord I had bought for a camping trip 2 summers before. A small hand axe that had been my father's. I stood in the shed and took inventory the way I take inventory of most things, methodically without rushing, because rushing changes nothing about what is already gone. But underneath the methodical accounting, there was something else. Something that had nothing to do with the tools and everything to do with the key, and the prints leading directly to the porch, and the evidence that whoever had been here had moved through the property not like a stranger finding their way, but like someone who had been here enough times to have a working map. I went back inside and woke Dana. I want to be careful about how I describe what happened next, because Dana's response to that morning tells you something true about her that I do not want to misrepresent. She did not break down immediately. She sat on the edge of the bed and listened to everything I told her. The prints, the shed, the key, the missing tools, with her hands folded in her lap and her eyes on the floor, the way she listens when something requires her full attention. Then she looked up at me and said, very quietly, that she needed a few minutes. I went back to the kitchen and poured 2 cups of coffee and waited. When she came out, she had been crying, which she would not acknowledge directly, and she sat across from me at the table and wrapped both hands around her mug and said she wanted to know what we were going to do, not what had happened, not why, what we were going to do. I told her I was going to call Theo. Theo was my closest friend, and the reason I thought of him in that moment was not sentiment, but specific competence. He grew up in the Cascades, spent his 20s doing search and rescue volunteer work in the backcountry, and owns more high-end hunting equipment than anyone I know. More importantly, he is one of those people whose calm does not feel performed. It feels structural, like something load-bearing in his character, something that does not flex under pressure. If I was going to follow a set of barefoot prints into miles of old-growth timber in the dark of January, Theo was the person I wanted beside me. He arrived 4 hours later. While I waited for him, I walked the property carefully, following the trails in the snow with my eyes rather than my feet, trying to reconstruct the sequence of the previous night's movement. The prints had not arrived and departed in a single straight line. They had moved between points, from the tree line to the porch, from the porch to the shed, from the shed in a looping arc around the garden, near the foundation of the house on the north side, close to the window of the room where Dana and I slept. That specific detail, the loop near the bedroom window, was one I did not share with Dana that morning. I filed it in the locked room at the back of my mind and kept my face neutral when I came back inside. I noticed while I was walking the perimeter that the prints near the north foundation showed a particular pattern I had not registered in 2015. The spacing between steps was narrow, not the wide stride of a tall person, and not the shuffling step of someone who is cold or uncertain. Narrow, and even the gait of someone small, or someone who moved carefully by habit. I crouched beside one of the clearest prints and looked at it for a long time. The toes were spread wide, the way toes spread in soft ground, the way feet move when they have spent years without shoes, when the tendons in the arch have adapted to bare contact with the earth. These were not the feet of someone who had lost their shoes. These were the feet of someone who did not use shoes. I stood up and looked at the tree line and felt something I had not felt in the previous incidents. Not fear exactly, closer to recognition, the way you feel when a pattern you have been looking at from the wrong angle suddenly becomes clear. Something had been coming here for years. Something had taken the spare key. Something knew which window was the bedroom, and something had a reason. I did not know what the reason was. That was the part I could not construct into anything coherent. The property had not been vandalized. Dana had not been harmed. I had not been confronted. Tools had been taken. Useful tools, specific tools. But the truck had not been touched. The house had not been entered. Nothing inside had been disturbed. It was the selection that unsettled me most in the end. A folding saw, a length of cord, an axe. The equipment of someone who lives outside, who needs to process wood and secure loads and clear brush. The equipment of someone who is building or maintaining something in the forest. Dana came to the back door while I was still standing in the yard, and I turned and saw her watching me from behind the glass with her coffee mug and her careful expression. And I thought, irrelevantly, the way the mind moves sideways under stress, that I still needed to reseal the weather stripping on that door before the next rain. The weather stripping. I had been meaning to do it since October. Theo arrived at 2 in the afternoon, and the 3 of us sat at the kitchen table while I walked him through everything. Not just the morning, but the full history, 2012 through to that day. He listened without interrupting, which is one of the things about Theo that I have always valued. He asked 2 questions when I finished. The first was whether I had a topographic map of the forest behind the property. The second was whether the prints in 2015 had also been bare. I told him yes to both. He nodded slowly and looked at the back window for a moment. And then he said we should go before the light went. We dressed for the cold and silence, checking our gear at the back gate. and the forest stood at the edge of the property the way it had always stood, enormous, quiet, and now, for the first time, holding something I had a name for. Theo moved through the woods the way people move through spaces they respect rather than fear, unhurried, deliberate, reading the ground before each step rather than after. I had been in these woods hundreds of times across my life, beginning in childhood, when my brothers and I had treated the forest as an extension of the backyard, a place without rules or edges. I knew the first quarter-mile well, the specific lean of a particular cedar that had been struck by lightning some years before and survived at an angle, the place where a seasonal creek crossed the trail in late winter and made the ground soft for 100 feet in either direction, the dense stand of second-growth fir on the eastern side that blocked wind so completely you could hear your own breathing amplified back at you. I knew these things the way you know a face you have seen your entire life, without needing to think about them. After that first quarter mile, I knew almost nothing. Theo set the pace, and I followed. And we tracked the prints east through the underbrush while the light held. The trail was fresher than the one I had followed in 2015. The snow was 3 days old and had not been disturbed by wind under the canopy, which meant the prints were clean and consistent. The stride pattern I had noted near the house continuing in the same narrow, deliberate sequence deeper into the timber. Theo crouched every 15 minutes or so to examine the ground without speaking, and I stood above him and watched the tree line the way you watch a road when you are a passenger in a moving vehicle, not looking for anything specific, just watching, because stopping feels dangerous. We did not talk much. That had been my instinct from the start, and Theo shared it. There is a particular kind of silence that experienced outdoorsmen default to in uncertain terrain, and it is not the silence of caution. It is the silence of attention, of a person whose information gathering has shifted from conversation to observation. 45 minutes in, we were both operating in that register, and the forest around us was operating in its own register, which was the register of January old growth in the late afternoon. The creak of frozen branches overhead, the occasional loose snow falling from a canopy bough with a soft percussion, the muffled movement of something small in the underbrush to the north that was almost certainly a grouse and nothing else. Almost certainly. We had been walking for close to an hour when I noticed that the character of the forest was changing. This is difficult to describe to someone who does not spend time in timber country. The change was not dramatic, no sudden clearing, no obvious landmark. It was subtler than that. A shift in the density of the understory, a different ratio of standing trees to fallen ones, the ground cover transitioning from sword fern and Oregon grape to something lower and more compressed, as though the vegetation here had been managed, pressed down repeatedly by passage. The fallen logs had been crossed many times. The moss on the north-facing bark was disturbed in ways that suggested regular foot traffic. Theo stopped walking. He turned a slow half-circle, looking at the ground, then at the middle distance, then back at the ground. Then he looked at me. He did not say anything. He pointed down. The trail we had been following did not end. It merged. From the east, coming in at a shallow angle, a second trail of prints joined the one we had been tracking, and the two continued together, overlapping, the stride patterns interleaving in a way that suggested their owners had been walking side by side. I counted the overlapping impressions for a moment and felt the arithmetic of it settle into my chest like cold water. 2 people, at minimum, had walked this ground last night. Theo crouched and examined the merged trail for nearly 2 minutes, while I stood behind him and looked at the trees and told myself that I was not cold, which I was, and that the light was better than it appeared, which it was not. The temperature had dropped since we had entered the forest and was dropping further as the afternoon went. I could feel it against my cheekbones and in my ears, and in the specific ache that arrives in fingers that have been gripping a rifle for an hour in sub-freezing air. I thought with an absurd and intrusive clarity that I had not defrosted anything for dinner. Theo stood up and turned to me and said quietly that the 2 trails had originated from different directions. The one we had been following came from my property. The second came from farther north, deeper in the timber, and it arrived at the junction point as though its maker had known to come there, had been heading toward that specific location with intention rather than wandering into it. A meeting point. That was what the junction looked like. Not a coincidence of paths. A meeting point. We continued following the merged trail east and slightly north for another 20 minutes. The ground rose gradually here, the way it rises in the foothills east of Snohomish County, and the standing timber grew older and larger, the Douglas fir giving way to sections of western red cedar whose trunks were wide enough that 2 men could not have reached around them. These trees were not young. They had been growing here since before the road at the end of my street existed, since before the houses on the street existed, since before the families who built those houses had arrived in this part of the country. Walking among them had a quality I can only describe as geological. The sense of being in the presence of time measured in centuries rather than decades. I had always found old-growth timber humbling. Standing in it, in the failing light, following the bare footprints of people I did not know toward a destination I could not see, I found it something else entirely. Then Theo stopped so abruptly that I nearly walked into him. His arm came back across my chest in the gesture that means stop, do not move, do not speak. I stopped. I did not speak. He raised the thermal scope slowly. I watched his face. This is what you do when someone you trust is looking at something you cannot see. You watch their face, because the face will tell you what the eyes are reading before the mouth can form words. Theo's face is not an expressive one at the best of times. He's a contained person, someone who processes internally and communicates in the compressed language of people who have spent years in situations where precision matters more than elaboration. So when I saw his jaw tighten and his breathing slow in a specific, deliberate way, the way a person breathes when they are actively preventing themselves from making sound, I understood that what he was looking at required that kind of management. He held the scope for a long time, perhaps 20 seconds. Then he moved to the nearest cedar with a slowness that was almost ceremonial, crouched at its base, and signaled me to do the same. I crouched beside him. The root system of the cedar spread around us like a partial wall, and I pressed my back against the bark and felt the specific cold of the wood through my coat, a deep cold, the cold of something that has been frozen at its core for months. Theo looked through the scope again. His hand, I noticed, was not entirely steady. He lowered the rifle and held it toward me without a word. I took it. I raised it. I looked through the thermal scope. The image was pale and high contrast, the way thermal always is, heat rendered as light against a cold background. Shapes defined by temperature rather than form. The distance was perhaps 80 meters. At that distance, in that medium, detail is suggestion rather than certainty. But suggestion was sufficient. There were 4 figures in a small depression in the ground east of a downed cedar. 2 of them were large. Large in the specific way that suggests height rather than weight, bodies that read long and angular in the thermal image. They were crouched low, bent over something on the ground between them. The other 2 were smaller. Significantly smaller. The smaller figures were positioned against a standing tree to the left of the depression, and they were moving. Not purposeful movement, not the deliberate movement of someone going somewhere, but the repetitive, cyclical movement of agitation of a creature that is distressed and has found no resolution to its distress. All 4 were producing the heat signature of uninsulated bodies. They were not wearing coats. They were not wearing anything that provided significant thermal mass. In 19-degree air, in January, in old-growth timber miles from the nearest road, the heat signatures I was looking at belonged to people who had either chosen or been forced to exist outside the thermal protection that clothing provides. I held the scope on them for as long as I could manage, which was perhaps 10 seconds. And then I lowered the rifle and handed it back to Theo and leaned against the cedar and looked at the root system between my feet and breathed. The root system was covered in a thin layer of moss that had the color of old jade in the dim light. I looked at it carefully, the way you look at something close and small and comprehensible when something far and large and incomprehensible is the alternative. The moss was very fine. I thought about how long it had taken to grow. Theo put his hand on my shoulder, and we stayed against that cedar for a long time without moving. When we finally turned back, we moved quickly, not running, but with the compressed urgency of people who have seen something and understand, without discussing it, that the priority now is distance. The forest was nearly dark by then. The canopy above us, a charcoal lattice against a sky that had gone from gray to the specific deep blue that precedes full dark in winter. I followed Theo's back through the understory and felt the cold and the dark pressing in from all sides, and thought about the smaller figures against the tree, the repetitive agitated movement, and the way the two large figures had not looked up when Theo and I had been standing 80 meters away. They had not looked up, which meant either they had not heard us, or they had known we were there and had decided, for reasons I could not access, that we were not worth the interruption. I did not know which possibility was worse. The lights in my house were visible through the trees for the last 200 meters, and I focused on them with an intensity I had never focused on them before. The warm yellow of the kitchen window, Dana's silhouette moving behind the glass, the ordinary lit geometry of a house in the dark. I had never been so grateful for electric light in my life. I had never understood, until that walk out of the trees, how much of what we call home is simply the specific quality of light against a dark background, and the knowledge that a person you love is behind the glass. We came through the back gate, and I latched it behind us, knowing the latch was inadequate, latching it anyway. The kitchen was warm, and Dana looked at our faces and did not ask what we had found, because our faces had already told her. And some information arrives all at once without needing words to carry it. 1:26 p.m. Dana did not sleep that night. I knew this not because she told me, but because I did not sleep either. And in the particular silence of the house after 2 a.m., I could hear her breathing beside me. Awake breathing. The shallow and slightly irregular rhythm of a person lying still and pretending rest that is not coming. We did not speak. There was a quality to the dark in the bedroom that felt different from the dark I had been lying in for years in that room. A thickness to it. A weight. I looked at the ceiling and listened to the house and thought about the smaller figures against the tree and their repetitive cyclical movement, and I told myself, with the specific determination of a man who needs to believe something in order to function, that there was an explanation I had not yet found. I did not believe myself. By 6 a.m. I gave up on sleep and went to the kitchen and stood at the window with a cup of coffee going cold in my hand, looking at the back fence. The yard was dark still. The tree line beyond the fence was darker. The thermometer on the sill read 17 degrees, and the glass had fogged at the corners the way it did in the coldest nights, and I pressed my thumb against the fog and watched the small clear circle it made, and watched it slowly close again. Theo had stayed the night on the couch. He came into the kitchen at 6:30, already dressed, and poured himself a cup without speaking, and the two of us stood at the window together in the way that men who know each other well can occupy the same silence without it requiring management. After a while he said that he had been thinking. I told him I had been doing the same. He said the large figures had not been eating an animal. He had looked long enough through the scope to be reasonably certain of that. He said the object between them on the ground had read too uniformly warm in the thermal image to be a carcass, which would have been cooling from the outside in, losing heat at the edges first. Whatever they had between them had been warm throughout. I asked him what he thought that meant. He said he did not know. He said he had seen a lot of things in the backcountry over 20 years of search and rescue and hunting, and that most of those things had rational explanations that simply required more information to access. He said he was not prepared to say this was different from those things. He said it in a way that meant he thought it might be. The police arrived at 9 a.m. 2 officers, both of whom were professional and thorough and ultimately limited by the same constraint the previous officers had cited. No evidence of a crime in progress, no identified perpetrator, missing tools but no forced entry on the shed, no physical harm to any resident. They took the report. They promised a patrol increase in the area. One of them, the older of the two, paused at the back gate before leaving and looked at the tree line for a moment longer than the situation strictly required. He did not say anything about what he was thinking. I did not ask. After they left, Dana came and stood beside me in the yard. And this is the moment I want to be careful about, because what happened next is the part of this account that is hardest to write, and also the part I most need to write honestly. She looked at the yard, the prints still visible in the snow, the shed door standing open behind us because I had not wanted to close it before the officers saw the interior, the raised garden bed with its careful straight edges and the prints crossing directly through it, stepping through 4 years of her work without deviation or awareness. And she said, very quietly, that she needed me to understand something. I told her I was listening. She said that she had known since 2015 that this was not over. She said she had not said so because I was the kind of man who needed to move toward conclusions through evidence rather than feeling, and she had respected that, and she had waited. But she said the waiting had cost her something and that she needed me to understand the cost before we talked about what to do next, because if I did not understand the cost, then whatever we decided would be built on an incomplete foundation and would not hold. I asked her what the cost was. She was quiet for a moment. A crow moved somewhere in the upper canopy beyond the fence, loud and sudden, and then gone. She said that for 4 years she had been tending the garden and painting the hallway and planning the wedding and building the life, and that she had loved doing all of those things, and that the love had been genuine. But she said that underneath all of it, under the surface of every ordinary day, there had been a current of something she had no precise name for. Not fear exactly, because fear required a definite object, and this had not been definite enough to fear directly. More like a readiness, the readiness of a person who has learned, at some level below articulation, that the ordinary surface of their life has something moving beneath it, and who has trained themselves not to look down. She said the garden had been part of that training, something to tend, something to improve, something to look at and feel the forward motion of. She said the prints through the garden had not just disturbed the beds. They had walked through the things she had built to keep herself from looking down. I did not speak for a long time after that. The cold was complete around us, the yard absolutely still, the kind of stillness that arrives in winter when the wind is stopped and the birds are not moving and the frozen ground holds every sound close and muffled. I stood beside Dana in that stillness and felt something I had been avoiding for years clarify itself with the slow, reluctant precision of ice forming on still water. I had been doing the same thing she had. My version was different from hers. Less a garden, more a set of locked rooms, more a habit of methodical accounting that kept the hands busy in the mind on the surface of things. But the structure was the same. We had both been managing the wrong thing. We had been managing our awareness of the threat rather than the threat itself, spending our energy on the maintenance of ordinary life as a kind of argument against what we both knew was underneath it. I am a man who fixes things. That is not a boast. It is a description of a limitation. I fixed the fence board. I replaced the water heater. I reseal the weather stripping. I apply specific solutions to specific problems and feel the satisfaction of the completed task. What I had been avoiding for 7 years was the possibility that some problems do not have the kind of solution I know how to apply. Dana turned to look at me. She asked me, directly, whether I thought this was ever going to stop on its own. I had the honest answer ready before she finished the question. I had been carrying it for years in the locked room, and it had been growing heavier every winter. No, I did not think it would stop on its own. I told her that. She nodded once, the nod of someone receiving a confirmation they already held. Then she asked me what I thought we should do. I told her about the man at the end of our road. His name was Gerald. and he was the oldest continuous resident of our street. He had lived in the third house from the end for 40 years, a retired forestry worker with the specific, weathered competence of someone who had spent decades in the timber industry in the Pacific Northwest. I had spoken to him in passing many times over the years. Over the fence, at the end of the driveway, the brief exchanges of neighbors who respect each other's privacy, I knew he had worked for the Forest Service for most of his career, that he had done survey work in the old growth east of us, that he had an institutional knowledge of what was in those trees that no map and no online resource could replicate. I had not spoken to him about the footprints. I had not spoken to him about any of it. That realization arrived with a specific weight. I had told journalists, I had told my father and my brothers and the police and 2 different friends. I had not told the one person on my street who had been walking distance away for 40 years and who had spent his career in the forest directly behind my house. I had been afraid of what he might confirm. Dana looked at me for a moment after I said Gerald's name. I watched her consider it, the same careful consideration she brought to everything that mattered, the quality in her that I had loved before I knew I loved it. She said we should go today. I said we would go after lunch. And she said no. She meant now. And I understood that she was right. And I put down my cold coffee, and we walked up the road together in the January cold, our breath visible between us, the frozen gravel loud under our boots. Gerald's porch light was on. It was always on. We stood at his door, and I raised my hand to knock and felt, before my knuckles touched the wood, that the conversation I was about to have been one I had been walking toward for 7 years without knowing the destination had a name. Gerald answered the door before I finished knocking. Not immediately. Not with the startled speed of someone who had been watching through the window, though later I would wonder about that. He answered with the unhurried deliberateness of a man who had heard the footsteps on his porch from inside and had risen from his chair and walked to the door at his own pace. And when he opened it, he looked at the 2 of us with an expression I could not immediately classify. Not surprise. Not the polite neutrality of a neighbor receiving an unexpected visit on a cold morning, something more considered than either of those things. He said our names. Both of them, mine and Dana's. He stepped back and held the door open and told us to come in out of the cold. Gerald's house was the interior of a man who had lived alone for a long time and had made his peace with that fact, in the specific way that reveals itself through order rather than emptiness. The front room held 2 chairs, a wood stove with a fire going, a low table with a cup of tea on it, and a folded newspaper beside it, and along the entire west wall, floor to ceiling, shelving units packed with the kind of material that accumulates over a 40-year career in forestry. Topographic survey maps and cardboard tubes, binders of what appeared to be field notes, several dozen reference volumes on Pacific Northwest ecology and timber management, and on the lowest shelf a long row of personal journals, uniform in size, dated on the spines in Gerald's small, precise handwriting beginning in the mid-1970s and continuing to the present. The room smelled of wood smoke and Douglas fir, and the particular dry paper smell of documents that have been consulted many times over many years. He gestured us toward the 2 chairs and pulled a third from the corner and sat across from us with his tea, and looked at us with the same considered expression he had worn at the door. He was in his late 70s, Gerald, a tall man gone lean with age, with hands that had the look of tools that had been used hard and cared for, well, and eyes that were the particular pale gray of overcast sky reflected in still water. He said he had wondered when we would come. I looked at him. He said he had seen the police car that morning. He said he had seen the police car in 2015 as well, though he had not known at the time what had brought it. He said there was something he had been uncertain whether to raise with us, because it was not the kind of information that was useful before a person was ready to hear it. And he had not known until this morning, watching us walk up the road together, whether we were ready. Dana asked him how he would know from watching us walk. He said that people who were not ready to hear difficult information walk toward it as though they are still looking for an alternative. He said we were not walking that way. He picked up his tea and held it in both hands and looked at the wood stove for a moment. Then he began. He said that in his experience, 41 years working in the old-growth timber east of this road, first as a survey technician, then as a district ranger, then in a consultative capacity for the Forest Service until his retirement. The forest behind our property was unusual in one specific respect. He said that most old-growth corridors of that size of remoteness in Snohomish County were genuinely uninhabited, transient use. Yes, hunters, the occasional backcountry hiker, sometimes in the summer months a party of teenagers going farther in than they intended, but uninhabited in the permanent sense. He said ours was not. He said it carefully, with the precision of a man who had spent a career distinguishing between what he had observed directly and what he had inferred, and he kept those two categories separate as he spoke, which I respected and which made everything he said more difficult to dismiss. He said that over the course of his survey work in the 1980s and 1990s, he had documented evidence of long-term habitation in the eastern section of the corridor, fire sites that had been used repeatedly over many years, fruit caching locations in the root systems of large cedars, sections of understory that had been deliberately managed, invasive plants cleared, and native food sources cultivated in a pattern that was not natural succession but active tending. He said the first time he had documented these signs he had reported them through the appropriate Forest Service channels, and that the response had been, in his words, administratively minimal. He said this was not unusual. He said that the Forest Service in that period was managing several million acres of land with resources insufficient for the task, and that evidence of off-grid habitation in a remote old-growth corridor, without evidence of illegal activity or environmental damage, did not rise to the level of a priority response. He said he had continued documenting. He pulled one of the binders from the second shelf without having to look for it, the reach of a man who knows exactly where everything is, and set it on the low table, and opened it to a section marked with a faded strip of yellow paper. Inside were photocopied field notes in his own handwriting, topographic sketches, and several photographs printed on the matte paper of older photographic technology. He turned the binder toward us and let us look. The photographs showed sections of forest, and 3 of them, the specific subject was not immediately clear. Understory, root systems, the ground around the base of large cedars. But Gerald pointed to details in each one, using the tip of one finger without touching the surface of the image, and as he narrated I began to see what he was directing me toward. Cache sites, deliberately excavated and then covered. Fire rings constructed with a knowledge of heat distribution that suggested long practice, and in one photograph, at the edge of the frame, almost outside the image entirely, the lower portion of a figure standing among the trees. Just the lower half. From the waist down, bare feet on frozen ground. I looked at that photograph for a long time. The feet were turned slightly inward. The toes spread wide in the way I had noted in the prints near my foundation, and the skin of the lower legs, what was visible of it, had a texture that spoke of years of outdoor exposure. Not damaged exactly, not the skin of someone suffering, but adapted. The specific adaptation of a body that has been shaped by its conditions over a very long time. Dana reached across and took my hand. Gerald said he believed the population in the corridor had been present for at minimum 3 decades, possibly longer. He said his best estimate, based on the evidence he had documented over 40 years, was a small group. The number he returned to most often was between 6 and 12 individuals, though he acknowledged significant uncertainty in that figure. He said the group appeared to be multi-generational. He said the smaller figures Theo and I had seen the previous evening were consistent with what he had observed at a distance on 2 occasions in the late 1990s. Children, he believed, though we had not been close enough to be fully certain. I asked him about the tools. He was quiet for a moment. He set down his tea. He said the taking of tools and small items from properties on the road had been happening, to his knowledge, for at least 15 years. He said it had happened to him. A splitting maul, a handsaw, a coil of wire, and that it had happened to the family in the second house before they sold and moved, and that each time it had occurred the missing items were things with specific utility for people living outside, in the timber, through a Pacific Northwest winter. He said he had never reported it. I asked him why. He looked at me with those pale gray eyes and was quiet for long enough that the fire in the wood stove shifted and settled with a soft sound. He said that in 40 years of working in the forest, he had never seen evidence that the group had harmed anyone. He said the tools were taken without confrontation. He said the perimeter walking, the property visits, the footprints in the snow, appeared to be reconnaissance rather than aggression, a monitoring behavior he had observed in other contexts in his career, the behavior of a group maintaining awareness of its immediate human neighbors without moving toward conflict. He said he believed, and he was careful to use the word believed rather than knew, that the group came to the edge of the properties on this road during the hardest weeks of winter, that the visits were more frequent in the coldest years, that the items taken were always items needed for survival. Dana asked the question I had been building toward and had not yet found the shape of. She asked whether the children were safe. Gerald looked at her for a long time. He said that was a question he had carried for 20 years without arriving at a satisfying answer. He said he had no evidence of harm. He said absence of evidence was not evidence of absence, and that he was honest enough to acknowledge the limits of what his observations could establish. He said that the movement of the smaller figures in the thermal image Theo had described to me, the agitated repetitive movement, he had seen that in children of certain ages and certain conditions, and that it was not necessarily a sign of distress. It could be cold. It could be the particular restlessness of young children held still too long. He said he did not know. He said he wanted to be honest with us about that. The fire shifted again. Outside, the January wind had begun to move in the upper trees, and I could hear it against Gerald's windows, a low and patient pressure, the sound of the forest making its presence known from a distance. Gerald closed the binder and looked at us both. He said he thought we needed to decide what kind of knowing we wanted. He said there was the knowing that came from documentation and report and official response, and that he could help us pursue that if it was what we wanted, and that he would not judge us for wanting it. He said there was also another kind, and he paused there, and Dana asked him what the other kind was. He said the other kind was the knowing that came from standing at the edge of something genuinely old and genuinely other, and accepting that it had been there longer than the road, longer than the houses, longer than any of the families who had lived on this street, and that it had its own terms, and that the question of what to do about it was really a question about what kind of neighbor you intended to be. He said it quietly, without judgment or instruction, the way a man states a fact he has spent decades arriving at. I looked at Dana. She was looking at her hands. The wood stove sent its warmth across the room in slow, even waves, and I sat in it and felt the cold leaving my coat and thought about 7 winters and a split trail in the dark and bare feet in snow that should have been impossible, and felt the shape of the decision we had come here to make become, for the first time, something I could hold clearly in both hands. We stayed another hour, and Gerald made fresh tea, and outside the wind moved through the old timber with the sound of something that had never needed to hurry because it had never been going anywhere. We walked home in silence, not the silence of people who have nothing to say, but the silence of people who have been given too much to say at once and need the cold air and the frozen gravel under their feet to help them sort it. Dana walked with her hands in her coat pockets and her eyes on the road ahead, and I walked beside her and let the silence be what it needed to be, which was a container for everything Gerald had put on the table, and everything we had not yet said to each other about it. The road was empty. Our neighbors' houses stood back from the street behind their respective tree lines, lit windows visible through the branches, the ordinary evidence of ordinary morning lives proceeding inside them. I looked at each house as we passed and thought about Gerald's words, about the taking of tools, about the family in the second house who had sold and moved, About 15 years of quiet removal that had gone unreported because the one person on this road who understood the full picture had made a decision about what kind of neighbor he intended to be. I did not know yet whether I agreed with that decision. I was not certain I had the right to disagree with it. We came through our front door and Dana went directly to the kitchen, and I went directly to the back window and stood looking at the yard, at the prints still visible in the snow, at the shed door standing open on its hinges. Theo was gone. He had left a note on the kitchen table that said he would come back if we needed him, and that we should call regardless. The house was quiet in the specific way. It is quiet when it has been empty for several hours, a deeper quiet than inhabited silence, as if the rooms had been holding their breath while we were gone. I closed the shed door. I latched the padlock with the spare key, and then I stood with the spare key in my palm and looked at it for a long moment and put it in my coat pocket rather than back on the hook. Then I went inside and sat across from Dana at the kitchen table. She had made coffee. The smell of it filled the kitchen in that particular way it does on cold mornings, dense and warm and immediate, and I wrapped my hands around the mug and let it be what it was. The specific comfort of something hot held in cold hands, simple and sufficient, and briefly, completely real. We talked for a long time. I want to be honest about the shape of that conversation, because I think the honesty matters. It was not a clean or heroic conversation. It did not resolve quickly into a shared position. Dana and I are different kinds of people in the specific way that long-term partners are different from each other. The difference is not sources of conflict, but of texture. The places where the two shapes of a relationship do not quite match and therefore hold each other with more grip than smooth surfaces would. Her instinct was toward the children. Mine was toward the structure of the situation, toward understanding the full geometry of what we were dealing with before committing to any action within it. Both instincts were legitimate. Neither was complete without the other. She said that whatever Gerald believed about the group's intentions, children living in old-growth timber through a Pacific Northwest winter without adequate shelter or clothing, was a fact independent of intention, and that the existence of that fact created an obligation that was also independent of intention, and that she could not sit with the garden prints crossing her raised beds, and also sit with the knowledge that somewhere in the dark behind the fence there were small people in the cold. I said I understood that. I told her I did not disagree. I said that what I needed to understand before we made any contact with any authority was the realistic shape of the outcome. What happened to the group if we reported? What happened to the children within that process? Whether the mechanism of official response was calibrated to produce the result she was hoping for, or whether it was calibrated to produce a different result that would wear the same name. Dana was quiet for a moment. Then she said that was a fair question, and that she did not have a complete answer to it, and that the incompleteness of the answer was part of what made this so difficult. We sat with that for a while. The coffee cooled. I did not get up to refill it. Outside the light was changing. The flat pewter light of a January midday shifting toward the slightly warmer tone of early afternoon. The sun somewhere behind the overcast doing its limited winter work. I watched the back fence through the window and thought about Gerald's photographs, about the bare feet at the edge of the frame, about 40 years of a man watching and documenting and deciding, one winter at a time, what kind of neighbor he intended to be. I thought about the locked rooms I had been carrying for 7 years. I thought about Dana at the garden wall with her arms in her own lap, not touching the things she had built, because the things she had built had become part of the wrongness. And then I thought about something I had not permitted myself to think about directly until that moment. I thought about my own childhood in this house. I thought about my brothers and me in the forest, ranging through the understory in summer with the specific freedom of children who have been told the woods are safe, and believe it completely. I thought about the particular quality of that belief, not the absence of danger, but the presence of permission, the feeling of moving through a large and complex world with the sense that the world was fundamentally disposed toward you. I thought about whether children could have that in the dark, in the cold, in the forest behind my fence. I thought about the agitated, repetitive movement against the tree. I stood up. Dana looked at me. I told her I needed to go back into the woods. Not with Theo, not in the dark, not armed and tracking. I told her I needed to go alone, in the daylight, and go to the junction point we had found the previous evening, and I needed to stand there and see what happened. She asked me what I thought would happen. I told her I did not know. I told her that was the point. She looked at me for a long time with the expression I have come to understand over our years together as the expression she wears when she has already arrived at a conclusion and is waiting to see if I will arrive there too. Then she said she wanted me to take the radio and check in every 30 minutes and come back before dark. I agreed to all of it. The forest received me the way the forest always receives a person who enters it alone and attentively, with complete indifference. The indifference of a system so large and so ongoing that the addition or subtraction of one human body registers as nothing. The prints from the previous evening were still partially visible, the overnight wind having disturbed them at the surface without erasing them, and I followed them by memory as much as by sight, moving east through the understory at a pace that was slower than Theo and I had kept the night before. I was not trying to cover ground. I was trying to be present in the ground I was covering. The forest in daylight was a different proposition from the forest in the failing light of a January afternoon. The canopy filtered the overcast into a gray-green diffusion that reached everything equally, softening shadows, reducing contrast, making the understory feel more continuous and less directional. I could see farther. I could hear more precisely. A varied thrush moved through the sword fern 20 feet to my north, its orange and black and improbable brightness against the muted tones of the winter forest, and I stopped and watched it for a moment and felt my breathing slow in a way it had not slowed since the previous morning. I reached the junction point, the place where the two trails had merged, and stopped. I stood there for a long time, perhaps 20 minutes. I did not look at the ground. I looked at the middle distance in each direction, the way you look when you are trying to be seen rather than trying to see. I stood with my hands at my sides and my rifle slung and waited. Nothing happened. Then something happened. It was not dramatic. I want to be precise about this, because the temptation in recounting it is to make it larger than it was, and making it larger would be a lie, and a lie would hollow out the truth of it. What happened was this: at the edge of my peripheral vision, to the north and slightly east, something shifted. Not movement exactly. A change in the quality of stillness, the way stillness changes when it is inhabited rather than empty. I did not turn my head toward it. I had the instinct, which I cannot fully explain, that turning toward it would be the wrong gesture. I stood still. The quality of the inhabited stillness remained for perhaps 2 minutes. Then I became aware of a sound, very low, at the threshold of hearing, the kind of sound that arrives before you can name it, before your brain has assembled it into a category. It resolved slowly into something that was almost breathing, but not quite. A rhythm, patient and slow, the rhythm of something that was not afraid and was not threatening, that was simply present and aware and holding its ground. I held mine. After another minute, the stillness shifted back toward empty. The change was as subtle as the arrival had been. I stood for another 5 minutes, looking at nothing, breathing slowly, feeling the cold arrive fully now that I was not moving, settling into my coat and my fingers and the back of my neck. Then I did something I had not planned to do. I unshouldered my pack and set it on the ground at the base of the nearest cedar. I opened the front pocket and took out what I had there. The folding saw I had bought the previous spring to replace the one taken from the shed, still in its cardboard sleeve, and a coil of paracord, and a pack of waterproof matches. I set them on top of the pack without arranging them carefully, without ceremony, the way you set something down when you want the gesture to be practical rather than perform. I shouldered the empty pocket and straightened up. I stood there one more moment. Then I walked home. The forest was quiet behind me. Not the silence of absence. The other kind. Dana was at the back gate when I came through the tree line, watching for me, and I came across the yard, and she held the gate open, and I walked through it, and she latched it behind me. and we stood together in the last of the afternoon light without speaking. The pack of matches, the cord, the saw. I did not mention them until much later. When I did, Dana was quiet for a moment. Then she said she thought that was right. She said it the way she says things she has already known for a while, with a quietness that was not small. That night the forest was silent in the way it had not been silent in 7 winters, and I lay in the dark beside Dana and felt something in the house. Some long-held tension in its old brick walls. Release, slowly, like a breath it had been keeping. 3 days passed before I went back to check. I want to be honest about what I was hoping to find and what I was afraid to find, because both were present in equal measure as I walked the frost-hardened ground east through the underbrush on a Thursday morning in the thin early light. I was hoping the items were gone. I was afraid that hoping they were gone meant something about me that I had not fully examined, that the hope was not generosity but appetite, the appetite of a person who needs confirmation that their gesture was received, which is a different thing from a gesture made without condition. I had thought about that distinction for 3 days. Dana had said on the second morning that the distinction might matter less than I thought. She said that most human gestures contain both elements. The giving and the need to know the giving landed, and that what separated a decent gesture from a performative one was not the absence of the need but what you did with it. She said this at the kitchen table over breakfast with the particular directness she brought to moral questions. The directness I had loved in her since before I knew how much I would need it. I thought about that as I walked. The frost on the understory caught the early light and held it in the specific way that January frost does in old-growth timber. Each frond and blade individually bright, the whole of the forest floor glittering with a cold and patient luminescence that had nothing to do with warmth and everything to do with the particular beauty of frozen things in low light. I had not noticed that quality of the forest in any of my previous entries over the past week. I had been looking for tracks, for figures, for evidence. I had not been looking at the forest itself. It occurred to me that I had not looked at the forest as a place in a very long time. I had been looking at it as a problem. The junction point was 15 minutes in, and I reached it, and stopped and looked at the base of the cedar where I had set the items down. The pack was gone, not just the items, the pack itself, the nylon day pack I had set them on, which I had not intended to leave, and which I had not consciously registered leaving. The ground where it had sat was undisturbed at the surface. The frost intact, no evidence of how or when it had been taken beyond the simple fact of its absence. I stood there for a long moment. The emotion that arrived was not the triumphant relief I had been guarding against. It was quieter and more complicated than that, something that sat in the chest rather than the throat, something with the specific weight of things that have been a long time resolving. I did not have a clean name for it. I still do not. It was not happiness exactly, and it was not peace exactly, and it was not the closing of a wound exactly, though it had elements of all three. It was something more like the feeling of setting down a weight you had been carrying for so long that you had forgotten you were carrying it, and discovering in the act of setting it down that your hands remember what it felt like to be empty. I radioed Dana. I told her the items were gone. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "Good." One word. I understood everything in it. I did not linger at the junction point. I walked back through the frost-bright understory and through the back gate and into the kitchen. And Dana had made oatmeal, and there was coffee on the counter, and I sat down and ate and drank and felt the warmth of the kitchen come back into my hands, and my face with the slow completeness of a room that has been warm all morning. We called Gerald that afternoon. He listened to what I told him without interrupting, which was characteristic of him. And when I finished, he was quiet for a moment, and then he said that what I had done was not unprecedented. He said that in the logging communities of the Pacific Northwest there had been, historically, a set of informal practices around the boundaries between settled land and the deep timber, practices that had no official name and no written record, practices that existed only in the habits of people who had lived long enough beside the forest to understand that the forest had its own inhabitants and its own terms, and that the most durable relationships between those inhabitants and the people on the settled side of the line had been built on acknowledgement rather than management. He said acknowledgement was the word he kept returning to. He said it meant something specific in this context, not permission, not accommodation, not the abdication of your own position or the endorsement of another's. He said it meant the simple, honest recognition that the thing on the other side of the boundary was real, had been there before you, and had as much claim to its own continuance as you had to yours. I asked him what he thought would happen now. He said he thought the visits to the perimeter would continue. He said he thought the tool-taking would continue, at least through the remainder of the winter, and that it would be our decision whether to continue leaving things at the junction point, or to secure the shed and call that a boundary. He said either decision was defensible and neither was permanent, that the relationship, if that was the right word for it, would adjust around whatever boundary we set, because it had been adjusting around the boundaries set by the people on this road for as long as anyone on this road had been setting them. He paused. Then he said there was one more thing he had not told us when we came to his house, because he had not been certain we were ready for it. He said he believed he was ready to tell us now. I told him to go ahead. He said that in 2006, a woman had lived in the house at the end of the road, the house that was now mine. An elderly woman named Margaret, who had been born in the county and had lived her entire life within 15 miles of the forest behind the property. He said Margaret had known about the group in the timber for most of her adult life, having grown up hearing accounts from her own father, who had been a timber cruiser in the 1930s and had documented habitation signs in the corridor decades before Gerald had. He said Margaret had maintained for the last 30 years of her life a practice of leaving items at the edge of the property on the coldest weeks of winter, not at the junction point in the forest, but at the back fence line itself, tucked against the post at the eastern corner. He said she had never spoken about this practice to anyone on the road until 2004, 2 years before her death, when she had told Gerald. He said she had described it as keeping faith with something older than her. I sat with the phone against my ear and looked at the back fence through the kitchen window and felt something move through me that I cannot describe as anything other than continuance. The specific feeling of discovering that you are not the first person to stand in the place where you are standing, and that the ground beneath you holds the weight of other people's careful choices, and that your own choice, made in uncertainty and imperfect understanding, has joined something that was already in motion. Dana was watching me from across the table. I held the phone away from my ear and told her what Gerald had said. I watched her face as I spoke, the careful attention she gave to it, and when I finished she looked at the back fence for a long moment. Then she got up and went to the shed. She came back with a short-handled camp axe. Not the one taken, a different one, older, that had been on the highest shelf under a canvas tarp since we moved in. She set it on the kitchen table and looked at it. She said she thought we should leave it at the fence post this evening. Not at the junction point. At the fence, where Margaret had left things for 30 years. I looked at the axe. It was old enough that the handle had darkened with use, the grain of the wood smooth and close, the head showing the particular patina of good steel that has been kept clean. It was a tool that had been cared for by someone who understood its value. It was a tool that would be useful to someone living in the timber through a January that still had 6 weeks remaining. I said yes. We went out together at dusk, the two of us crossing the yard in the last gray light, our breath visible in the cold, the frozen ground firm under our feet. Dana carried the axe. I opened the back gate. She walked to the eastern fence post and set the axe against its base, handle up, the head resting on the frozen ground. She stood back. We looked at it for a moment in the fading light. This small and specific thing, set against a post at the edge of our property, at the boundary between the life we had built and the one existing just beyond our sight in the dark timber. Then we went inside. I did not look back through the window that night. That felt important, not looking. The gesture was made. It did not need witnessing. In the morning, the axe was gone. Dana made coffee, and I stood at the kitchen window and looked at the empty fence post. And the forest stood at the back of the property, the way it had always stood, dark and patient and enormous. And for the first time in 7 winters, it did not feel like a wall built to keep something in. It felt like what it was, a forest, old and present and indifferent to us in the way that large and ancient things are indifferent to small and recent ones. The indifference felt this morning like a kind of peace. Something had shifted in the geometry of the property, not in any way I could have pointed to or measured, but present nonetheless. The way a room changes when a door that has been closed for years is left, finally, quietly open. Spring came late that year, the way it sometimes does in Snohomish County, not arriving so much as conceding, the cold releasing its hold on the ground in slow and grudging increments, the frost slime retreating week by week until one morning in late March, the soil along the south fence was workable, and Dana was outside before I'd finished my first cup of coffee, kneeling beside the raised bed with her hands in the dirt. I watched her through the kitchen window. She had not touched the garden since January, not since the morning she had stood beside me in the yard and told me about the readiness, about the current running beneath the surface of ordinary life, about the things she had built to keep herself from looking down. The beds had sat through the remainder of winter with their prints and their disturbed edges, accumulating snow and then the gray residue of melted snow, and neither of us had gone near them. I had not suggested it. Dana had not initiated it. We had let them be what they were, the evidence of a night that had changed the shape of things, and we had waited without discussing the waiting for the moment when the evidence became something we could work with rather than something we were simply holding. That morning was the moment. I refilled my coffee and went outside and crouched beside her, and she handed me the smaller trowel without looking up, and we worked the bed together in the thin morning warmth, turning the soil, working out the frost-heaped clumps, finding below the disturbed surface the same dark and patient earth that had been there before January, unchanged by what had passed across it. That was the thing about the earth. It did not hold the shape of what had walked on it. It released the impression and returned to itself. We did not talk much while we worked. We did not need to. There was a quality to that hour in the garden, the smell of turned soil and the particular cold-edged warmth of a late March morning, the sound of birds in the cedar at the back of the property moving through their spring negotiations. That required nothing from us except our presence in it. I have thought about that hour many times in the months since. I think it was the first hour in 7 years that I spent in the yard without any part of my attention on the tree line. I was looking at the soil. Just the soil. In April, I wrote to the Forest Service. I want to be precise about what the letter said and what it did not say, because the distinction matters, and I thought about it for a long time before I committed anything to paper. The letter did not report the group. It did not identify a location or provide a description or request an investigation. What it did was ask a question, a careful, indirect question about the protocols for responding to evidence of long-term off-grid habitation in old-growth corridors in Snohomish County, and about the resources available to people in such situations, and about the historical precedent for such habitation in the Pacific Northwest region. I sent the letter and received, 6 weeks later, a response that was thorough and bureaucratically careful, and told me very little I did not already know from Gerald, but which confirmed one thing that mattered. The Forest Service was aware that such habitation existed in several old-growth corridors in the county. The response did not use specific locations. It did not suggest that the individuals involved were in violation of any statute that the agency was currently prioritizing for enforcement. It said in the specific language of institutional communication that the agency took the well-being of all individuals in its managed land seriously, and that resources for outreach were available through the county social services office. I read that letter twice and filed it in the drawer where I kept the house documents. I did not know what it meant exactly. I still do not. But it meant something, and the something was not nothing, and I decided that, for now, that was sufficient. Gerald came for dinner in May. This had not happened before. Gerald had been a neighbor in the specific, cordial, over-the-fence sense of the word for the entire time we had lived on the road, but he had not been inside our house, and we had not been inside his except for that January morning. Dana had suggested it, which did not surprise me. She had a capacity for drawing people toward the table that I had always admired and never fully understood. The instinct for knowing when a relationship needed to become something more formal in order to deepen rather than stall. He arrived at 6 with a bottle of Washington Red and a quiet that settled into the kitchen comfortably. The quiet of a man who had learned over many decades to make himself at home in other people's spaces without imposing on them. We ate at the kitchen table. Dana had made a lamb braise that filled the house with the smell of rosemary and slow-cooked meat. And we talked about the road, about the history of the properties, about the changes Gerald had watched accumulate over 40 years of living in the third house from the end. We talked about Margaret. Gerald had known her well, it turned out, better than his initial account had suggested. He had been one of the last people to visit her regularly in her final years, driving her to appointments, sitting with her on her porch on summer evenings while she talked about the county as it had been in her childhood. He said she had been a precise and unsentimental woman who had nevertheless had a quality he could only describe as attentiveness, a quality of being genuinely present with the world immediately around her, the specific world of this road and this forest and the lives, human and otherwise, that occupied it. He said she had told him, in one of their last conversations, that the practice of leaving things at the fence post had begun not as a moral decision, but as a practical one. A tool had gone missing from her shed in the 1970s, and instead of replacing the lock, she had simply left the replacement at the fence, and when the replacement was taken the following week, and nothing else was disturbed for the remainder of that winter, she had understood something about the nature of the arrangement she was living within. She had said, Gerald told us, that understanding the nature of an arrangement was the beginning of being able to live within it honestly. I thought about that phrase for the rest of the evening and for several days after. Dana refilled Gerald's wine and asked him whether he had ever been afraid, not of the group specifically, but of the forest, of what it held, of the knowledge of it, of carrying that knowledge for 40 years largely alone. Gerald considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. He said that fear had been present in the early years. Yes. The fear of the unknown, the fear of what his documentation might be leading him toward, the fear of being alone in the knowledge. He said that over time the fear had changed in quality, not diminished exactly, more transformed, the way a sound you cannot identify becomes less frightening once you understand its source, even if the source is not entirely reassuring. He said the knowledge had become, over decades, something he lived with rather than something he managed. He said he thought we were already doing the same thing. After Gerald left and the dishes were done and the kitchen was quiet, Dana and I sat at the table with the last of the wine and the particular stillness of a house after a good evening. She said she had been thinking about the wedding. We had postponed it twice, once for practical reasons in 2017, once, though we had not named it directly at the time, for reasons connected to the January of 2019, the months afterward, the sense that we were living in a provisional state that made permanent commitments feel like a category error. She said she thought the provisional state was over. She said she thought we knew enough now to stop waiting for more certainty, and to choose the life we were already living. I looked at her across the table. I said we should set a date. We set it that evening, on a piece of paper at the kitchen table, with the wine almost gone and the house quiet around us and the forest standing at the back of the property in the full dark, present and ancient and no longer asking anything of us that we did not now understand how to give. The date was the following October. In August I walked to the junction point again. I had been going every few weeks since January, not to leave anything. The fence post had become the consistent location for that. A quiet continuation of Margaret's practice that felt less like a decision now and more like a rhythm, a seasonal habit the property had developed over decades that we had simply rejoined, but to stand in the forest and be in it, and to let it be what it was. That August morning I stood at the junction point in the early light, the old grove canopy above me admitting the summer sun in long, angled columns, the understory dry and warm and smelling of cedar and heated earth, and I did not feel the thing I had felt in all my previous visits to that location. The alertness, the specific tension of a person standing in a place where they are uncertain of their welcome. I felt, instead, the thing I had felt as a child in these woods. Not safety exactly, permission. The feeling of moving through a large and complex world with the sense that the world is fundamentally disposed toward you, or at least not opposed to you, which at a certain scale of largeness amounts to the same thing. I stood there for a while in the summer light. Then I walked home, and Dana was in the garden, and the raised beds were full and green and exactly as she had intended them to be, and I came through the gate and lashed it behind me and stood in the yard and looked at what we had built here. The garden, the old brick house, the life accumulated across the years in this specific place, and felt it as mine in a way I had not felt it since the first winter, before the footprints, before everything, not untouched, not unchanged. Mine in the fuller sense, the sense that includes what has been difficult and what has been unknown, and what has been laid at a fence post in the dark and found gone in the morning. I sat down that evening to write this account. I did not know what title to give it until I had been writing for several days and found, at the end of a paragraph about the junction point, the phrase that had been looking for me since January, the year we learned what the forest already knew. That was the title. It arrived complete. The account was finished on a Thursday evening in September, and I closed the document and looked up. And through the kitchen window the forest stood at the back of the property in the last of the summer light. And I looked at it directly, without the locked room, without the managed awareness, without the readiness, and it looked back, in the way that very old and very patient things look back, with a recognition that required nothing more from either of us. October came in the way. October comes to Snohomish County, not with the dramatic color of the eastern states, not the blazing maple and ash of a New England autumn, but with a slower and more considered transition, the Douglas fir holding its green while the vine maple at the forest edges turned a deep and quiet amber, the light changing its angle and quality day by day until one morning you walk outside, and the world looks fundamentally different from the world of a week ago, and you cannot identify the single moment it changed. We were married on the 14th. I am not going to describe the wedding in detail, because the wedding belongs to Dana and to me in a way that this account does not, and because the specific, private joy of that day is not the subject of what I have been writing. What I will say is that we were married in the yard. Our yard, the brick house behind us, the raised beds along the south fence still holding the last of the season's growth, the old cedar at the back of the property visible above the fence line, enormous and still, the way it had always been. Gerald was there. Theo was there. Our families were there, standing on the frozen grass in their good coats, breathing visible in the cold October air. Dana wore her grandmother's earrings. She had told me about them the night before. Small amber drops, very old, her grandmother's most consistent piece of jewelry in every photograph Dana had of her. She said she wanted something carried forward from someone who had known how to stay in a place and love it honestly. I understood exactly what she meant. The ceremony was short, which was what we had wanted. We had written our own words, simple ones, without the elaborate architecture of formal vows, because we are people who distrust elaborate architecture and trust plain statement. We said what we meant. The officiant, a friend of Dana's from her certification program, read a short passage about continuance. The vine maple at the forest edge caught the afternoon light and held it in its amber leaves, and the cedar stood above the fence line, and the yard was cold and completely, entirely ours. After the guests had gone and the yard was quiet again, Dana and I stayed outside in the dusk, sitting on the low garden wall with our coats on, and our breath visible, and the last of the wine in 2 glasses on the bricks beside us. The lights of the house were on behind us. The forest was dark ahead of us. We did not talk for a long time. Then Dana said she wanted to leave something at the fence post tonight. I asked her what she had in mind. She went inside and came back with a small bundle, a piece of oilcloth tied with twine, the kind of waterproof wrapping used for keeping things dry in the field. She had put together, she told me, a small collection of practical items: waterproof matches, a folded square of fire-starting material, 2 small packs of dried fruit from the pantry, a folded piece of heavy wool cut from an old blanket that had been in the linen closet since we moved in, too worn for use, but still warm, still dense. She said she thought winter was coming early this year. She said the forest had a particular smell that evening, the smell it gets before the first hard frost, and that she had learned over the years to trust that signal. We walked across the yard together in our wedding clothes, her dress covered by her heavy coat, my jacket covered by mine, and Dana crouched at the eastern fence post and set the bundle against its base and straightened up. We stood there a moment. The forest was completely dark beyond the fence, the cedar canopy absorbing what remained of the evening light, the understory invisible. There was no wind. The cold was complete and even, the still cold that precedes a frost. Somewhere deep in the timber, a great horned owl called once, its low, resonant sound moving through the dark with the unhurried authority of something that owned the space it inhabited. It called once and did not call again. Dana took my hand. We stood at the fence for another minute, not looking for anything, not expecting anything, simply present at the boundary between the life we had built and the one existing just beyond our sight in the old timber. I thought about Margaret crouching at the same post in the 1970s, in the dark, setting down a replacement for a taken tool with the practical understanding of a woman who had grasped the nature of her arrangement and decided to honor it. I thought about Gerald in his chair by the wood stove, with 40 years of careful documentation on the shelf behind him, keeping faith with something he had never tried to own. I thought about the spare key, which I had moved to a different hook by the back door, not hidden, just relocated, a small adjustment of the boundary rather than a closing of it. I thought about the junction point in the winter dark, and the quality of inhabited stillness, and the slow patient rhythm at the threshold of hearing that had asked nothing of me except that I stand still and acknowledge it. I acknowledged it. The forest received that acknowledgement in silence, the way it received everything, without drama, without ceremony, with the complete and ancient indifference of a system so large and so ongoing that the small adjustments of the people at its edges registered only as weather registers, as season registers, as one more variation in the long continuing pattern of the place. We were part of the pattern now, not because we had solved anything, not because the footprints would not return with the first snow, not because the shed would not need its contents renewed in the coldest weeks, not because the smaller figures in the thermal dark would not grow into larger ones and be joined by smaller ones again in the long turning of years. None of that had changed, and none of it would. The forest had its own continuance, and we had ours, and the boundary between them was not a wall, but a threshold. And thresholds are crossed in both directions, and what lives at a threshold long enough learns in time to live there honestly. Dana squeezed my hand once, and we turned from the fence and walked back across the yard toward the lit house, our footprints pressing into the frost-stiffened grass behind us. 2 clear and even trails crossing the yard from the fence line to the back door. Gerald's porch light was on at the end of the road, the way it was always on. The cedars stood above the fence line in the dark, the way it had always stood, the way it would stand long after the brick house and the road and every name on every fence post on this street had been absorbed back into the ground it grew from. We went inside. The back door closed behind us, and the yard was empty and still, and the frost came down soft and complete across the grass, across the garden beds, across the eastern fence post, and by morning the bundle was gone, and the frost held every other surface exactly as it had been, unmarked, undisturbed, as though nothing had moved through it at all. The names we keep. The air in this part of Georgia in autumn smells of salt, turned earth, and something faintly sweet that locals call the marsh breathing. Old tabby walls still stand on the plantation roads, and at dusk the tidal creeks go entirely still in a way that feels deliberate rather than natural. The drive from Atlanta to Savannah takes 4 hours on a good day, and I have never once made it on a good day. I stopped for gas outside of Macon just after 7 in the morning. The sky still the color of a bruise that has not decided what it wants to be. The air even that far inland carried something, a suggestion of salt, of distance, of water that had been sitting in low places for a very long time. I stood at the pump and watched a crow work at something on the shoulder of the highway, methodical and unhurried, and I thought about whether I had left the stove on. I had not made breakfast. There was no reason the stove would be on. I thought about it anyway, because my mind needed something small to chew on, something with edges it could manage, and what was waiting for me in Savannah had no edges at all. My name is Clara Voss. I was 38 years old that October, and I was driving to Savannah to settle my grandmother's estate. She had died in August. A quiet death, the hospice nurse told me. The kind where the body simply decides it has done enough and stops, without drama or struggle. My grandmother, Ruth Voss, had been 81 years old, and she had lived her entire life within 40 miles of the Georgia coast. And she had been, for the last 6 years of that life, a woman I had almost entirely failed to visit. I am not asking for absolution. I am writing this down because it happened, and because I owe it the honesty of being written down correctly. The highway out of Macon straightened, and the land began to flatten, and the oaks started appearing in rows, the way old plantation land announces itself before any other sign does. I rolled the window down, and the air came in warm and green and faintly metallic. The smell of standing water and living things breaking down in it. The radio found a gospel station, and I left it there because the alternative was silence, and silence in a car on a Georgia highway in October felt like something I was not yet ready to negotiate with. My grandmother had a house on White Marsh Island, east of the city, on a road that dead-ended at a tidal creek. She had bought it in 1964 with money she had saved working as a seamstress for a dry goods shop on Broughton Street, and she had lived in it alone since my grandfather died in 2003. The house was small, painted white over cypress board, with a tin roof that hummed in rain, and a porch that faced the marsh, and a garden that, when I was a child, had smelled every August of muscadine grapes going soft in the heat. I had not been back since 2019. I told myself it was distance. Atlanta to Savannah is not a long drive by any honest measure, but distance is a convenient shape to give to guilt, and I had given it that shape for 4 years, without once looking at it too directly. My grandmother had called me in the spring. She had called to tell me she had found something in the house, in the old chest in the back bedroom. The one I had always been told held nothing but linens and old tax records, and that she wanted to show it to me before she gave it to the crematorium office downtown. I had said I would come. I had not come. She had gone into hospice in July, and she had not called again. And in August she had died. And now in October I was driving down with the windows open and the gospel station fading in and out, and the crow behind me somewhere, still working. The attorney handling the estate was a man named James Whitfield, who had an office on Bull Street, and who had the particular manner of a person who has been delivering unwelcome news to families for so long that he has made peace with it on their behalf. He told me, over the phone the week before, that my grandmother had left the house to me outright, and that there was a box of personal papers she had specifically asked to be held for me to collect in person. He said it carefully, the way people say things that carry more weight than the words suggest. I pulled off the highway onto the Truman Parkway, and Savannah arranged itself around me the way it always does. Not gradually, but all at once, as if the city has been waiting just behind a curtain and has decided to step forward. The live oaks over Abercorn Street met overhead in a canopy so dense that the mid-morning light came through in pieces, pale gold and irregular, and the squares appeared one after another with their monuments and their benches and their absolute lack of hurry. There is no city in America that is less interested in your schedule than Savannah, Georgia. It makes time feel like something that happens to other places. I found a parking spot near Forsyth Park and sat in the car for a long moment. The air through the open window smelled of coffee from somewhere nearby and cut grass, and underneath both of those, faintly and persistently, that sweet salt marsh smell that follows you anywhere in the city if the wind is coming from the east. I thought about whether I had locked my apartment in Atlanta. I had locked it. I always locked it. I thought about it anyway. In the attorney's office, James Whitfield set a cardboard document box on the desk between us. It was sealed with brown packing tape that had been pressed down with deliberate care, and on the top of it, in my grandmother's handwriting, a handwriting I had not seen in years, neat and angular and done with a fountain pen, were 4 words. For Clara, do not rush. I did not open the box there in the office. I signed the papers. I accepted the key to the house. I thanked James Whitfield for his careful non-expression, and I carried the box to my car and put it on the passenger seat and drove east toward White Marsh Island without opening it. The road to my grandmother's house runs along the edge of a tidal creek for the last half-mile, and in October, in the late afternoon, the light over that water is the specific amber red of something burning at a controlled distance. The marsh grass had gone gold, and the creek was the color of pewter, and the egrets stood in the shallows with the absolute stillness of things that have decided to become part of the landscape rather than move through it. The house was smaller than I remembered. It is always smaller. The white paint had gone gray at the seams, and the muscadine vines had taken the back fence entirely. And the porch swing I had sat on as a child was still there, faded to a pale blue that had once been a deep one. I sat on it for a moment before I went inside, the chains creaking softly with my weight, and the marsh in front of me breathed its slow, sweet, salt-heavy breath, and the light came down through the live oak at the edge of the yard in long copper bars, and for a moment I did not feel like someone who had failed to come when they were asked. Inside, the house smelled of cedar and old paper, and, faintly, of the lavender sachets my grandmother had kept in every drawer for as long as I could remember. I set my bag down in the small front room, and I sat in her chair. A wingback in green wool, worn smooth at the armrests, and I held the box in my lap, and I did not open it. I made coffee instead because the kitchen was intact, and the coffee was still in the cabinet where she had always kept it, and I stood at the counter while it brewed, and looked through the kitchen window at the back garden and at the cemetery wall that ran along the property's eastern edge. A low, tabby wall, gray and dense as compressed coral, that I had always known was there without ever thinking much about it. The cemetery on the other side of that wall had no formal name that I had ever been told. It was very old. The stones were small and some of them had no inscriptions left, just shapes worn smooth by 200 years of coast weather. The Gullah families who had worked this land before and after the Civil War had buried their dead there, and then their children had buried their dead there, and it had been untended for decades now. The grass long and the iron gate on the far side rusted open and listing. My grandmother had always kept the wall in good repair on her side. I had never asked her why. The coffee finished, and I poured a cup, and I carried it to the porch, and I sat again in the fading light, and the swing moved gently with the offshore breeze, and the cemetery wall stood pale and quiet beyond the garden, and somewhere behind me in the house the cardboard box sat on the chair where I had left it, and my grandmother's handwriting said, "In the dark, do not rush." I did not rush, but I did not sleep well that first night, and in the morning, when I walked into the kitchen to start the coffee again, I noticed something I was certain had not been there the evening before. The back door, which I had checked twice and locked twice, was standing a half-inch open, and on the sill below it, arranged with a care that could not have been accidental, were 3 small white stones. I told myself the door had settled in the night, the way old houses do in changing weather, And for a few hours, standing in the amber light of that kitchen with my coffee going warm in my hands, I very nearly believed it. The porch swing was gone from my thinking by morning. That is the honest truth of it, and it embarrasses me slightly to admit it now, 14 months removed from those days, that I could move from one room to another in that house and allow something as specific and deliberate as 3 white stones on a door sill to simply slide out of focus, replaced by the immediate and manageable problem of whether the water heater in the back bathroom was still functional. It was. I stood under the shower and listened to the pipes knock and settle, and I made a mental note to tell the real estate agent about the knocking. And then I remembered there would be no real estate agent, because the house was mine now, and the thought of what that meant, the full weight of what that inheritance actually was, sat on my chest like something that had been waiting patiently for me to hold still long enough to land. I dressed and I stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the back hall, and I looked at the sill. The stones were gone. I looked at this fact for a long moment. The door was closed and locked, and there was nothing on the sill but the ordinary dust of a house that had been closed for 2 months. I thought about whether I had imagined the stones, and the more I thought about it, the more plausible that felt, because I had slept badly and arrived exhausted, and the light in that kitchen at dusk was the kind of light that softens edges and makes objects out of shadows. I decided with the relieved efficiency of someone who does not want to examine a thing too closely that I had been mistaken. I made coffee and opened the cardboard box. The fountain pen script on the outside had been my grandmother's clearest and most deliberate hand, a hand she used for things she considered important, the way some people raise their voice and others go very quiet. Inside the box, wrapped in a piece of unbleached muslin tied with a length of kitchen twine, was a leather journal, dark brown and soft with age, approximately the size of a hardcover novel. Beneath the journal were 3 envelopes, each sealed, each labeled in the same careful hand. The first envelope said, "The cemetery." The second said, "The names." The third said, "What I should have told you sooner." I put the envelopes down on the kitchen table and held the journal in both hands without opening it. It was warm in a way. Leather gets warm when it has been held often. The warmth of regular contact, of something turned over and over in thinking hands. The cover had no title. The pages, when I finally opened the first one, were dense with writing in a hand I did not recognize. Older than my grandmother's, with the particular forward lean of someone who learned to write in the 1930s or 40s, when the Palmer method was still being taught in Georgia schoolrooms. The first line read, "I do not know if anyone will read this who understands what I am setting down here, but I am setting it down because the names must go somewhere, and paper is more patient than memory." I set it face down on the table and drank my coffee. Outside, the morning had come in low and gray, the sky pressing close to the marsh grass, and the tidal creek was invisible in the mist. I could hear it, the soft liquid movement of water adjusting to the tide's instruction. But the water itself was gone, behind a curtain of ground fog so dense it had an interior light to it, white and sourceless. The live oak at the edge of the yard was present only as a shape, dark and layered. Its branches dissolved at the tips into the gray. A great blue heron moved through the mist without sound, as if it had decided to become an absence rather than a bird. I had not been in this kitchen without my grandmother in it for any meaningful length of time in my entire adult life. The kitchen had always been her room the way certain rooms belong to certain people, not through ownership but through the particular gravity of a personality that has arranged itself into a space over decades, so that the space rearranges itself around the absence, and the absence is louder than any presence was. Her coffee mug was still on the rack. I did not use it. I found another one in the cabinet, a plain white one, and I used that, and I stood at the counter and I told myself this was practical and not avoidance. I spent the first part of that morning working through the house in the methodical way that estate work requires, opening drawers, cataloging contents, making 3 piles of keep, donate, and discard in the front room. I kept my grandmother's sewing basket because the smell of it was the smell of every childhood visit. I kept a tin of buttons because it had always been on her windowsill, and I could not imagine where it would go in a donation box. I kept the green wingback chair. I could not justify keeping the chair in any practical sense. But I kept it anyway, and I set it in the keep pile with the finality of someone who has decided not to argue with themselves. The back bedroom took me the longest. My grandmother had used it as a combination sleeping room and workspace for the last decade of her life. After her knee made the stairs unreliable, the bed was made with the taut precision she had always applied to linens. On the nightstand were 3 items: a glass of water that had evaporated to a white mineral ring, a small Bible with a cracked spine, and a framed photograph I had not seen before. The photograph was black and white, printed on the heavy stock of mid-century photography, and it showed a woman standing at the edge of a dirt road. She was perhaps 50 years old, solidly built, wearing a cotton dress and a head wrap, and she was looking directly at the camera with an expression that was not a smile and not a challenge. It was something between the two, something that suggested she had agreed to be photographed but was reserving judgment about the decision. Behind her, just visible at the edge of the frame, was the tabby wall, my grandmother's wall. On the back of the frame, in pencil, and a handwriting I did not recognize, Mama Lisbeth, 1951. She knows the names. I set the photograph on the nightstand exactly as I had found it, and I walked back to the kitchen, and I poured a second cup of coffee, and I stood at the window, and I watched the mist burn off the marsh in slow, deliberate sections, revealing the creek, the grass, the far tree line. Like a sentence being read one word at a time, I picked up the first envelope. The cemetery. My grandmother had written 3 pages in her careful fountain pen script, and what she had written was not an explanation so much as a record, the kind of document a person writes when they are not sure who will read it but are certain it must exist. She had written about the cemetery on the other side of the tabby wall with the same matter-of-fact steadiness she had brought to everything practical in her life. The cemetery, she wrote, predates the plantation that was once on this land by at least a generation. The families who used it called it the Quiet Field, and they maintained it according to a tradition that had come with them from West Africa and had adapted itself, slowly and without instruction, to the Georgia coast. The tradition, as she understood it, as she had been taught it by a woman named Lisbeth Okafor, who had lived in a small house at the end of the road until her death in 1979, was this: when a person was cremated, someone had to speak their full name aloud at the moment the fire took hold, not before, at the moment. If no one spoke the name, the person did not know they were gone. They continued to move, she wrote, with that same undramatic precision, as though correcting a small factual error. They continued to look for the person who owed them the speaking. I read this sentence 4 times. Outside, a Carolina wren landed on the garden fence and tilted its head and opened its bill and produced a sound that was entirely too large for its body. A cascading bright alarm of a song that startled me so completely I knocked my coffee mug against the counter and had to grab it before it went over. My heart was going at an embarrassing speed. I stood and breathed and watched the wren finish its announcement and depart, satisfied with whatever it had communicated. And I thought about whether I had remembered to bring the charger for my laptop. I had remembered. It was in the front pocket of my bag. I thought about it anyway, standing there with my heart still running a little fast, because it is easier to think about a laptop charger than about what my grandmother had just told me across the distance of a handwritten letter. There were, she had written, at least 47 people in that cemetery whose names had never been spoken. She had been trying to correct this. She had been trying to correct this for 11 years, working from a list that Lisbeth Okafor had given her, a list that Lisbeth Okafor had received from her own mother, who had received it from hers, a chain of women who had kept the names the way other people keep deeds, because the names were what was owned, what mattered, what could be lost. She had managed 31. 16 remained. I set the letter down. I picked up the second envelope. the one that said the names. I did not open it immediately. I looked at it for a long time, at my grandmother's careful hand, at the particular gravity of that word plural and unadorned, and I felt something shift in the quality of the room's silence. Not louder, not different in any identifiable way, but heavier, as if the air had taken on a small additional density, the way air feels before weather arrives that has not yet announced itself. I set the second envelope on top of the first, and the third on top of that, and I went to the front door and stepped onto the porch. The mist was fully gone now. The creek was visible, moving with the easy authority of a thing that has been moving in the same direction for 10,000 years and sees no reason to reconsider. The marsh grass stood straight in a still air. The tabby wall at the back of the garden was sharp and pale in the morning light. Every shell and chip of oyster that had been pressed into the lime mortar 2 centuries ago still present, still holding. And at the base of the wall on my grandmother's side, arranged with that same deliberate spacing I had seen on the doorsill, and then dismissed, there they were again, 3 white stones, evenly placed, equidistant from one another, as if someone had taken the time to measure. I had not imagined them. The morning held its stillness. The creek kept its quiet authority, and somewhere behind me in the house, 16 names sat in an unsealed envelope, waiting with the particular patience of things that have already waited a very long time. The white stones were still there at noon. I had not touched them. I want to be precise about that. I had stood on the porch and looked at them, and then I had gone back inside, and I had spent the rest of the morning moving through the house with my clipboard and my 3-pile system, and every 40 minutes or so I had found a reason to walk to the kitchen window and look out at the garden, and every time the stones were exactly where they had been, equidistant, pale against the darker earth at the base of the wall, patient in a way that inanimate objects are not supposed to be capable of being patient. At noon I made a sandwich from bread and cheddar. I had picked up at a grocery on White Marsh Island's main road, and I stood at the kitchen counter and ate it, and looked out the window and thought about the fact that I had not yet opened the second envelope. This was a choice. I want to be clear about that too. The envelope was on the kitchen table 3 feet from where I was standing. The names, 16 of them presumably in my grandmother's careful hand, and I was choosing to eat a cheese sandwich and look at 3 white stones rather than pick it up, because I had learned something in my 38 years about the specific weight of a door that cannot be unopened once you have walked through it. My grandmother had known this too. Do not rush. She'd put it on the outside of the box in her clearest hand, as if she understood exactly how I would be standing in her kitchen with something I was not ready to hold. I put the sandwich down and I picked up the second envelope. The names were written 1 to a line in 2 columns, filling both sides of a single sheet of heavy cream paper. They were full names. First, middle were known, last, and beside each name a date, and beside each date a small notation in a column headed with the single word status. Most of the notations read spoken in a faded ink that suggested they had been written at intervals over many years. 31 of them, besides 16 names, the status column was blank. The names themselves were the names of the Georgia coast, names that carried West African roots and French Creole inflection, and the specific American compression that happens when a name is written down by someone who did not speak the language it came from. Cudjoe, Afe, Sarpong, Fatima, names that had been given carefully by people who understood that a name was not decoration but architecture, the load-bearing structure of a person's presence in the world. I read them twice, slowly, at the bottom of the sheet, in handwriting slightly less controlled than the rest. The handwriting of someone writing quickly or under pressure. Or near the end of something, my grandmother had added a note. Clara, she had written, I am too tired now to finish this. I tried for 11 years and I got 31, and I am proud of that number, and I am sorry about the 16. The tradition, as Lisbeth taught it to me, requires the name to be spoken at the moment of cremation, not before, Not after, at the moment the fire begins. The crematorium on Wheaton Street has allowed this. They know what it is. Ask for a man named Aldous. Tell him Ruth sent you. He will understand everything you need to know, and he will not make you feel strange for needing to know it. I sat down in the kitchen chair. The chair was wooden and straight-backed, and it had been in this kitchen for as long as I could remember, and I sat in it, and I held the paper, and the mist had been gone for hours, and the afternoon light was coming in through the window in a long flat plane that lay across the table and across the paper, and across the 16 blank spaces in the status column, and the light made the blank spaces look very bright. The grief arrived then, not as a wave. I have always distrusted that metaphor, the suggestion of something that crashes and recedes, but as a pressure, the way depth works on a diver, a steady increase from all directions that has no specific point of origin and no specific point of relief. My grandmother had spent 11 years on this. She had learned it from a woman who had learned it from her mother, and she had spent 11 years driving to a crematorium on Wheaton Street and standing in the chamber and speaking the names of people she had never met, because a tradition she had been trusted with required it of her, and she had taken that trust seriously in the way she took everything seriously, with the quiet and complete commitment of someone who does not require an audience. And she had called me in the spring. She had said she had found something in the chest. She had asked me to come. I had not come. I folded the paper along its original crease, and I set it beside the first envelope, and I pressed my palms flat on the table, and I breathed through my nose the way you breathe when you are deciding not to cry in a room where no one would see you cry, and the decision is therefore entirely irrational. And I noticed that the kitchen still smelled of lavender, faintly, from the sachets in the drawers, and I thought with sudden fierce clarity that I needed to check the oil in my car before the drive back to Atlanta, and then I recognized what I was doing, and I let myself cry. It was not long, it was not elegant. It was the particular crying of someone who has been holding a specific shape for months and has finally stopped holding it. And when it was finished, the kitchen was the same, and the light was the same, and the 16 blank spaces were still blank. I washed my face at the kitchen sink. I went out the back door, stepping past the threshold where the stones had appeared and disappeared and appeared again, and I walked across the garden to the tappy wall. The afternoon light came sideways across the oyster shell surface and made it look like the face of something that had been standing in this spot for so long. It had stopped noticing the weather. I crouched down and looked at the 3 white stones at its base. They were smooth, water-worn, the kind of stone that comes from a riverbed or a tidal flat. Quartz, I thought. The kind of white quartz that catches light from inside itself rather than reflecting it off the surface. They were not exceptional stones in any specific way. They were not arranged in a pattern I could assign a geometric name to. They were simply placed, with the same care you would use to set something down that you wanted someone to find. I picked one up. It was cold in a way that had nothing to do with the October air, which was mild and salt-warm. Not the cold of a stone that has been sitting in shade, the deeper cold interior, the cold of something that has been away from warmth for a long time and has stopped expecting to find it. I set it back down exactly where I had found it. I stood up and I looked over the top of the wall at the cemetery on the other side. I had looked over this wall as a child. The wall was chest-height on an adult, and as a child I had needed to pull myself up on my arms to see over it. But I had never gone through the iron gate on the far side, and my grandmother had never suggested I should. What I remembered from childhood was the impression of green and gray, the shapes of old stones in long grass, the particular quiet of a place where the absence of movement feels chosen rather than accidental. What I saw now was more specific and, in some way I cannot immediately name, more present. The cemetery was perhaps half an acre. The stones varied. Some tall and narrow, the older ones cut from local granite, some smaller and made from materials I could not identify from this distance. A type of soft gray tablet that might have been fire clay. The grass had been cut recently, not neatly, not by a riding mower, but by hand. The cut was uneven and low and fresh, the green of it bright against the gray of the stones, and there were small clippings still on the ground that had not yet dried. Someone had been in here within the last few days. I walked the length of the wall to the far end of the garden and found the gate. A low wooden gate I had not noticed because it was set into the wall and painted the same color as the weathered, tabby, and almost perfect camouflage. It was latched but not locked. I put my hand on the latch. I did not open it. I stood there with my hand on the latch and the afternoon moving around me and the smell of cut grass coming over the wall. And I thought about the note at the bottom of my grandmother's letter. Ask for a man named Aldous. Tell him Ruth sent you. I went back inside and I found the address for the crematorium on Wheaton Street on my phone, and I wrote it on the back of a grocery receipt. And I put the receipt in my jacket pocket, and I looked at the third envelope on the kitchen table, the one that said what I should have told you sooner, and I did not open it. I left it on the table, and I went to the front porch, and I sat in the evening air, and I watched the tidal creek go dark as the sun left it, and the egrets came back to the shallows one by one, and the marsh breathed its salt breath. And behind me in the house, the third envelope sat in the kitchen light and waited with a patience that felt, by now, entirely familiar. It was when I came back inside to make dinner that I noticed the photograph. The photograph from the back bedroom nightstand. Mama Lisbeth, 1951, she knows the names, was on the kitchen table. I had not moved it. I was certain of this with the uncomplicated certainty of someone who has been paying close attention to every object in a house, because paying close attention to objects is easier than paying attention to what the objects mean. I had left it on my nightstand. I had left it face up, the woman in the head wrap looking at me with her patient, reserved expression. It was now face down on the kitchen table beside the three envelopes, and underneath it, placed with that same deliberate care as the stones, were two things I did not recognize. A dried sprig of something I would later learn was guinea pepper, a plant used in Gullah Geechee ritual to open pathways between the living and the dead, and a small folded square of cloth that, when I opened it with hands that were steadier than I had any right to expect, contained nothing except the smell, the exact smell of burning. I stood in my grandmother's kitchen with an empty square of cloth in my open hands, and outside the gate and the garden walls stayed latched and the cemetery kept its careful dark. And I understood, with the slow certainty of someone who has been reading a word one letter at a time and has finally reached the last one, that the house had been waiting not for my grandmother to come back, but for me to arrive. The crematorium on Wheaton Street was not what I had expected, and I have since come to understand that this is always true of the places that matter most. They arrive in shapes that refuse the shapes you prepared for them. I had expected something institutional, a low building with a parking lot and frosted glass, and the particular sterile discretion of places that handle the body's final transaction. What I found, driving slowly down Wheaton Street on a Thursday morning with the receipt from my jacket pocket unfolded on the passenger seat, was a building that looked like it had been a small Baptist church in a previous life. Red brick, narrow arched windows, a modest wooden door painted black, set back from the street behind a strip of lawn where two crepe myrtles had gone brilliant red in the October cold. A small brass plate beside the door read Wheaton Street Cremation Services, established 1938, and below that, in lettering so small it required proximity to read, we remember every name. I sat in the car for a moment. The street was quiet in the specific way of Savannah's older residential corridors, not empty, but unhurried. A woman walking a dog on the far sidewalk, a man on a porch 2 houses down reading something in a rocking chair. The particular civic calm of a neighborhood that has decided on its pace and intends to keep it. A ginkgo tree on the lawn had dropped most of its leaves overnight, and they lay in a perfect circle around its base, yellow as old paper, as if the tree had been making a deliberate arrangement. I got out of the car, and went to the black door and opened it. The interior was dim and smelled of beeswax and something older underneath. Not unpleasant, not the chemical neutrality I had been bracing for, but organic and warm, like the inside of a wooden box that has been closed for a long time and opened in a season of good weather. There was a small reception area with 2 chairs, upholstered in dark green fabric, a low table with a single arrangement of dried flowers, not fresh, not artificial, but dried with their shapes intact, the way flowers look when someone has hung them upside down in a dry room and waited. And behind a plain wooden counter, a woman of perhaps 60 with close-cropped silver hair who looked up at me with the measured attentiveness of someone accustomed to people arriving in various states of composure. I told her my name. I told her Ruth Foss had sent me, that I was Ruth's granddaughter, that I needed to speak with someone named Aldous. The woman's expression did not change in any dramatic way. It settled slightly. The way a face settles when it hears something it has been expecting at an undetermined time, and the undetermined time has now resolved itself. She said she would let him know I was here, and she picked up a phone receiver that was the old style, corded, and spoke into it briefly in a voice too low for me to parse and set it down. She said, "He will be a few minutes," and offered me one of the green chairs. I sat. I looked at the dried flowers on the low table. I could identify goldenrod and something with a small white head I did not know the name of, and a single stem of ornamental grass gone the color of wheat, and I thought about whether I had sent the email I was supposed to have sent my department chair before leaving Atlanta. I had sent it. I remembered sending it. I thought about it anyway, turning it over in my mind with the deliberate purposelessness of a person who needs their hands busy and has no hands available. Aldous appeared from a door behind the counter. He was older than I had constructed him in my imagination. Mid-70s, I would have said, with the long, careful build of a man who has always been thin and has simply become more so with age. His skin was very dark, and his hands, which he held loosely at his sides as he came through the door, were the hands of someone who has done sustained physical work over many decades. Large-knuckled, deliberate, not restless. He wore dark trousers and a plain gray shirt, and he moved through the small reception area with the unhurried economy of someone who has learned to make every movement count. He looked at me the way the photograph of Mom Elizabeth had looked at me, not with the reservation of a stranger, but with the considered patience of someone completing an assessment that began before I walked in. He said, "You are Ruth's Clara." It was not a question. He said it the way you say the name of a place you have been waiting to visit, with the specific weight of something that has been anticipated and has now arrived. I said yes, and he nodded once, and he said to come with him, and I followed him back through the door behind the counter into a corridor that ran the length of the building, and smelled of beeswax more strongly here, and warm stone, and underneath both of those the faintest suggestion of wood ash. He led me to a small room at the corridor's end, a room that might once have been a vestry, given the building's former life, with high ceilings and a single tall window that looked out onto a rear garden where a magnolia stood with its last leaves, and a wooden table with 2 chairs and a third chair set slightly apart, as if a third person was expected or had recently left. He sat. I sat. He placed his hands flat on the table and looked at them for a moment, and then looked at me. He said, "Ruth called me in the spring to tell me she had found the journal." His voice was the voice of the Georgia coast, unhurried, musical at the edges, the vowels carrying the particular depth of a dialect that has been shaped by several languages at once over several centuries. Every word landed with the weight of something chosen rather than default. I said, "The journal in the chest." He said, "The journal that belonged to a woman named Celestine Okafor, who was Lisbeth's mother, and who kept the names from 1922 until her death in 1964, when Lisbeth took them over, and who kept them until she died. And then Ruth." He paused. He looked at the window. He said, "Your grandmother was not Gullah. She was not from these families. She had no obligation to this work, and she took it up anyway. And she did it honestly and carefully for 11 years. And I want you to understand that, Before we go any further, because it matters to the account of what she was and what she did, I said I know. And I felt saying it, the inadequacy of those two words against the actual weight of what they were supposed to carry. He nodded again, that same single nod, economical and complete. He said, the tradition is straightforward in its mechanism, and not straightforward in its consequences. When the fire is started, the name must be spoken by a living person who understands what they are speaking, not read, not recite it. Spoken with intention, which means spoken with the knowledge of what the name was to the person who carried it, not the biography, the name itself, what it meant, where it came from, what it was supposed to carry into the world when it was given. I said, and if it is not spoken. He looked at me with the expression of someone who has answered this question many times and has never found an answer that satisfies the person asking, not because the answer is insufficient, but because the truth of it requires a different architecture of understanding than most people have available to them. He said, they stay. He said it simply, not for effect, the way you say a door is locked, as a piece of information about the current state of the world that the listener will need to factor into their plans. They stay, he said, in the way that people stay when they do not know they are supposed to have gone. They continue what they were doing, looking for the thing they needed, moving toward the person they were trying to reach, because no one has told them, in the way that tradition tells a person, that the moving is finished. I thought about the 3 white stones. I thought about the photograph on the kitchen table and the folded square of cloth and the smell of burning that had come from nothing. I said, the 16 who are left on the list. He said, yes. I said, they have been waiting since. He looked at the window again. Outside, the magnolia held its last leaves with the stiff determination of a tree that knows the cold is coming and has decided not to concede the point without resistance. He said, some of them have been waiting since before your grandmother was born. The youngest on that list died in 1941. The oldest, Celestine believed the oldest died sometime in the 1880s, though the record is incomplete for that period. The room was very still, the particular stillness of a room in which something that has been true for a long time has just been said aloud for the first time in the presence of the person it concerns. I said my grandmother wanted me to finish it. He said she wanted you to choose to finish it. Those are different things. She left you the information and the contact and the access. She did not leave you an instruction because she understood that this kind of work cannot be instructed into a person. It has to be chosen. I looked at my hands on the table. They looked very ordinary. The hands of a woman who teaches literature at a mid-sized university in Atlanta, who grades papers and makes coffee and drives 4 hours to settle an estate and does not, as a general rule of her life, sit in former vestries in Savannah discussing the unresolved dead. I said, the cloth, the one I found in the kitchen, the smell of burning. He said, that would be a fae. He said it without surprise. He said it the way you say the name of a neighbor's cat when it appears at your back door, familiarly, with the casual acknowledgement of a presence that is established and expected. He said, Afe Sarpong. She has been the most active, in Ruth's experience and in mine. She died in 1953, her name was never spoken, and she was, from what Celestine recorded, a woman who was very purposeful in her habits. She would have carried that purposefulness forward. He paused. He said, she is not dangerous. I want to be clear about that. None of them are dangerous. They are not angry. They are simply incomplete, like a sentence that has been stopped before the last word. The meaning is there, the intention is there, but the thing is not finished, and an unfinished sentence does not rest. I sat with that for a moment. The magnolia outside moved slightly in a wind I could not hear from inside, its last leaves shivering without falling. I thought, with the arbitrary irrelevance of a mind doing what minds do under pressure, about whether I had enough clean clothes for a stay longer than the 3 days I had planned, and whether the plant on my kitchen windowsill in Atlanta had enough water to survive an extended absence, And then I put those thoughts aside with the deliberate care of someone setting down something fragile. I said, "What do I need to do?" He said, "Nothing today. Today you go back to the house and you read the third letter. Your grandmother wrote it for this moment, and it will tell you what she learned over 11 years that she could not reduce to a list. Read it slowly." He stood. I stood. He extended his hand, and I shook it, and his grip was the grip of someone who has been trusted with the final weight of other people's lives for a very long time, and has not been made lighter by it, but has been made steadier. At the door he said, "Clara." I turned. He said, "A Fae. When the time comes, her name in full is a Fae Mabel Sarpong. Born 1921, Darien, Georgia. Her mother named her a Fae because it means born on Friday, and she was, and her mother wanted her to carry the day she arrived into the world with her everywhere she went. When you speak it knowing that." He said it carefully, as a person states a fact of genuine consequence. I walked back through the corridor and through the reception area and out through the black door into the October light, and the ginkgo leaves were still in their perfect circle on the lawn. And somewhere in the crate myrtles a mockingbird was running through its inventory of other bird songs. Cardinal, then wren, then something I could not identify, and I stood on the brick path for a long moment in the thin, warm sun, with a Fae Mabel Sarpong's name in my mouth like something I had been given to carry, and felt the specific gravity of the word born on Friday, and understood for the first time with the completeness of a thing that has been approaching from a long distance and has finally arrived, that I was not in Savannah to settle an estate. I was here because my grandmother had kept faith for 11 years and had run out of time and had known exactly who to leave it to. She had known before I did. I drove back to White Marsh Island with the October light coming sideways through the live oaks, and the third envelope was on the kitchen table where I had left it, and when I pulled into the driveway and sat for a moment before going in, I looked at the back garden gate and found it standing open, just barely, just an inch, in an air that was, and had been all afternoon, entirely still. I opened the third envelope at the kitchen table with a cup of tea I had found in my grandmother's cabinet. A tin of loose-leaf black tea, the kind she had always bought from a shop on Liberty Street. The kind that smelled of bergamot and something earthier underneath. A smell so specifically hers that the act of opening the tin felt like a small, unauthorized trespass. I poured the tea and I sat down and I opened the envelope. My grandmother had written 11 pages. Not 11 neat pages in the fountain pen hand she used for important things. These pages were in a softer script, the hand of someone writing in the evening with the day's formality already set aside, writing the way people write when they are speaking to a specific person, rather than composing a document. The paper was unlined, and the lines wandered slightly at the ends, the way lines do when a person is writing by lamplight rather than overhead light, when the edges of things go imprecise. She began without preamble. "Clara," she wrote, "I am going to tell you things in this letter that I did not tell you when I could have told you in person, and I want you to understand that the not telling was not about you. It was about me and about the particular cowardice of people who love someone and cannot find the right season for the harder conversations and keep waiting for a season that does not arrive. I have been waiting for 14 years to tell you this. And I have run out of seasons, so here it is on paper, which is more patient than I have been." I wrapped both hands around the mug, and I read. She had met Lisbeth Okafor in 1966, 2 years after she bought the house. My grandfather was working long hours at the shipyard in those years, and my grandmother was alone in the house most evenings with a garden she was learning and a marsh she was learning, and a neighborhood that was in the process of teaching her its own specific grammar of belonging. Lisbeth had come to the gate, the garden gate, the low wooden one set into the tabby wall, and knocked, which was a thing people did on the coast in those years, knocked on garden gates rather than front doors, and my grandmother had gone out and found a woman of perhaps 60 standing on the other side, with a jar of something in her hands, and the expression of someone who has decided to make a decision, and is committed to it. The jar was fig preserves. Lisbeth had a fig tree on her side of the wall that produced more than she could use, and she had been bringing preserves to whoever lived in this house for 20 years, and she saw no reason to stop simply because the house had new occupants. They had talked over the garden gate for an hour that first evening, then for 2 hours the following Tuesday. Then Lisbeth had come through the gate, and they had sat on the porch and talked until the creek went dark, and this had become the rhythm of their friendship for 13 years, until Lisbeth's death in 1979. My grandmother had written, "I want you to understand what Lisbeth was, because you will need to understand it to understand what she gave me and what I am now giving you. She was a keeper, not a title, not an office. A function, the way a watershed is a function, the way a coastline is a function. She kept things that needed keeping. The names were part of it, but only part. She kept the recipes for certain medicines that the families had brought from their grandmothers. She kept the songs that were sung at particular times of year. She kept the knowledge of which plants did what, and why, and when, and for whom. She kept all this the way you keep a fire, not by hoarding it, but by feeding it, by passing the warmth of it to the next person who understood what warmth was for. She had given the list to my grandmother in the winter of 1978, a year before she died. When she understood she was running out of time to finish it, I read this and I set the letter down for a moment. The kitchen was very quiet. The afternoon had moved into that particular late stage where the light thickens and goes amber, and the shadows begin to commit to their shapes, and the lavender smell of the drawer sachets was present in the room the way a person is present in a room when they are not speaking, not demanding attention, but there, consistently and without apology, informing the quality of the air. I thought about my grandmother driving to the crematorium on Wheaton Street for 11 years. Every time a name on the list could be connected to a cremation, she had gone. She had stood in that chamber, which Aldous had described to me once, years later, as a room that smells of cedar and old heat and something mineral that you never quite name, and she had spoken each name into the moment the fire began. 31 times. 31 people who had been waiting, some of them for generations, for a living voice to release them into whatever came after the waiting. She had done this alone. She had not told my mother, who would have worried. She had not told my aunt, who would have turned it into a story to tell at dinner parties. She had not told me, because, and here I had to put the letter down again, briefly, and look at the amber light on the kitchen wall, because I was the one she was keeping it for, and she had wanted me to come to it at the right time, not because I was told, but because I was ready. She had been waiting for me to be ready. I had not come when she called. The grief that arrived this time was different from the grief of the morning. The morning's grief had been the grief of absence, of the mug on the rack, and the chair with its worn armrests, and the seamstress basket with its familiar smell. This was something older and more specifically located. The grief of understanding what you declined without knowing you were declining it. The grief of a door you let close that had been open and waiting impatient, and that is now simply closed, and the person on the other side has gone on without you to the next room. I had been 24 when my grandmother first tried to tell me. She had tried in the kitchen of my apartment in Atlanta, the summer I moved there for graduate school. Sitting at my table with a cup of coffee, she had declared adequate and a look on her face that I had read, at 24, as the general older person expression of needing to tell you something important about life. I had listened with the attentive performance of someone who was listening and thinking about something else simultaneously. I had nodded. I had said I understood. I had understood nothing because I had not been paying the kind of attention that understanding requires. She had tried again at Christmas of the following year. I had been preoccupied with a relationship that was ending badly, and a dissertation chapter that was not ending at all, and I had given her the same attentive performance, and she had looked at me with the particular expression of a woman who has learned to read the difference between a person who is present and a person who was performing presence, and she had folded the conversation away and not tried again for a long time. She had tried in the spring on the phone. She had said she found something in the chest. I had said I would come. I pressed my hands flat on the table, the way I had in the morning, but this time I let the feeling be what it was, without managing it, because managing it was how I had gotten here. And here was a kitchen on White Marsh Island, with 11 pages of my grandmother's evening handwriting, and 16 names, and a gate that opened by itself in still air, and the management had clearly not served either of us well. I picked up the letter and read on. She had written about what the work had cost her, and what it had given her, in the plain accounting language of someone who has been keeping honest records for a long time. What it had cost, the unease of her neighbors, who noticed the drives to Wheaton Street and drew conclusions that were not correct, but were not entirely wrong either. The occasional loneliness of carrying something that could not be explained quickly or casually, that required the kind of context most social conversations did not have room for. One winter, in the middle years, a period of 3 months, when she had dreamed every night of a woman standing in the garden, and had woken each morning with the smell of burning in the room and the absolute certainty that she was failing of something essential, that she was moving too slowly, that the waiting had gone on too long. What it had given her, a relationship with this land and these families, and this specific history that was not hers by birth, but that she had been trusted with by Lisbeth Okafor, and that trust, she wrote, was the most serious thing anyone had ever offered me, and I tried every day to be worthy of it. And underneath all of it, a feeling she described carefully and without embellishment, the feeling of being useful in a way that required the whole of her, not just her competence or her willingness, but her actual presence, the specific fact of her being alive and here and able to speak, because the dead could not speak for themselves and needed the living to do it. And this was not a metaphor. It was a literal and specific need, and she had been able to meet it, and that had been enough. I read that paragraph 4 times. I thought about my dissertation, which was on the elegiac tradition in American literature, on the ways the living use language to address the dead, to complete what death interrupts, to say the things that could not be said in time. I thought about 7 years of teaching that material to undergraduates in fluorescent-lit classrooms, talking about grief as a literary structure, as a formal problem that poetry and prose attempt to solve. I thought about how thoroughly I had studied the architecture of exactly this, the need of the living to speak for the dead, in texts and journals and critical essays, and how completely I had managed not to recognize it when it arrived in my actual life, in the form of my grandmother's phone call, and her careful handwriting, and her patience with my consistent 7-year performance of being available without being present. The irony had the particular quality of ironies that are not funny. There was one more section to the letter, set apart by space on the page, written in a slightly different hand, the hand of someone who has taken a breath before writing the final portion of something difficult. She had written, "Clara, I need to tell you something about why this is yours specifically, and not someone else's. Lisbeth told me on one of our last Tuesday evenings that the tradition has a mechanism of its own selection, which is to say that the work does not go to the person who is most available or most willing, but to the person who is most needed by it. A keeper is not chosen because they are the right kind of person. They are chosen because there is something in them that the work requires. Some unfinished thing, some unanswered question, some grief or gap that the work of speaking the names will, over time, help to complete. Lisbeth told me that when she found me at the gate with the fig preserves, she already knew. She said, I saw it in you the same way I saw it in my mother. Not loss exactly, readiness. She had written, I think you have been grieving something for a long time, Clara. That has nothing to do with me, and everything to do with the life you have been building at a careful distance from the things that could hurt you. I think you have been very skilled at that distance. I think the work will ask you to close it. I am sorry I did not find a way to say this to your face. I am sorry I did not push harder through the performing and get to you. That was my failure, and I own it. You are going to be extraordinary at this. I sat at the kitchen table for a long time after I finished reading, with the tea gone cold in the mug and the light gone entirely from the kitchen walls and the room settling into the blue-gray of early evening. I was not thinking about the stones, or the photograph, or the gate, standing open in still air. I was not thinking about Afe Mabel Sarpong, born on a Friday in 1921 in Darien, Georgia, who had been purposeful in her habits, and had carried that purposefulness forward into the waiting. I was thinking about my grandmother at a garden gate in 1966, with a woman who had looked at her and seen, before she had seen it herself, what she was for. I was thinking about whether that was what it felt like when it happened to you, and whether I had been looked at in that way, and had simply not been paying the kind of attention that would have allowed me to feel it. Outside, the gate in the tabby wall was still open. I could see it from the kitchen window, a pale rectangle in the darkening garden, standing at its inch, letting the night move between the garden and the cemetery in both directions, as if the wall had been a boundary once and had simply at some point decided to stop. On the kitchen table, beside my grandmother's 11 pages, the small folded square of cloth that smelled of burning was exactly where I had left it. I picked it up. I held it, and I said, quietly, into the kitchen's blue evening air, the only name I currently knew well enough to speak with any honesty. Afe Mabel Sarpong, born on a Friday. Darien, Georgia, 1921. The lavender smell in the room shifted. It did not disappear. It became something slightly different. Warmer, less like a sachet in a drawer, and more like a garden in summer. More like a living thing than a preserved one. And then it steadied, and the kitchen was the kitchen again, and the gate in the garden wall was still open, and I was sitting at my grandmother's table with a cold cup of tea and 11 pages of her handwriting and the absolute clarifying certainty of a person who was finally, after a very long time, arrived somewhere real. What I had been grieving was not a person or a place, but a version of myself I had kept at a careful distance for years. The version that could be needed in this specific way, that could be trusted with something irreplaceable. And sitting in that kitchen in the dark, I understood that my grandmother had not left me a task. She had left me a door. And I had been standing in front of doors my entire adult life, waiting for someone to tell me they were safe to open. I called Aldous the following morning, not from the kitchen table, where the letter in the envelopes and the folded cloth still occupied their arrangement with the patient permanence of things that have found their correct positions and do not intend to move. But, from the porch, standing at the railing in the early cold with my coffee in one hand and my phone in the other, and the creek below the marsh showing its first light as a long, silver line between the dark grass. The number was on a small card he had pressed into my hand at the door of the crematorium. A plain white card with his name and the Wheaton Street number in plain black type. No title, no credential, just Aldous and a phone number, as if the work spoke for itself and required no further introduction. He answered on the second ring. He said, "I expected you would call today." I said, "I read the letter." He said, "Yes." There was a brief silence that was not uncomfortable. The silence of two people who have already established the important things and are simply finding the appropriate place to begin the next portion. A brown pelican moved over the creek below me in the early light, impossibly large and impossibly unhurried, banking on a current of air with the complete confidence of something that has never once doubted its right to occupy the sky. I said, "I want to understand the full tradition before I begin. Not just the mechanism. The history of it, how it developed, what it requires of the person doing it. I want to understand what I am undertaking." He said, "Then come this afternoon. There are things better said in person than over a phone. And there are things I can show you here that will make the understanding more complete than any explanation alone." I went at 2 o'clock. The crepe myrtles outside the crematorium had dropped more leaves overnight, and the red of them lay across the brick path in a pattern that suggested intention without quite achieving geometry. The brass plate caught the afternoon sun. We remember every name. I stood at the black door for a moment and read it again, and this time it did not feel like a motto. It felt like a statement of fact, precise and non-decorative, the kind of language that only people who mean it exactly literally use. Aldous met me himself at the door. He led me not to the vestry room where we had spoken the day before, but further into the building, down a second corridor I had not seen, narrower and lower ceilinged, where the beeswax smell was stronger and something else was present underneath it. Cedar and warm stone, and the mineral edge of heat that has been applied and withdrawn over many years, leaving its record in the walls the way weather leaves its record in old wood. The floor here was wide plank pine, worn smooth and dark with age, and on the walls hung a series of framed documents, not photographs, not certificates, but handwritten pages under glass, each page dense with names. I stopped at the first one. Aldous paused beside me. He said, "Those are the spoken records. Every name spoken here from 1938 forward. Every name, the date it was spoken, and the name of the person who spoke it." The pages were arranged chronologically. The earliest entries were in a formal copperplate hand, a record-keeper's hand, deliberate and unhurried. Later entries showed different hands, different inks, the record passing from one keeper to another as the years moved through the building. Near the end of the most recent frame I found my grandmother's fountain pen script. 11 years of entries, 31 names in her hand, each with a date beside it, each with a small notation I had to lean close to read. The notation beside each of her entries was the same 2 words, spoken true. I stood there for longer than I intended. Aldous waited beside me with the complete patience of someone for whom waiting is not a passive act, but an active one, a form of company rather than an absence of motion. I said, "Spoken true. What does that mean, specifically?" He said, "It means the name was spoken with full knowledge of what it carried, not read from a list, not recited as a formality, spoken with the understanding of who the person was, what the name meant to them, where it came from. A name spoken without that knowledge is just a sound. It does not reach." He said this with the flat precision of someone describing a physical law, the way a teacher describes why a bridge holds or fails, not with drama but with the authority of demonstrated consequence. We continued down the corridor to a door at its end, and Aldous opened it, and we stepped into the chamber. It was smaller than I had imagined and larger than I had expected simultaneously, a paradox of dimension that I later came to understand was a property of the space itself, which was built in the proportions of the old Gallipres houses, wide enough for community, but low enough for intimacy, with a ceiling that pressed the air down gently rather than releasing it upward. The walls were plain brick, the same red brick as the exterior, and the floor was the same worn pine. At the far end was the retort, the cremation chamber itself, faced in a dark iron that had been worked into a simple arched frame, functional and without ornament, but with a presence that was architectural rather than mechanical, as if the arch had been placed there not to contain the fire, but to give it a frame worthy of what the fire did. To the left of the retort, built into the wall, was a low wooden shelf, and on the shelf were objects I recognized from my grandmother's letter and from the reading I had done the previous evening in the back bedroom. Unable to sleep, with Celestine O'Coffer's journal open across my knees, the clay bowl containing dried herbs, guinea pepper, and something dark and resinous I would learn was frankincense brought up from a shop in the historic district, a small vessel of water drawn from the tidal creek on the morning of each ceremony, a length of white cloth folded with precision, a candle, unlit, in a plain brass holder, and beside the shelf, on the wall itself, a piece of wood the size of a large book, smooth and very dark, on which names had been carved in close, careful rows. Not the formal record of the framed pages in the corridor, but something older and more elemental, the names cut directly into the wood with a blade, each one a permanent physical fact rather than an ink record. I counted the rows. I lost count. I began again. Alda said, "That is the Okafor board. Celestine started it in the 1920s, when she understood that paper was not permanent enough for what she was keeping. Every name spoken in this chamber since then is on that board. When you speak a name, it goes on the board. That is how the record is kept, not just in paper upstairs, not just in memory, but in wood, which outlasts both." I looked at the board for a long time. The names carved into it were the names of people who had come to this coast over centuries, people who had been taken from one world and set down in another and had made, out of the materials of that displacement, something that held, a tradition, a practice, a way of ensuring that the dead were not simply lost into silence, but were spoken into their release by someone who understood the weight of what they were releasing. I said, "Tell me the history, from the beginning, as far back as the record goes." He sat on a low wooden bench against the wall, and I sat beside him, and he told me. He told it without performance, in the same measured voice he used for everything. The voice that had the Georgia coast's music in it, but also something older, the cadence of oral transmission, of a story that has been carried in the mouth for a long time and knows its own shape. The tradition, as best he could trace it, had come with the Gullah families from the rice coast of West Africa. Specifically, he believed, from the tradition among the Akan people of Ghana, where the speaking of a person's name at the moment of cremation was understood as the final act of witness, the last confirmation that a person had existed and been known and was now being correctly released. The name in that tradition was not merely a label but an anchor. It was what held the person's identity together in the world, and the speaking of it at the moment of dissolution was what allowed the identity to dissolve correctly, to release into whatever came after without remainder. On the Georgia coast, this tradition had adapted itself to the specific conditions of people who had been deliberately separated from their names, enslaved people who had been given new names by people who understood that to rename a person was to begin to unmake them, to sever the anchor of identity. The keeping of the original names, the speaking of them, had become an act of restoration as much as a ritual of release. You spoke the name to tell the person they were still themselves, even at the end, even after everything that had tried to make them something else. He paused here. He said, "That is what Celestine understood when she began the list. The people on that list were people whose names had been lost or obscured or never properly recorded, and who had been cremated without anyone speaking what they were. She understood that they were not at rest because they had not been confirmed. They had not been told, in the language they could receive, that they were finished with this place and free to go." He looked at the Okafor board on the wall. He said, "The tradition requires three things of the person who speaks. The first is the name itself, spoken in full with the knowledge of its meaning. The second is the origin, where the person came from, the ground they were born on, because a person's origin is part of their name in this understanding, part of what they are releasing. The third is a word of acknowledgement, not a prayer, not a religious formula, but a plain statement that the person existed, was known, and is now witnessed leaving. Something true. It can be brief. It must be honest." He said, "Your grandmother was very good at the third part. She had a gift for the plain, true statement. She told me once that she thought of it as the thing you would say to a person at a train station when the train was already moving. Not a speech, not a eulogy, just the thing that needed to be said before the distance made it impossible. I thought about my grandmother standing in this chamber, this room with its warm brick and its cedar smell and its worn pine floor, standing before the arch of dark iron with a name in her mouth that she had spent weeks or months researching, learning, understanding, standing alone because this was not a public ceremony, standing in the particular solitude of someone doing necessary work that most people did not know existed. I felt the shape of what I owed her with a clarity that was physical, a pressure at the sternum, a specific gravity. I said, the 16 remaining names. What is the process for identifying which cremation corresponds to which name? he said. Celestine kept the records in the journal, and your grandmother continued them. Each name on the list has a set of accompanying notes, physical descriptions where available, dates of death, any family connections that were documented. When an unclaimed cremation is scheduled here, I cross-reference. It is not always certain. Sometimes the correspondence is clear, and sometimes it is a matter of informed judgment, and in those cases I bring my best judgment to bear. And Ruth always trusted it. He said, I have been waiting to tell you that I have one scheduled. In 4 days, a woman brought in by the county, unidentified, whose physical description and approximate age match a name on your grandmother's list with a confidence I would call high. I said, which name? He looked at me with the expression of someone who knows that information changes the person receiving it, and is making the decision of whether to offer that change. He said, Delia Coombs, according to Celestine's record. Died approximately 1948, cause unknown. Brought to this crematorium by a county deputy who did not know her name or her people. Celestine was already ill by then and could not come. It was one of the ones she apologized for in her journal, specifically and by name in the last pages. The room held its warm stillness. I said, I will be here. He said, I know. He said it the way he had said you were Ruth's Clara. With the weight of something that had been anticipated and had now simply confirmed itself, the way weather confirms what the barometer already knew. He walked me back through the corridor-framed pages and through the reception area to the black door. And before I went through it, I turned and I said, Aldous. The name Delia, do you know what it meant? Where it came from? He said, Celestine believed it was from the Fonte people. A name given to a girl born on a Monday. It means the one who arrives at the beginning of the week, which in the old understanding meant the one who arrives with the week's full possibility in her, the one who comes first and therefore carries what is coming for everyone. He said it carefully and without sentiment, the way he said everything. As a fact of consequence, a piece of information that the world required to be spoken accurately. I walked to my car in the October afternoon with Delia Coombs in my mouth alongside Afe Mabel Sarpong, two names that had been waiting 70 and 60 years respectively for a living voice, and the crepe myrtle leaves were red and still on the brick path. And above the street, the sky was the deep clear blue of a coast afternoon when the weather has decided to be generous. And I drove back to White Marsh Island with both windows down and the salt air moving through the car and through my hair and across my face. And I did not think about Atlanta or my apartment or my department chair or the plant on the windowsill. I thought about a woman named Delia, born on a Monday, who had arrived with the week's full possibility in her and had been waiting for 70 years for someone to confirm that she had been here at all. 4 days felt. Driving back across the marshes in that clear coastal light, like both an abundance of time and almost none at all. And when I pulled into the driveway and looked at the garden gate, it was closed, fully and firmly closed, for the first time since I had arrived, as if something that had been restless had found, for the moment, a reason to be still. The 4 days moved differently than days ordinarily move. I am aware of how that sounds, and I want to be precise about it rather than simply atmospheric, because imprecision is a way of avoiding accountability for what I am actually saying. The 4 days did not move slowly or quickly. They moved with a quality of attention that ordinary time does not usually carry. The way a piece of music you have heard 100 times moves differently when you finally understand what the composer was doing. When the structure becomes audible underneath the surface, when you hear not just the notes but the intention behind their arrangement. The days had that quality. Each one was specific and complete and aware of its own position in a sequence that was moving towards something. I spent the first of the 4 days in the cemetery. I want to be honest about what brought me through the gate, because it was not courage and it was not resolution. It was something quieter and more involuntary than either of those. The way you find yourself standing in a room you did not consciously decide to enter. the way the body sometimes moves toward a thing the mind has not yet finished arguing about. I was in the garden in the early morning with my coffee, and the gate was closed, as it had been since I returned from the crematorium, and I put my hand on the latch, and I opened it, and I went through. The cemetery was very still. The grass was short and fresh cut and wet with dew, and my shoes were immediately damp, and I noticed this with the clear attentiveness of someone whose senses have been tuned up by proximity to something that requires careful noticing. The stones were various: granite, fired clay, and one or two made from a compressed shell composite I had read about in Celestine's journal, a material used by Gullah families in the early 20th century when other stone was not available or affordable. Some stones had names, some had only dates, some had symbols I recognized from the journal: a spiral, a particular cross form, a bird in profile, the Gullah cosmogram and its various abbreviations, a map of the passage between this world and the next, between the living and the dead and the not yet born. I walked the rows slowly, reading what was readable, standing before what was not. At the far end of the cemetery, in its own slight depression in the ground, as if the earth had made a small accommodation for it, was a stone with no name and no date. It was the oldest looking stone in the cemetery, its surface so weathered that whatever had been carved into it was entirely gone, replaced by a texture like the surface of very old skin, fine-grained, soft-looking despite being stone, bearing the record of its age in its surface without disclosing specifics. Around its base, placed with the same deliberate spacing as the stones on my grandmother's doorstep, and at the base of the tabby wall, were small white quartz stones. More than 3 this time. I counted quietly. 7. I crouched down beside the nameless stone, and I looked at the quartz stones, and I did not touch them, because I had learned what I needed to learn from the last time I touched one, which was that learning can come at a cost to your composure. And I wanted to keep my composure for the morning. I said quietly, to the stone and to the air and to whatever the air was carrying, I am here. I am here. I know I am late. I am going to finish it. The dew on the grass around the stone caught the early light in a way that made each drop briefly prismatic, a small scattered brightness across the green, there and then gone as the angle of the light moved on, and the cemetery returned to its ordinary stayness. And I stood up, and I walked back through the gate, and I closed it behind me. The 2nd and 3rd days I spent with Celestine's journal. I read it in the evenings by the lamp in the front room, in the green wing-back chair, with a wool blanket my grandmother had kept on the chair's arm across my lap, and the sound of the creek moving through the dark outside. And the journal gave me what Aldous had said it would. Not information exactly, but the texture of understanding, the feel of the tradition from the inside rather than the outside. Celestine had been a woman of extraordinary precision. She wrote the way people write when they have accepted that they will not live forever, and that the things they know must therefore be made as durable as possible in the time remaining. Every entry was complete, self-contained, written as if for a reader who was starting the journal at that page rather than from the beginning. She had written about the speaking of names with the same matter-of-fact authority she brought to everything. She had written, "The name is not a symbol of the person. The name is part of the person. When you speak it, you are not describing someone, you are addressing them. There is a difference between addressing a person and describing them, and the difference is the whole of what this work requires. You are not a historian reading a record. You are a living person speaking directly to another person, across the distance that death has made, but not made absolute. The fire is the door. The name is what the door is for." I read this passage in the lamplight with the wool blanket across my lap, and the creek audible in the dark, and my grandmother's seamstress basket on the floor beside the chair, and I felt, with the completeness of something that has been moving toward its destination for a long time and has now arrived, exactly what she meant. On the 4th day, I drove to Wheaton Street. I arrived early. All this was already there, in the corridor, framed records, adding an entry to the most recent page in a hand that was slow and deliberate and careful. The way hands are careful when the thing being written is being written for permanence. He heard me come in and finish the entry before he turned, which seemed right. The record completed before anything else. He said, "Are you ready?" I said, "I have been learning Delia Coombs for 4 days. I know her name, her origin, what her name meant to the people who gave it to her. I know what Celestine recorded of her, and I know what the record does not say and cannot say, and I intend to speak what is true rather than what is complete, because complete is not available and true is." He looked at me for a moment. He said, "That is exactly right. That is what spoken true means." We went down the corridor to the chamber. I want to describe what it felt like to enter that room on that particular morning, and I want to do it without reaching for the larger and more convenient vocabulary of the supernatural or the mystical, because what happened in that room was not larger than human. It was precisely human, the human thing of acknowledging another human, the oldest and most necessary act in the repertoire of what the living owe the dead. The chamber was warm. The retort was prepared. The clay bowl on the shelf held its dried herbs, and the vessel of creek water stood beside it, and the white cloth was folded, and the candle was lit, burning with the particular steadiness of a flame in a room without draughts, giving off a light that was the specific amber of very old things, beeswax and warmth, and the long accumulation of years of the same light in the same room, doing the same work. Aldous stood to the side, near the shelf, not at the retort itself, but adjacent to it, present without being central. This was my work. He was a witness. I stood before the arch of dark iron. The fire had not yet begun. I looked at the arch and at the space within it, and I thought about Delia Coombs, born on a Monday in some year before the record becomes reliable, somewhere on the Georgia coast or near it, who had lived a life that Celestine knew only in fragments and silences, a woman who had arrived at the beginning of the week with the week's full possibility in her, and who had died in 1948 without her name being spoken, and who had been here since, in the way that Aldous had described, continuing, searching, incomplete. Aldous said quietly, "When you are ready." I breathed. I felt the room around me, the warm brick, the worn floor, the cedar smell, the candle's amber light, the oak coffer board on the wall with its rows of carved names, my grandmother's name among the entries in the corridor outside, Celestine's board waiting for one more. I said, "Delia Coombs." I said it the way you say a name when you mean to reach the person it belongs to, not loudly, not with performance, but with the full weight of intention behind it. The way you say a name in the dark to someone you know is in the room. The fire began. I said, "Born on a Monday." Born with the week's full possibility, from the Fonte people, through the Georgia coast, through everything this coast asked of you, and everything you gave it. Your name was kept for you by Celestine O'Coffer, who could not come, and by her daughter Lisbeth, who waited, and by a woman named Ruth Foss, who learned your name and carried it for years and could not finish, and by me, Clara Voss, who is finishing it now because I was trusted with this, and I am trying to be worthy of that trust. The warmth from the retort reached me across the chamber, the specific warmth of a fire doing the particular work a fire does, and I felt it on my face and my hands, and I let it be there, the way my grandmother had let it be there for 11 years. The warmth of an ending that is also a completion. I said, "Delia, you existed. You were here. You were known, even across the distance, even imperfectly. You are witness now, leaving. You are spoken true." The silence that followed was not empty. It was the silence of a room that has just completed something. The silence after the last note of a piece of music that is resolved correctly. After the last word of something that was always building toward this specific word and has now arrived there and can rest. The candle flame, which had been perfectly still, moved once. A single slow lean to the left, as if something had passed close beside it, and then returned to its vertical, and burned without motion. I stood in that silence for a long time. Aldous did not speak, and I did not speak, and the room held us both in the specific warmth of its cedar and beeswax and old heat. And outside the high window, the October sky was the color of pewter going silver at its edges, and the air in the chamber had a quality I had not felt in it before. Not different exactly, but settled, the way a room feels after a window has been opened and closed again, after a necessary exchange has happened between the interior and the outside world. After a time, Aldous went to the Okafor board. He took a small blade from the shelf beside the clay bowl, and he looked at me, and I said her name again, Dahlia Coombs, and he carved it into the wood in the slow, deliberate way of someone adding a fact to the permanent record of the world, a fact that had been waiting to be added for 70 years and was now, finally, here. He carved the date beneath it. He stepped back. We looked at it together, the new carving bright against the dark wood, the name specific and complete and present. And Aldous said nothing, and I said nothing, and there was nothing to say because the thing that needed doing had been done, and the room understood this, and the silence was not empty, and the candle burned. I walked out of the chamber and down the corridor and through the reception area, and out through the black door into the October morning, and the crepe myrtles were bare now, all their leaves given to the brick path, and the sky was the pewter silver I had seen through the high window, and I stood on the brick path, and I breathed the cold salt air of the savannah morning, and I was not crying, and I was not crying. I was something else, something that did not have a readily available name, the state of a person who has done a necessary thing for the first time, and feels the specific weight and specific lightness of it simultaneously, the weight of understanding what it costs and the lightness of knowing they can pay it. My phone told me it was 9:47 in the morning. I had been in the chamber for less than an hour. It felt like a different day than the one I had driven into the city in, and in some way I did not feel ready to reduce to a practical description. I drove back to White Marsh Island. When I came through the back door into the kitchen, I stopped. The 3 envelopes were on the table where I had left them. The folded cloth was where I had left it. The journal was where I had left it. But the smell of burning that had lived in the cloth since I found it, that deep interior smell of ash and heat that had nothing to do with any fire I had made, was gone. The cloth smelled of nothing. Clean fabric. The ordinary smell of cotton that has been washed and folded and kept in a dry place. I picked it up and held it and breathed it, and it was simply cloth, simply a square of fabric, and the kitchen smelled of lavender and old wood and the salt air that had come in through the door with me. And outside the garden gate was closed, and the tabby wall stood in the thin autumn light, and the cemetery on the other side was quiet, with the specific quiet of a place where something has been set right after a long time of being wrong. The cloth stayed on the table, and I made coffee, and I stood at the window and looked at the wall and the gate and the pale October sky beyond the yard, and I understood that I had just done 1 of 16 and that 15 remained, and that the understanding of what each one would cost and give me had just become, in the chamber on Wheaton Street, something I knew from the inside rather than from description. The 15 did not happen all at once. I want to be clear about this because clarity matters here, in the way it matters whenever a person is tempted to shape their account into something more dramatic than the truth, to compress the months into a single sustained act of completion, to make the work seem like a movement of unbroken momentum rather than what it actually was, which was a series of days and weeks and quiet returns, each one specific and separate, each one requiring the same preparation and the same presence and the same willingness to stand in a warm chamber with a name in your mouth and mean it all the way through. I stayed on White Marsh Island for 3 weeks after the morning of Dahlia Coombs. The practical reason was the estate work, which took longer than I had planned because my grandmother's papers were more extensive than any estate attorney's summary can convey. 60 years of accumulated correspondence, legal documents, tax records, the paper record of a life lived with the same deliberate care she brought to everything. I spent mornings at the kitchen table sorting and cataloging, and afternoons either in the cemetery with Celestine's journal open on my knee, learning the names and their histories in the places where some of those histories had happened, or at Wheaton Street with Aldous, who had the patience of someone who has given the same gift of time to many different people and has never made any of them feel like they were borrowing it. The deeper reason for staying was something I could not have named precisely at the time, but can name now. From the distance of 14 months, I was not finished beginning. Delia Coombs had been the first, and the first of anything requires more than what comes after, requires the full and somewhat overwhelming experience of finding out what you are actually capable of. And I needed to stay close to the place where I had found that out, until I was certain I would not lose it, when I drove back to the ordinary dimensions of my Atlanta life. Aldous gave me 3 more names in those 3 weeks. He gave them the way, he gave everything, not as assignments, not as requests, but as information offered to a person capable of deciding what to do with it. A man named Coffee Mensa, whose name Celestine had recorded with the notation board on Friday, same as Afe, 2 people from the same family of days. A woman named Patience Brew, whose name needed no explanation of its meaning but whose origin Celestine had traced, carefully and with evident pride in her research, to the Asante people. A name given to girls whose mothers had waited a long time for them, and wanted the waiting itself honored. A child named Samuel Osei, 8 years old at his death in 1933, whose name Celestine had written in her journal with a space of several lines left empty beneath it, as if she had needed the space to contain what she felt and had decided, in the end, to leave it blank rather than reduce it to language. I spoke each of them in the chamber on Wheaton Street on 3 separate mornings, and Aldous carved each name into the Okafor board, and each time the chamber held its completion silence and the candle flame made its single slow acknowledgement, and I walked out through the black door into whatever the October weather was doing. Sometimes rain, once a morning of such clear, cold brilliance that the air felt newly made, once a low gray sky that pressed close to the rooftops and smelled of impending change, and I stood on the brick path and breathed and felt what it felt like, which was always specific and always different and always in some way the same in this way, the feeling of a word that has been spoken to the person it was meant for, rather than into the air in the general direction of nothing, the feeling of language doing its oldest and most essential work. I drove back to Atlanta on a Thursday morning in early November with the heat on in the car and the coastal plain giving way to the Piedmont through the long window of the drive. The land rising slightly and the oaks thinning and the light changing its quality from the coastal silver to the inland gold of a Georgia autumn afternoon. I had Celestine's journal in my bag, and the list, my grandmother's copy of it. 12 names remaining, folded in the front pocket alongside the card with Aldous' number, and the green wing-back chair strapped into a moving pod that would arrive at my apartment 3 days later. My apartment in Atlanta was on the 3rd floor of a building in the Virginia Highland neighborhood, a neighborhood of bungalows and large trees, and a particular Saturday morning quality that I had always liked, the feeling of a city that remembers how to be a neighborhood. I had lived there for 6 years. I knew the neighbors on my floor by sight and first name and the approximate schedules their dogs required. I knew the coffee shop on the corner by its smell before I could see it on morning walks. It was a life that fit me the way a well-worn jacket fits. Not exciting, not surprising, but specific and reliable and mine. I came back to it from Savannah, the way you come back to a place that has not changed, and discover that you have, which is not the place's fault, and requires a period of adjustment that is nobody's fault at all. The plant on the kitchen windowsill had survived. I had overestimated its need for my attention, which felt instructive. The first thing I did was put Celestine's journal on the desk in my study, beside the lamp, where I could see it from the kitchen doorway. The second thing I did was make a cup of tea with the last of the bergamot tin I had brought from my grandmother's cabinet, standing in my kitchen and smelling the steam and feeling, briefly but completely, the specific gravity of the green wingback chair arriving in 3 days to take its place in the front room, and what it would mean to have it there. The third thing I did was call a colleague named Marcus Webb, who taught American history at my university with a focus on the Reconstruction South, and who was the person I trusted most to receive information carefully and without either dismissal or theatrical credulity. I told him where I had been and what I had been doing and what I was continuing. I told him about the tradition and about Celestine's journal and about the Okafor board on the wall of the chamber on Wheaton Street. I told him about Delia and Kofi and Patience and Samuel and about the 12 that remained. Marcus listened without interrupting, which was one of his most valuable qualities. When I finished, he said, "Clara, that is the most extraordinary thing I have ever heard from you." He said it with the precise, measured wonder of a historian hearing a piece of living tradition that has survived against the odds, and I felt the warmth of being heard by someone who understood what they were hearing, and I said, "I know." And then I said, "I need your help with the research. The remaining 12, some of the records are incomplete, and I want to know everything that can be known before I speak each name, and you have access to archives I do not." He said yes without hesitation, the way people say yes when they have been waiting for a request that matches something they were already inclined toward. We spent the following 2 months working through the list together, Marcus in the Emory Archives and the Georgia Historical Society collections, me in my study with Celestine's journal and the specific human texture of what she had recorded. The two approaches meeting in the middle to build the most complete picture available of each person on the list. It was slow, methodical, deeply satisfying work, the kind of work that has its own momentum once it begins, that carries you forward through the difficult sections by the sheer accumulated weight of what you have already learned. I returned to Savannah 6 times between November and the following March. Each return had its own quality, its own weather, its own specific preparation. I drove down on a Thursday in December through rain that turned the coastal plain into a mirror, and arrived at Wheaton Street with my notes in a folder on the passenger seat and the name of a woman named Abena Asante, born on Tuesday, from the Akan tradition where Tuesday's children carry the quality of fire, warm in my mouth from the 2 weeks I had spent learning her. I spoke her in the chamber with the December rain audible on the roof above us, a soft percussion against the silence. And Aldous carved her name and the candle acknowledged her, and I walked out into the wet December air feeling what I always felt, which never became routine and was never less than what it had been the first time. In January I spoke 2 names on the same morning. Aldous had matched 2 county cremations to 2 names on the list with a confidence he described as high, and had asked if I was willing to do them together, and I had said yes, and then spent a week wondering if I had said yes too quickly, if the attention required could be doubled without being divided, and then I had decided the wondering was a form of avoidance. And I drove to Savannah in the cold, clear January morning, and I stood in the chamber and I spoke them both, separately, completely, each one its own full act of addressing and witnessing, and the chamber held them both, and the candle acknowledged them both. And Aldous carved 2 names that morning, and I stood at the Okafor board and looked at the rows of names, and thought about Celestine, starting it in the 1920s with a blade and a piece of wood and the understanding that paper was not permanent enough for what she was keeping. I thought about what it meant to be part of a chain that long. The green wingback chair arrived at my apartment, and I put it in the front room by the window where the morning light came in. And I sat in it to grade papers on weekend mornings with a cup of coffee on the side table. And it was my grandmother in the room without being my grandmother. It was the specific gravity of a person made portable and relocated, carried forward in the form of an object that held the shape of a life in its worn armrests and its particular angle of repose. I called my aunt in February and told her about the estate and about the tradition and about what my grandmother had been doing for 11 years. I had been uncertain about making this call, uncertain whether the information would land correctly in a person who had not been prepared for it by 3 weeks on White Marsh Island and a morning in a chamber on Wheaton Street. My aunt listened with a silence that moved through several qualities. Surprise, I thought, and then something that sounded like recognition, and then something quieter and harder to name. She said she never told any of us. I said she told me. She just told me in a letter. My aunt was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "She always believed you were the one for the serious things." She used to say that. I had not known this. The information arrived with the particular force of things that should have been said earlier and were not, and I sat in the green wingback chair with the February light coming in, and I held it, and I did not perform composure, and my aunt and I talked for an hour and a half in a way we had not talked in years, the conversation finding a depth that it had not previously known how to find. Two people who had been on the surface of each other's lives suddenly, through the specific gravity of a shared loss properly examined, in the same room in the way that matters. I went back to Savannah in March for the last two names on the list. Aldous had called me 2 weeks before to tell me he had matched them with a confidence he called certain. The strongest word he used, applied only twice in all our conversations, and I understood what the word cost him and what it was worth. The two names were a Faye Mabel Sarpong, who I had already spoken quietly in my grandmother's kitchen on the night I read the third letter, and a man named Kwame Osei, no relation to the child Samuel, as far as the record showed, whose name Celestine had noted with the observation that he had been a man of particular stillness in his life, someone who moved through the world without hurry, who the people who knew him remembered primarily as a presence that made a room feel settled. I drove to Savannah on a Thursday in March, the first warm week of the year, the roadsides showing the earliest green of Georgia spring, the redbud trees along the Truman Parkway in full color as I came into the city, a pink so specific and so brief in the season that seeing it felt like receiving something offered only to people who arrived at precisely the right moment. I spoke Kwame Osei first. I spoke him with the full knowledge of his name, Kwame, born on Saturday from the Akan tradition, Saturday's child, the child of the day of rest and reflection, and with what Celestine had recorded of his particular stillness, and I said what was true, that a person of stillness makes the world less agitated by existing in it, and that this is a form of generosity that is rarely named as such, and that it deserved to be named now, at this threshold, as part of what he was carrying out of this world and into what came after. The candle acknowledged him. Then Afe Mabel Sarpong, born on a Friday in 1921 in Darien, Georgia, purposeful in her habits, who had been the most active presence in my grandmother's experience, and who had left the cloth and the guinea pepper and the photograph on the kitchen table and the stones at the base of the wall, who had been trying for years to reach the person who owed her the speaking. I spoke her name and I spoke her origin, and I said, "You were purposeful. You kept reaching. You did not stop. That is not stubbornness. That is faith. The faith that the person who owed you this would eventually arrive and do what was owed. And you were right. And here it is, given as honestly as I know how to give it. Afe Mabel Sarpong, you are witnessed leaving. You are spoken true." The flame moved. It moved further than it had moved for any of the others. A long, slow lean to the left, almost horizontal, and then back, and then it was still. And the stillness it returned to was different from the stillness it had held before, softer and more complete, the stillness of something that is finished, rather than something that is waiting. Aldous carved her name last, below Kwame's, and he stepped back, and we looked at the board, and the last spaces on it that had been blank were blank no longer, and the list that Celestine had started in 1922, and Lisbeth had carried and my grandmother had carried, and I had been trusted with was complete. 16 names, all spoken true. Aldous put the blade on the shelf beside the clay bowl, and he turned to me and he said, with the plain and complete sincerity of someone who does not use words decoratively, "Ruth would be proud. I am proud. This work was done well." I said it was done as well as I knew how. He said, "That is what well means." I drove back to White Marsh Island that afternoon, the last time I would stay in my grandmother's house as its temporary occupant rather than its owner. I had decided over the course of those months to keep it a decision that had made practical sense in no single way and had been entirely correct in every way that mattered. I sat on the porch in the last of the March warmth with a glass of water going cool in my hand, and the creek moving in the early evening light with its 10,000-year authority, and the marsh breathed its salt breath, and the garden gate was closed, and the tabby walls stood in the golden light, and the cemetery on the other side was quiet, with the settled quiet of a place that has received what it was owed. I called Marcus and told him it was finished. He said, "All 16. I said, "All 16. He was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "Clara, you should write this down. All of it. The full account." I looked at the creek going silver in the fading light, and I thought about Celestine writing in her journal because the things she knew must be made as durable as possible, and about my grandmother writing 11 pages in her evening hand because she had run out of seasons for saying it in person, and about Lisbeth at the garden gate in 1966 with a jar of fig preserves and the knowledge of what she was looking at. I said, "I know. I am going to." The evening settled over the marsh in the specific way of a Georgia coast spring evening, warmly, unhurriedly, with the quality of something that has decided the day has been sufficient and is now, without drama, letting it go. And I sat on the porch of my grandmother's house, which was my house now, and the 16 names were on the Okafor board, and the list was complete. And somewhere inside the house, the green wingback chair sat in the room I had put it in, and the lavender sachets were in the drawers, and the photograph of Mama Lisbeth was on the kitchen table where I had left it, and the woman in the head wrap looked out of it with her patient, reserved expression, and I thought she looked, in the particular quality of the evening light, as if she had always known this was exactly how it would end. The account took 4 months to write. I'm not certain why I expected it to take less. I had written a doctoral dissertation in 3 years, academic articles on tight deadlines, lectures I was genuinely proud of on a Tuesday morning for a Thursday class. I was not a person who struggled with language as a professional matter, but this was a different kind of writing than any of those things. Not because it was more difficult technically, but because it required a quality of honesty that academic prose had spent years training me to root around, the habit of the scholarly voice being precisely a habit of managed distance, of saying I argue rather than I believe, of treating the first person as a position rather than a person. This required the person. I wrote it in the evenings, mostly, in my Atlanta apartment with the green wingback chair pulled up to my desk, and the bergamot tea I had found at a shop on Ponce de Leon Avenue that came close enough to my grandmother's tin that it served, and Celestine's journal open beside my laptop as a companion rather than a source. Not for information by then, but for the quality of her voice, the reminder that it was possible to write about these things plainly and without apology. Marcus read each section as I finished it, and his notes were what good readers' notes always are. Not corrections, but questions, the kind that pointed to the places where I had summarized rather than inhabited, where I had described an emotion rather than let the reader stand inside it. He had a particular gift for identifying the sentences where I had retreated to the scholarly distance and marking them simply with a question mark, which was all the instruction I needed. The writing changed things. I want to be specific about how, because vague claims about the transformative power of telling one's story are the kind of language I distrust, the kind that substitutes the general truth for the specific one and loses both in the process. What changed was not dramatic. Nothing in my daily life became unrecognizable. I still drove to the university on Tuesday and Thursday mornings and parked in the same structure and walked the same path through the quad where the sweet gum trees were dropping their spiky seed. Falls in November and the students moved around them without looking up from their phones. I still graded papers at my kitchen table on Sunday afternoons with a second cup of coffee that was always too cold by the time I got to it. I still called my aunt on the first Sunday of every month, which was a new habit that had come out of the February conversation and had not required any conscious maintenance. It had simply become part of the shape of my month, the way the creek was part of the shape of the view from the White Marsh Island porch, present and steady and something I would have noticed immediately if it were gone, What changed was the quality of my attention in small and specific places. I had a student named Dara in my fall semester survey course. A junior, quiet. The kind of student who sat in the back row not out of disengagement, but out of the particular self-consciousness of someone who has more to say than they trust themselves to say yet. She wrote about elegiac poetry with an insight that was raw and slightly uncontrolled in the way that genuinely felt insight always is before a person learns to shape it. And I wrote comments on her papers that were different in some way. I could feel, but not immediately articulate from the comments I had written in previous years. Less focused on the argument's architecture, more focused on the thing the argument was trying to reach, on what the student was genuinely after underneath the academic performance of being after something. She came to office hours in October and told me her mother had died in the spring. I did not say I am sorry for your loss, which is the sentence we have developed as a culture to discharge the obligation of acknowledgement without actually entering the territory it names. I said, tell me about her. Dara looked at me with the expression of a person who had been braced for the discharged obligation and had received something different. And then she talked for 40 minutes, and I listened the way Aldous had taught me by example, with the full presence of someone for whom listening is not passive, but active, a form of company. She thanked me at the end. I said, the paper you wrote about Herbert's virtue was the best thing you have written this semester. And I believe you understand why. She looked at me for a moment, and then she nodded. And there was a recognition in the nod of someone who has been seen specifically rather than generally. And she went out into the hallway, and I sat in my office chair for a moment in the afternoon. Quiet, I thought about my grandmother, and about what it meant to be useful in a way that required the whole of you. And I felt her in the room the way she had been in the green wingback chair. A specific gravity, a warm and undramatic presence, there and reliable. I finished the account in February. I sent it to Marcus on a Thursday evening, and he called me the following Monday morning before my first class, while I was standing in the campus parking structure with my bag over one shoulder, and the February cold coming up through the concrete floors. He said, Clara, this is the best writing I have read from you. I mean that as precisely as it sounds. I said, it is the most honest writing I have done. He said, yes. That is what I mean. I had titled it at the end, after sitting with the question of a title for several weeks and finding that the answer had been available the whole time, in Aldous's description of the tradition, in Celestine's journal, in the specific language of what the work required. The title was 3 words, as the master prompt specified, and they were the plainest and most precise words for what the account contained. The names we keep. I sent a printed copy to Aldous with a note that said simply, this is the account. I thought you should have it for the record. Thank you for everything you gave me, which was more than you know. He wrote back by hand on a plain white card, in a script that was formal and careful and entirely his. He wrote, I know exactly what I gave you. It was what Lisbeth gave Ruth, and what Celestine gave Lisbeth, and what the people before Celestine gave her. You have carried it well. The Okafor board is the record of the work. This account is the record of the person who did it. Both are necessary. Keep writing. I kept the card in the front cover of Celestine's journal. The White Marsh Island house settled into a new kind of presence in my life. Not the presence of a property to be managed, not the presence of an inheritance to be decided about, but the presence of a place that had chosen me in the way that places choose people, which is to say by requiring something specific of them and waiting to see if they can provide it. I went down for a long weekend in January and again in February, and the house received me the way it had begun to receive me since October, with the specific warmth of a space that has made room for you, that has adjusted its interior to accommodate your particular shape. On the January visit, I repaired the back gate. It needed new hardware. The latch had been worn loose over years of use, and the gate had developed the habit of swinging open in any substantive wind. I bought the hardware at a shop on White Marsh Island's main road, and I fitted it myself on a cold Saturday morning with my hands going stiff and clumsy in the January air, and when I was finished the gate latched firmly and cleanly and stayed closed with the authority of a thing that has been correctly fixed. I stood back and looked at it, and I thought about all the times it had stood open since I arrived. Not because it was broken then, though it was, but because something had needed it open, had needed the passage between the garden and the cemetery to remain available. It was available in a different way now, not because a gate was open, but because a door had been. I sat on the porch in the January cold with a wool blanket from my grandmother's chest, and a cup of coffee going quickly cold in the sea wind, and the creek moved in the winter light with its ordinary authority, and the cemetery wall stood pale and solid, and the gate was closed and latched, and the garden was bare in the winter way, that is not absence but preparation, and I was warm enough under the blanket, and the coffee was still drinkable, and the marsh breathed its cold salt breath, and the house breathed behind me, and I was, in the plain and unembellished sense of the word, at rest. I thought about Delia, born on a Monday, carrying the week's full possibility. I thought about Afe, purposeful in her habits, who had kept reaching until someone reached back. I thought about Celestine with her blade in her board in the 1920s, understanding that paper was not permanent enough, that some records required the hardness of wood to outlast the weather of time. I thought about Lisbeth at the garden gate with her jar of preserves and her knowledge of what she was looking at. I thought about my grandmother driving to Wheaton Street for 11 years alone. I thought about the student in my survey course who had come to office hours to talk about her mother, and about the 40 minutes of listening that had been, in its own small way, the same work as the chamber on Wheaton Street, the work of being present enough to let a person feel that they have been spoken to, rather than around. I thought about my aunt who called on the first Sunday of every month now, and about the specific quality of those conversations, which had the texture of two people finding out who each other actually was, after decades of performing the easier versions of themselves for one another. I thought about the account, printed and sent and received, and about keep writing, in Aldous' careful hand on the plain white card. I had been thinking since finishing the account about what writing next meant, and about whether the tradition of keeping had a written form, had an account that could sit beside Celestine's journal as a different kind of record. Not the names themselves, not the ritual record of the spoken and the carved, but the story of what it meant to be a keeper, the interior account of what the work did to the person doing it, the record that the Okafor board could not hold, because the Okafor board held names and dates, and the board's record was the record of the dead. What I was thinking about writing was the record of the living, of what it costs and what it gives, in the plain accounting language my grandmother had used in her 11 pages of evening handwriting, of what it felt like to stand in a warm chamber with a name in your mouth and mean it all the way through, of what happened to the quality of your attention in the months afterward, and the small and specific ways that did not announce themselves but were simply present. The way the White Marsh Island house was present in my Atlanta life, a steady gravity, a weight that was also a warmth. The wind off the creek picked up briefly and moved through the bare garden with a sound that was almost a voice and not quite, the way wind in empty branches always is almost a voice and not quite, suggesting language without committing to it. And I pulled the blanket tighter and drank the last of the cold coffee, and sat in the January stillness of a place that had asked something of me and received it, and I felt, in the full and unperformed sense of the word, that I had arrived somewhere I was supposed to be, not at an ending, at a place that continued. The account was complete, the list was finished, the names were on the board, and in the wood, and in the permanent record in the corridor of the Wheaton Street building, where the light was always amber, and the smell was always beeswax and cedar, and old heat. 16 names spoken true, by a woman who had been trusted with them, by a woman who had been trusted with them, by a woman who had been trusted with them, by the people they had belonged to, across a distance that was not merely time but the specific distance between the spoken and the unspoken, between the witnessed and the unseen. I was ready to go back, not to begin again. The list was finished, and what Aldous and I had spoken about on my most recent visit was a different kind of work. The work of ensuring the tradition itself was documented and protected, that the knowledge Celestine had carried, and Lisbeth had carried, and my grandmother had carried was not carried only in a single chain of individuals, but was also held in an account that could survive the breaking of the chain. That work was beginning. I was ready for it in the way you are ready for something that you have been, without fully knowing it, preparing for your entire life. The elegiac tradition studied for 7 years in fluorescent classrooms, the patience required by decades of listening to students find their way toward the thing they were actually trying to say, the particular quality of attention I had been given by every conversation in the Wheaton Street chamber, by every morning in the cemetery with the journal on my knee, by every evening reading Celestine's precise and patient voice by the lamp in the front room of my grandmother's house, my house. I went inside when the coffee was finished and the cold had settled past the blanket's ability to manage it, and I stood in the kitchen for a moment in the specific warmth of a house that has been closed and opened and closed again and knows by now the temperature of the person who lives in it. And I looked at the kitchen table where the envelopes had sat, and the cloth had sat, and the photograph of Mama Lisbeth still sat in its frame, the woman in the head wrap looking out at me with her patient and reserved expression, and I thought that the expression was slightly different than it had been, though I could not have said how, only that it seemed, in the January kitchen light, less like a woman reserving judgment, and more like a woman who has rendered it and found the verdict acceptable. I went back in April, not to the house. The house had become a place I returned to regularly by then, a place whose rhythms I had learned and whose specific requirements I had come to understand as part of my own requirements. The way you come to understand that certain things your body needs are not optional, but structural. The house was mine in that sense now. Mine in the way that the green wingback chair was mine, not because I had chosen it, but because it had chosen me, and I had been honest enough to accept the choosing. I went back to the territory of it. I want to explain what I mean by that, because the territory is specific, and the specificity matters. There's a road on the western edge of Darien, Georgia, that runs along the edge of the marshes for several miles before it reaches the town proper. A road with no formal name on any map I could find, referred to on a hand-drawn insert in Celestine's journal simply as the River Road. Though no river is immediately visible from it, only the vast flat openness of the Altamaha Sound marshes, the grass going gold in the April morning, and the water beyond it, the color of pewter brightening toward silver as the sun came up over the tree line to the east. I had found the road on a Thursday in late March, driving the county south of Savannah with Celestine's journal open on the passenger seat, and Marcus's research notes in a folder beneath it, looking for the ground that a Fay Mabel Sarpong had been born on, the ground of a Friday in 1921, the ground that was part of her name in the tradition that said a person's origin was part of what they were releasing. I had found it on the third attempt, which felt right. 3 is the number of the tradition. 3 stones. 3 required elements of the speaking. The third letter that I had been last to open. I had parked on the road's gravel shoulder and gotten out and stood in the April morning with the marsh smell coming off the sound in the slow offshore breeze. Salt and mud, and something green and alive and very old. And I had felt the ground under my feet with a specific attention that I had not had access to before the months of this work, the attention of someone who has learned to receive information through the soles of their feet as well as through their eyes. Darien was 23 miles south of Savannah on the coast highway. I had driven it in the full April morning, the windows down, the redbud trees already past their peak and the dogwood coming in now, white and precise against the young green of the Georgia spring, the specific kind of beauty that is almost too much, that makes you feel the brevity of the season as an event rather than a fact. The marshes opened on either side of the highway south of Brunswick, and the sky became enormous in the way that coastal flatland sky is always enormous, pressing wide and blue and clear from horizon to horizon. The kind of sky that makes you feel the curvature of the earth as something personal rather than astronomical. I had a small bag in the trunk. In the bag were 4 things: Celestine's journal, which I brought everywhere now as a matter of course, a jar of fig preserves made from my grandmother's recipe, which I had found handwritten on a card in the seamstress basket, a small square of white cloth, clean and unsmelled, folded with the precision I had learned from watching Aldous prepare the chamber shelf, and a handful of white quartz stones from the tidal flat below the White Marsh Island house, gathered on my last morning there, smooth and water-worn and cold in the way I now understood rather than feared, the cold of things that have been away from warmth for a long time. I drove the river road slowly. The marsh to the right was the gold green of early April, the grass moving in the offshore wind with the slow, continuous motion of something breathing, and the water beyond it was bright and wide and patient, and the road ahead was straight and low and empty, the gravel ticking under my tires with a regularity that was almost musical, a simple percussion that the morning absorbed without comment. I stopped at a place where a live oak stood alone at the road's edge, older than anything else visible in the landscape, its trunk the diameter of 3 people standing in a ring, its branches extending so far in every direction that the tree was less a tree than a weather event, a canopy, a territory. Its roots had lifted the road's gravel at the shoulder into a series of slow undulations that made parking beside it feel like pulling up to something that had earned the right to alter the landscape around it by sheer duration of presence. I got out and stood in the tree's shade, which in April was not the full shade of summer, but a dappled, permeable shade, the light coming through the new leaves in the particular bright green of early season growth, that green that is almost yellow, that green that is the color of the world deciding to try again. I opened the jar of fig preserves. I want to be clear that this was not a ritual in any formal sense, not a Gala Geechee ceremony, not something Celestine had prescribed or Lisbeth had described or Aldous had instructed. It was something I had decided in the 4 months of writing and the months before that of learning and standing in chambers and walking in cemeteries was the correct shape for what I needed to do here. A personal act of completion, offered in the territory of a specific origin, to a person whose name had been spoken in a chamber in Savannah, and whose name was now carved into the Okafor board, and whose name I carried in my mouth every time I said the word spoken true, which I said often now, which had become part of my vocabulary for the kind of honesty that reaches the person it is meant for. I set the jar at the base of the live oak, in the curve of a root, where it was held securely and could not tip. I took the white cloth from the bag, and I unfolded it, and I held it in both hands the way I had learned to hold things in this work. Not gripping, not possessing, but present with them, attentive to their weight. I took the quartz stones from the bag, 4 of them, and I placed them at the base of the oak in the arrangement I had come to understand. Not a geometric pattern, not a symbol, but a spacing that felt correct to the specific intention of the moment, the way words in a sentence find their spacing through meaning rather than measurement. I stood up. The marsh breathed. The live oak breathed above me. The April morning breathed around me in the specific, generous way of the Georgia coast on a clear spring day when the temperature is exactly right and the wind is exactly right and the light is exactly right and the world is making no particular demands of you other than to be present in it. I said, Afi Mabel Sarpong. I said it to the road and the oak in the marsh and the wide coast sky and the ground beneath my feet. That was the ground of a Friday in 1921. The ground that was part of her name and the tradition that asked you to know where a person came from before you could speak them correctly into their release. I said, I came to the ground you came from, because you deserve to have the speaking completed here as well as in the chamber. You reached for years. You kept reaching. You left the cloth and the pepper and the stones, and you waited with the faith that someone would arrive who understood what they owed you. Someone arrived. I arrived. I am still arriving, in the sense that the work you led me to is not finished with me, and I have not finished with it. And I want you to know that, here, on your ground, on a Friday morning, because you were born on a Friday, and this is a Friday, and the coincidence felt like an instruction I should follow. The wind moved through the oak above me, and the new leaves shook their specific bright green in the morning light. And the sound was the sound of many small movements adding up to one large statement, the way a congregation adds up to something larger than any individual voice. I said, "You are spoken true. You have been spoken true. You will continue to be spoken true, because I am going to teach this to someone else, the way Lisbeth taught my grandmother and my grandmother taught me. And the chain is going to hold, because the chain is always held. Because the people in it understood what they were holding and held it correctly. You are part of that chain. You always will be." I folded the white cloth, and I held it for a moment, and then I set it beside the quartz stones at the base of the oak, tucked into the same root curve as the fig preserves, and I stepped back. The marsh was very bright in the morning light. The water beyond the grass was the full silver of a coast morning at its best. A brightness that had nothing to show off about and showed nothing off. Simply was what it was. The light on the water of a place that has been a place for a very long time and intends to continue. I stood beside the live oak for a while without doing anything in particular. This is something the work had given me that I had not anticipated, and could not have anticipated from the outside. The ability to stand in a place without requiring the place to do something, without filling the standing with the performance of significance or the management of feeling, simply standing. Simply being in a specific location at a specific moment, present to it without demand. The mockingbird found the oak at some point while I was standing there and began its inventory from a high branch. Cardinal. Then something I did not recognize. Then a sound that was not any bird I knew. A sound that was its own invention. Bright and brief and entirely new. Offered once to the April morning and then gone, replaced by the next thing in the mockingbird's endless, generous, slightly show-off repertoire. I smiled. It was the first time I had smiled in this territory, in the active work of this specific act of completion, and it felt correct, not inappropriate, not a failure of gravity, but the right response to a mockingbird doing its best work on a Friday morning in April, which is the kind of thing that deserves a smile regardless of what else is happening, which was one of the things the work had given me access to. The ability to hold the serious and the ordinary in the same moment without either diminishing the other. I walked back to the car. I sat in the driver's seat with the door open and the April air moving through the car and the marsh smell coming in with it. And I held Celestine's journal in my lap without opening it, feeling its specific warmth the way I had felt it the first time I picked it up in my grandmother's kitchen. The warmth of regular contact, of something turned over and over in thinking hands. I thought about the account on my laptop at home, finished and sent and received. I thought about the second account beginning, the one about the living rather than the dead, the record of what the work does to the person carrying it. I thought about Aldous and the conversation we had had in January about documentation, about ensuring that what Celestine had built survived beyond any single chain of individuals. I thought about Marcus and his archive access, and his historian's instinct for the records that needed to exist and did not yet. I thought about Dara, the student, who had emailed me in March to say she had decided to write her senior thesis on the elegy, and who had asked, in the email, whether I would supervise it, and whom I had said yes to without deliberating because the deliberation would have been avoidance stressed as consideration. I thought about my aunt, who had asked in February whether she could come to White Marsh Island for a week in the summer, at about the ease with which I had said yes, the ease of someone for whom the house had become large enough to hold other people rather than only the weight of its own history. I thought about what my grandmother had written in her evening hand. You are going to be extraordinary at this. I had not, when I first read those words at the kitchen table in October, believed them, not with the full and functional belief of someone who has internalized a thing and can act from it rather than toward it. I had read them with the cautious, slightly flinching attention of someone who has been praised in a way that feels like a demand rather than an observation, and who is not certain they can meet the demand, and is frightened by their own uncertainty. I believe them now, not with the swollen certainty of someone who has decided they are good at a thing and wants to be recognized for it, with the quiet, functional belief of someone who has done a thing enough times to know what it requires, and to know that the requirement and the capacity are matched, the belief that is not a feeling but a fact. The belief that is simply the accurate assessment of a person who has paid attention to what the work has taught them. I started the car. I drove the river road back toward the coast highway with the windows still down and the marsh sliding past on both sides and the April sky enormous above me. And I thought of nothing in particular, which is its own kind of presence, its own kind of fullness, the mind resting in the moving landscape without needing to process it into language or meaning, simply receiving it, simply being carried through it at the speed of a car on a gravel road on a Friday morning in April. I passed the place where I had parked and looked in the rearview mirror as it went behind me. The live oak, enormous and still. The morning light through its canopy. The root curve at its base with its small arrangement of things offered and left. It was there, and then it was behind a curve, and then it was gone, and the road was ahead, and the marsh was wide on both sides, and the sky was blue and clear and enormous, and the mockingbird was somewhere back there still running through its inventory, still offering its one new sound to the morning. That bright and brief invention, gone as soon as it arrived and already replaced by the next. I had 16 names on a board in a chamber on Wheaton Street. I had an account in a folder on my laptop, titled and finished. The record of how I had come to be the person standing in a chamber with a name in my mouth. The record of all the people in the chain who had made that standing possible. I had a house on White Marsh Island with a tabby wall and a closed gate and a cemetery on the other side that was quiet and tended and at rest. I had my grandmother's seamstress basket on the floor beside the green wingback chair, and in the kitchen the photograph of Mama Lisbeth on the table, and in the front cover of Celestine's journal, a white card in a careful hand that said "Keep writing," and I was keeping it. The coast highway opened in front of me as the river road ended, wide and straight and running north through the flat coastal country toward Savannah, and I pulled onto it, and the tires found the smooth asphalt, and the speed came up, and the marsh fell back on both sides, and the morning was wide and the road was long, and I was in it, moving through it at the speed of a person who is somewhere to be and is not in a hurry to arrive. Because the arriving is not the point. The moving is the point. The continuing is the point. The chain holding is the point. And the chain was holding, and I was part of it, and it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The highway ran north through the April morning, and the marsh breathed on both sides, and the sky was enormous and clear and entirely without demand. And somewhere behind me on a gravel road beside a live oak, older than anyone's memory of it, a jar of fig preserves, and 4 white stones and a square of folded cloth sat in the curve of a root in the Friday light, offered and left, the way all true things are eventually left, not abandoned, but given forward into the keeping of whatever comes next. I did not come to Maine to heal. That is what I told people anyway. The truth felt smaller than that, and harder to admit out loud. I came because the noise in my apartment had become unbearable, even when it was quiet, and because every object in that place seemed to remember him better than I did. I could not stand the way memory worked. It held on to the wrong things, like the sound of a spoon against ceramic, like the way he used to clear his throat before speaking. Never the last words, never the important ones. So I packed what I could fit into the trunk of my car and drove north without much of a plan. Just a reservation I had made late one night in a place I had never seen. A coastal cottage, the listing had said. Simple and quiet, perfect for winter stays. That was all I needed. Simple. Quiet. I arrived just before dusk, when the sky had begun to lose its color, but had not yet committed to darkness. The road into town narrowed in a way that made me feel as though I was passing into something smaller, something older. The trees leaned inward slightly, and the air carried a dampness that settled against the skin like a memory you could not quite place. It smelled like salt and old wood. I rolled the window down for a moment. The cold came in quickly. The town itself did not announce its presence. There was no clear boundary, no sign that said you had arrived. Just a shift. A few houses appeared, spaced unevenly along the road, their windows glowing faintly against the gathering dark. A small general store sat on a corner with a flickering light above its door, and beyond that, I could see the faint suggestion of water through the fog. It was quieter than I expected. Not silent, just held. I parked in front of the cottage and turned off the engine. For a moment, I stayed there, my hand still resting on the steering wheel, listening to the soft ticking sound of the car cooling beneath me. The world outside felt paused, as if it had been waiting for something to arrive. For me, maybe. That thought came and went quickly. I pushed it away. The cottage was smaller than it looked in the photos. The wood siding had weathered into a soft gray, and the porch sagged slightly in the middle, like it had grown tired of holding its own weight. A single light glowed near the door, casting a weak circle onto the wooden planks below. It felt patient. I stepped out of the car, and the cold reached me immediately. It wrapped around my ankles first, then climbed upward, settling into my coat as though it had been invited there. The air tasted faintly metallic. Somewhere in the distance I heard the low, steady toll of a buoy. It came at regular intervals, slow, even, like breathing. I took my bag from the trunk and walked toward the door, the wood of the porch creaking softly beneath my weight. The sound echoed more than it should have, as though the space beneath the boards was deeper than expected. I paused at the door. The key was already in the lock. I do not know why that unsettled me. It should not have. The owner had mentioned in a message that she would leave it there for me, that she lived a few houses down and would not disturb my arrival. It was meant to be convenient. Still, I stood there longer than necessary, my fingers hovering just above the metal. Cold metal. I told myself it was nothing. It always is, at first. I turned the key and stepped inside. The warmth surprised me, not strong, not overwhelming, but present. A soft heat lingered in the air, as though the place had been prepared for me not hours ago, but moments. The scent of something sweet hung in the space, like dried flowers or old fabric that had been stored carefully for a long time. Lavender, I thought. The thought came easily, too easily. I set my bag down near the door and took a few steps inside, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light. The cottage was simple, just as promised. A small living area with a worn couch, a narrow kitchen with mismatched cabinets, and a bedroom visible through a partially open door. Everything felt intact, not new, not abandoned, just waiting. I moved toward the window and pulled the curtain back slightly. Outside, the fog had thickened, pressing against the glass in a way that made it feel almost solid. I could barely see the outline of the water beyond, but I could hear it now, the slow movement of waves against the shore. Soft, persistent. I let the curtain fall back into place. For a moment, I forgot why I was there. That happened more often than I liked. My mind would drift, not into memories, but into absence. A blank space where something should have been. It was easier that way, less painful. I exhaled slowly. The room felt warmer. There was a blanket folded neatly on the couch, thick and slightly worn, the kind that held heat even after you stood up. I picked it up and draped it over my shoulders without thinking, the fabric settling against my skin with a weight that felt grounding. A small comfort. I needed that. I sat down and let the silence fill the space around me. The buoy continued its steady rhythm outside, and somewhere deeper in the house, I could hear a faint, intermittent sound, like wood adjusting to the cold. The house settling. That was what I told myself. It sounded close. Closer than it should have. I leaned back into the couch and closed my eyes for a moment, just long enough to let the drive catch up to me. My body felt heavy, like it had been carrying something for too long without rest. I almost slept. Then I heard it. A soft sound. Not loud, not sharp, just there. Like fabric shifting. I opened my eyes. The room had not changed. Everything remained exactly where it had been. The blanket around my shoulders. The faint scent of lavender. The slow, steady toll of the boy outside. I listened carefully. Nothing. I let out a breath I did not realize I was holding. It was an old house. Old houses made sounds, that was all. I repeated it quietly in my mind, the words forming a thin barrier between what I understood and what I did not want to consider. It worked. For a moment, I stood up and moved toward the bedroom, pushing the door open fully this time. The bed was neatly made, the sheets pulled tight, and a small lamp sat on a nightstand beside it. There was a photograph there too, turned slightly toward the bed. I hesitated. Then I stepped closer. The photograph showed the shoreline, taken from a similar angle to the one just outside the cottage. The water looked darker in the image, almost black, and the sky above it had been caught at a strange moment, somewhere between light and shadow. There was something in the water, not clear, not defined, just a shape. I leaned in slightly. It could have been anything. A trick of the light. A reflection. I straightened up. It was nothing. I turned away from the photograph and reached for the lamp, switching it on. The light filled the room gently, pushing back the shadows without fully removing them. It felt balanced, manageable. I placed my phone on the nightstand and checked the battery out of habit. 73%. Enough. That thought grounded me more than it should have. I sat down on the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping slightly beneath my weight. The house felt quieter now, as though it had settled into my presence. Or adjusted to it. I lay back slowly, pulling the blanket up around me again. Even though the room was already warm, the fabric smelled faintly of detergent and something older beneath it. Something that had been there longer than the washing. Lavender again. Always that. I closed my eyes. The sound of the boy continued, steady and distant, like something marking time in a place where time did not quite move the same way. I listened to it until my thoughts began to slow, until the edges of the room softened, until I felt, for the first time in months, that I might actually sleep. But just before I did, as the space between waking and dreaming began to open, I had the quietest, strangest thought. Not of fear. Not yet. Just a question. Why did the house already feel familiar? And as the tide moved somewhere beyond the fog, I began to sense that this place had not only been waiting for someone, it had been waiting for me. As the soft warmth of the cottage settled around me, and the slow rhythm of the boy carried through the fog beyond the glass, I woke to the feeling that I had slept longer than I meant to. Though the light in the room suggested otherwise, it was still dark. Not the deep, heavy dark of midnight, but that thinner kind that comes just before morning begins to consider arriving. The kind of darkness that feels temporary, like it is waiting for permission to leave. I stayed still for a moment. The blanket was still around me. It held my body heat in a way that made it difficult to move. Like getting out would mean stepping into something colder than I was ready for. My mouth felt dry. My tongue stuck slightly when I swallowed. A small, physical thing. But it grounded me. I reached for my phone without fully opening my eyes and checked the screen. 58%. 4:37 in the morning. No notifications. I do not know why that mattered. It just did. I set the phone back down and listened. The buoy was still there, slow, even, unchanged, but something else had joined it. A softer sound, closer, not outside, inside the house. I opened my eyes fully then. The room had not changed. The lamp was still on, casting that same gentle, contained light across the bed and the narrow stretch of floor beside it. The photograph on the nightstand remained in place, angled slightly toward where I had been lying. Nothing had moved. Nothing obvious. Still, the sound remained. A faint, irregular shifting, like something adjusting its weight. I sat up slowly, the blanket falling from my shoulders and pooling in my lap. The air outside the covers felt cooler than before. Not cold, just less forgiving. I held my breath without meaning to, listened harder. The sound stopped. Just like that, the house returned to stillness so completely that it felt deliberate, as though whatever had made the noise had noticed me listening and chosen to stop. I let out a slow breath. It is an old house, I thought. Wood contracts in the cold, pipes settle. Small, explainable things. I repeated that to myself until it began to feel reasonable. Then I stood. The floor beneath my feet felt solid. Real. That helped. I stepped into the main room, moving carefully, not because I was afraid, but because the quiet felt fragile, like something I should not break. The living area looked exactly as I had left it. The couch, the folded edge of the blanket I had disturbed earlier, the faint outline of my bag near the door, everything in place. The kitchen too, nothing open, nothing out of place. I moved toward the window and pulled the curtain aside just enough to look out. The fog had thickened overnight. It pressed close to the glass now, almost luminous in the weak pre-dawn light. The ocean itself was gone from view, replaced by a blank, shifting whiteness that moved slowly, like breath against a mirror. The buoy sounded closer. Or maybe the fog carried it differently. That happens, I told myself. Sound moves strangely in weather like this. I let the curtain fall back. For a moment, I considered making coffee. The thought felt almost automatic, like something I had done 1,000 times before without thinking. I opened one of the cabinets and found a small tin of ground coffee, a simple drip machine beside it. Normal things. Predictable things. I filled the machine with water, measured the coffee without really paying attention to the amount, and pressed the button. The soft mechanical sound it made felt louder than it should have, but also reassuring. It filled the space, gave it shape. I leaned against the counter and watched as the first drops began to fall, dark and slow, into the glass pot below. For a moment, everything felt manageable, contained. Then I smelled it again. Lavender, stronger this time. Not unpleasant, just present. I turned slightly, scanning the room without fully knowing what I was looking for. The scent seemed to drift from the direction of the hallway. Subtle, but distinct, like something that had just been disturbed. I waited. It did not fade. I moved slowly toward the source, each step measured more out of instinct than fear. The hallway was short, leading only to the bedroom and a small bathroom beside it. The bathroom door was closed. I was sure it had been opened before. That thought came quickly. Too quickly. I stood in front of the door for a moment, my hand hovering just above the handle. The scent was stronger here. Not overwhelming, but unmistakable. Lavender. Fresh. Not like dried flowers. Something else. I told myself it was soap. Or a cleaning product. Something left behind. Something left behind. I turned the handle and opened the door. The bathroom light flicked on with a soft click. Nothing was wrong. The sink was clean. The mirror slightly fogged at the edges, though there had been no heat running. A folded towel hung neatly beside the shower, undisturbed. Everything in place. But the scent lingered. I stepped inside. The air felt different here. Warmer. Not by much. just enough to notice. I reached out and touched the edge of the sink. Cool porcelain. Real. Grounding. I focused on that for a moment, letting the sensation anchor me in something physical. Then I looked at the mirror. At first I thought it was just the light, a reflection distorted slightly by the fog at the edges. But something about it felt delayed. Not wrong. Just not immediate. I leaned in closer. My reflection followed. Perfectly. I exhaled slowly, almost embarrassed by the direction my thoughts had taken. You were tired, I told myself. That is all. You drove for hours. You barely slept. This is what exhaustion does. I turned away from the mirror and stepped back into the hallway, closing the bathroom door behind me without thinking. The scent followed. Not strongly. Just enough. I returned to the kitchen, poured the coffee into a mug I found in one of the cabinets, and held it between my hands for a moment. The heat seeped into my fingers slowly, steady, and reliable. That helped. A small, simple comfort. I took a sip. It was too bitter. I drank it anyway. The boy continued its slow rhythm outside, steady as ever, and for a moment I allowed myself to believe that everything was exactly as it seemed. Just a quiet house, an unfamiliar place, a tired mind filling in gaps where none existed. That was reasonable. That made sense. Then, from somewhere deeper in the house, I heard it again. The soft shifting sound. Closer this time, not in the walls, not beneath the floor, behind me. I did not turn right away. I do not know why. Maybe because turning would make it real. Maybe because I already knew that whatever I would see would not match the explanation I had been holding on to. I stood there, the mug warm in my hands, my breath slow and controlled, and listened as the sounds settled into stillness once more. Then, carefully, I turned. The room was empty. Nothing had changed, but something felt occupied. Not physically, not visibly, just present, like a thought that was not mine. I swallowed slowly, the taste of the coffee lingering in a way that felt heavier than it should have. The house was quiet again, completely, and yet, for the first time since arriving, I had the distinct, undeniable sense that I was no longer alone in it. And as the first light of morning began to press faintly against the fog, I found myself wondering not what was in the house with me, but whether it had been there long before I arrived. As the first thin light of morning filtered through the fog and settled softly against the cottage windows, I stood in the kitchen holding a cup of coffee that had already gone cold, and tried to convince myself that the feeling from the night before had not followed me into the day. It had. Not in a way I could point to, just present. Like a thought I had not finished. I did not sleep again after that. I stayed in the chair by the small table near the window, the blanket wrapped loosely around my shoulders, listening to the slow shift of the house as morning approached. At some point the boy stopped. I noticed that immediately. The silence felt different without it. Too complete. I checked my phone again. 7:12 in the morning. The battery had dropped lower than I expected. 41% now. I do not know why that unsettled me. It just did. I stood and stretched slowly, my body stiff in a way that suggested I had not rested at all. The cottage looked different in daylight, though not in any obvious way. The same furniture, the same layout, the same quiet. But something had flattened. The warmth from the night before had thinned out. I moved toward the window and pulled the curtain aside fully this time. The fog had not lifted. If anything, it had settled deeper, pressing closer to the glass, muting everything beyond it into a soft, indistinct blur. I could not see the water at all now, only light. Gray, endless light. For a moment, I considered leaving. The thought came clearly. Direct. I could pack my things, get back in the car, drive south until the air changed and the roads widened again. There was nothing keeping me here. No obligation. no reason to stay in a place that already felt wrong. I let that thought sit. Then I let it pass. I had come here for a reason, even if I did not want to say it out loud. I turned away from the window and moved through the cottage again. Slower this time, more deliberate. The bedroom looked untouched, the bed still slightly indented where I had been lying. The photograph remained on the nightstand, unchanged. The dark shape in the water just as vague as before. I did not look at it for long. The bathroom door was open again. I stopped in the hallway. I was sure I had closed it. That memory felt solid, not uncertain, not imagined. I stood there, staring at the door, trying to decide if this was something I had simply forgotten or something else entirely. The air in the hallway felt cooler than the rest of the house, not by much, just enough. I stepped forward and pushed the door wider with my fingertips. The bathroom looked exactly as it had before. The same towel. The same faint fog on the mirror. The same quiet. But the scent was gone. No lavender. Nothing. I exhaled slowly. That should have been reassuring. It was not. I closed the door again. This time I watched it for a few seconds longer than necessary, as if expecting it to move on its own the moment I turned away. It did not. I returned to the main room and picked up my jacket. The air inside the cottage had begun to feel used, stale in a way I could not explain, as though it had been breathed too many times without being replaced. I needed to step outside, just for a moment. The door opened with a soft resistance, the wood shifting slightly in its frame before giving way. The cold hit me immediately, sharper than the night before, carrying that same faint metallic edge beneath the salt. The fog swallowed everything. It felt thicker out here. Closer. I stepped onto the porch and pulled the door closed behind me, the sound of it settling into the frame echoing faintly in the quiet. For a moment I just stood there, letting the cold air fill my lungs. It helped. A little. I walked off the porch and onto what I assumed was a narrow path leading toward the shoreline. The ground beneath my shoes was damp, the grass flattened slightly as though it had been pressed down recently. That detail caught my attention. I paused, looked down. The impressions were faint, not clear enough to be footprints, just disturbances, uneven patches where the grass had bent. I crouched slightly, studying them without fully understanding why. It could have been anything. Wind, animals, the natural settling of wet ground. I told myself that. Then I stood again. The path continued forward into the fog, narrowing as it went, until it disappeared completely into the gray. I followed it slowly, each step careful, more out of instinct than necessity. The sound of the ocean returned before the ocean itself. Soft waves. Close now. Closer than they had sounded from inside. The fog shifted slightly as I moved, thinning just enough to reveal the outline of the shoreline ahead. Dark sand, smooth stones, water moving in slow, repetitive motions that felt almost deliberate. I stopped at the edge. The air felt heavier here, colder. The kind of cold that did not just touch the skin, but settled somewhere deeper, somewhere harder to ignore. I looked out at the water. It was darker than I expected. Not blue, not gray, something in between. And then I saw it. At first I thought it was just debris, something caught in the tide, a piece of driftwood maybe, moving slowly with the pull of the water. But as I watched, it shifted in a way that felt different. Not floating, not drifting, turning, slowly, as if adjusting itself. I took a step closer without realizing it. The water reached toward the shore in a long, shallow wave, and for a moment the object came closer into view before slipping back again. It was too far to see clearly, but it was not wood. The shape was wrong, too smooth in some places, too uneven in others. I stood there longer than I should have, watching it, trying to make sense of something that refused to settle into any clear explanation. It could have been anything. I repeated that silently. Anything at all, a trick of light, something submerged, something that only looked strange from a distance. That was reasonable. That made sense. The wave receded again, pulling the object slightly farther out, until it became just another indistinct shape in the water. I exhaled. I had not realized I had been holding my breath. The fog shifted once more, thicker now, closing the space between me and the water until the shoreline itself began to disappear again. I stepped back, just one step, then another. The path behind me felt longer than it had before. I turned and began to walk back toward the cottage, my pace slightly quicker now, though I could not say exactly why. The air felt different, heavier, as if something had changed without announcing itself. Halfway back, I stopped. A thought had surfaced. Quiet, unwanted. The grass, those flattened patches. They had not led toward the water. They had come from it. I stood there, the realization settling slowly, piece by piece, until it formed something I could not easily dismiss. The path had been used. Recently. Not by me. I turned slightly, looking back toward the shoreline, though I could no longer see it through the fog. Nothing moved. Nothing followed. Everything remained still. And yet, the feeling returned, stronger now. Not just that I was not alone, but that whatever shared this place with me did not belong to the house at all. It belonged to the water. I swallowed slowly and continued back toward the cottage, the shape and the tide lingering in my mind in a way that refused to fade. And as I reached the porch and placed my hand on the door, I found myself hesitating for the first time since arriving. Because stepping inside no longer felt like returning to safety. It felt like closing myself in with something I did not understand. And somewhere beyond the fog, just out of sight, the tide continued its slow, patient movement, as if it had already begun bringing something closer to shore. I stood at the door longer than I needed to. My hand rested against the wood, fingers curled loosely around the handle. But I didn't turn it right away. The cold from outside had settled into my skin, and part of me wanted to stay there a little longer on the porch, in the open air, where at least the silence felt honest. Inside it felt different, not louder, not darker, just aware. I told myself that was a ridiculous thought. Then I opened the door anyway. The air inside the cottage had shifted. It wasn't something I could measure, but I felt it immediately, like stepping into a room where someone had just been speaking and stopped the moment you entered. Still, waiting. I closed the door behind me carefully, the latch clicking into place with a softness that felt deliberate, like I was trying not to disturb something. The warmth from earlier had thinned even more. The space no longer held me the same way. I stayed near the door for a moment, listening. Nothing. No movement. No sound beyond the faint, distant hush of the ocean through the fog. I exhaled slowly and moved further inside. The main room looked exactly as I had left it. The chair near the window. The blanket draped loosely over its back. The empty mug still sitting on the table. A thin line of cooled coffee clinging to the inside. Normal. Everything was normal. And yet, there was a detail that hadn't been there before. Something small, easy to miss. The window. It was slightly open, just a crack. I stopped. I was sure I hadn't opened it. I would have remembered the cold air, the sound, the movement of the curtain, but now the fabric shifted faintly with a breeze that hadn't existed earlier, lifting and falling in slow, uneven motions. I approached it carefully. Each step felt quieter than it should have, like the floor itself was holding its breath. When I reached the window, I didn't touch it right away. I just stood there, watching the curtain move, feeling the cold air brush faintly against my face. It carried that same scent. Faint, almost gone, but still there. Lavender, not fresh anymore. Damp, faded, like something that had been left out too long. I reached out and closed the window gently, pressing it into the frame until it settled. The latch clicked into place with a small, final sound that seemed louder than it should have. The curtain fell still. The air shifted again. Sealed. I stood there for a moment longer, my hand still resting against the glass. Then I noticed it. On the inside of the window, near the lower corner, a mark. At first I thought it was condensation, a smear left by moisture collecting along the edge. But, as I leaned closer, the shape became clearer. It wasn't random. It had direction. A slow dragging line, curved slightly at the end, as if something had pressed against the glass and moved. From the outside, I felt a small, tight sensation settle in my chest. Not sharp, just present. I told myself it could be anything. A branch. Debris caught in the wind. Something brushing against the window during the night. That was reasonable. That made sense. I stepped back. Didn't look at it again. Instead, I turned toward the hallway. I don't know why. Nothing had come from there. No sound. No movement. And yet, something about that part of the house felt heavier now, like it held more of whatever I couldn't explain. I moved toward it slowly. The floor creaked once beneath my foot. The sound sharp in the quiet, then faded quickly back into stillness. The bathroom door was still closed. That, at least, hadn't changed. I passed it without stopping. The bedroom door was slightly open. I was certain I had left it that way. That small detail grounded me more than I expected. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room felt colder than the rest of the house. Not dramatically, just enough to notice. The bed remained untouched. The blanket still folded back from where I had left it earlier. The photograph sat on the nightstand in the same position, angled slightly toward the bed, but something about it felt different now, not the photo itself. The space around it. I stepped closer, slowly, carefully. The closer I got, the more I became aware of a faint sound, not from outside, not from the house settling, something else, soft, irregular. I stopped beside the bed and listened. There it was again, a quiet, uneven tapping, not rhythmic, not steady, just there. I turned my head slightly, trying to locate it. It took a moment. Then I realized. It was coming from the wall. The one beside the nightstand. I stared at it, my eyes tracing the surface as if something might reveal itself if I looked closely enough. The tapping came again, slightly louder this time. Then it stopped. I waited. Nothing followed. The silence returned so completely that it almost erased the sound entirely, as if it had never happened. I exhaled slowly. The air felt thin. I reached for the photograph. I don't know why. Maybe because it was the only thing in the room that felt intentional. Something placed, something meant to be seen. I picked it up carefully. The frame was colder than I expected. The image hadn't changed. The same stretch of dark water. The same distant shoreline. The same indistinct shape near the edge. Barely visible. Easy to overlook if you weren't looking for it. But now I was. And now I couldn't unsee it. The shape felt closer. Not physically. Not in the image. Just clearer. Defined in a way it hadn't been before. My grip tightened slightly around the frame. I leaned in, narrowing my focus, trying to make sense of something that refused to become anything recognizable. Then I noticed something else, along the very bottom edge of the photograph. A faint line, not part of the image. something written. So light I hadn't seen it before. I tilted the frame slightly toward the light. The words were uneven. Faded. As if they had been added after the photograph was printed. 3 small words. Barely there. I read them once. Then again. Slower. They come back. The room felt smaller after that. Not physically, just closer. I set the photograph back down exactly where it had been, aligning it carefully with the edge of the nightstand as if that detail mattered. Then I stepped back. The tapping sound came again, sharper this time, from the wall, closer than before. I froze, listened, and for the first time since entering the house, I was certain of something I hadn't been able to admit before. The sound wasn't random. It wasn't the house. It wasn't settling or shifting or anything natural. It had intent. Not loud, not aggressive, just deliberate, like something on the other side of the wall was aware of me standing there. I did not move. I did not speak. I simply stood in that quiet, cold room, feeling the weight of something unseen pressing gently, patiently against the space between us. And after a long moment, the tapping stopped. Not fading, not drifting away, stopping, as if it had finished. I swallowed slowly, my throat dry again, and forced myself to step away from the wall, away from the nightstand, away from the photograph, back into the hallway. The air there felt no different than before. But I did. Something had shifted, not in the house, in me. Because now I wasn't trying to explain it anymore. I was trying to understand it. And as I stood there, listening to the quiet stretch of the cottage, I realized something that settled deeper than anything else had so far. The sounds. The scent, the open window, the marks, the movement from the water. None of it felt like it was happening randomly. None of it felt like coincidence. It felt patterned, slow, patient, as if something had been waiting for me to notice. And now that I had, it wasn't hiding anymore. And somewhere, just beyond the walls of the cottage, the fog shifted again, as if something had drawn just a little closer, now that it knew I was finally paying attention. I didn't go back into the bedroom after that. I couldn't. It wasn't fear in the way people usually describe it. No sudden panic, no racing heartbeat that forced me to move. It was quieter than that, a kind of understanding that settled into me without resistance. That room was no longer mine. I stayed in the main area of the cottage, keeping a careful distance from the hallway, as though the boundary itself mattered. The light outside had grown stronger, though the fog still pressed against the windows, muting everything into that same pale, endless gray. Time felt slow, not dragging, just stretched. I checked my phone again, 9:16. The battery had dropped to 28%. That didn't make sense. I hadn't used it enough to justify that kind of drain. I turned off the screen and set it face down on the table, not wanting to watch it anymore. The small practical part of my mind suggested charging it, but something about plugging it into the wall felt wrong. I couldn't explain that either. So I left it. The cottage had grown quieter since morning, not in volume, but in character. The subtle sounds that had filled the space earlier, the faint shifting of wood, the distant hum of something structural, had faded, replaced by nothing. It felt intentional, like a held breath that had not yet been released. I moved slowly through the room, not looking for anything in particular, just observing. The couch. The small shelf near the far wall. A few books stacked unevenly, their spines worn, titles faded to the point of being unreadable. I ran my fingers lightly along them. Dust. Undisturbed. Or at least it had been. There was a gap, subtle. One book slightly out of line with the others, as though it had been removed and placed back without care for its original position. I stared at it longer than I should have, trying to remember if I had touched it earlier. I hadn't. I was sure of that. I pulled it free slowly. The cover was soft, worn at the edges, the pages slightly warped from moisture. No title, no markings on the front or spine, just blank. I opened it. The first few pages were empty, completely blank, not torn, not damaged, just unused. I flipped further. More of the same. Then, about halfway through, I found something. Writing. Faint, uneven, as if it had been done slowly without urgency. I brought it closer to the light. The handwriting was careful, but not practiced. Each letter slightly different from the last, like whoever had written it had taken time to shape each one individually. It wasn't a story, not exactly, more like notes, short lines, fragments. I read them one by one. They don't knock. A pause. They wait. Further down the page, not outside. A longer space between entries. Then, you hear them where the walls feel thin. My fingers tighten slightly around the edge of the book. I turn the page. More writing. A little darker this time, as if the pressure had increased. They learn the shape of you. They try it on. I felt a slow, cold weight settle into my chest. I turned another page. This one had only a single line. Centered. Deliberate. If you smell it, it's already inside. I closed the book. Not quickly, not out of panic, just carefully, as though closing it might also close whatever space the words had opened. The cottage felt different again. Not in a way I could see, just in the way it held silence. I placed the book back on the shelf exactly where I had found it, aligning it with the others, pressing it into place as though that mattered. Then I stepped back. For a moment, nothing happened. The stillness remained, unbroken. Then a sound, soft, familiar now, the tapping, but not from the bedroom this time. Closer, much closer. I turned slowly. The sound came again, from the wall beside the shelf, right in front of me. 3 taps. Uneven. Not a pattern, just contact. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I waited. The wall remained still, solid, unchanged, but I could feel it. Not physically, not like a vibration. Something else. A presence pressing just beyond it. The thought came without warning. It wasn't trying to get in. It was checking if I was still here. I swallowed slowly. My throat felt dry again. "Hello," I said. The word came out quieter than I expected. Not a call, more like a test. The tapping stopped, completely. The silence that followed felt immediate, heavy, as if the sound had been holding something open, and now it had closed. I stood there, waiting for something else. A response, another sound, anything. Nothing came, just the quiet. And then the smell returned, stronger than before, not faint, not distant, right there, around me, lavender, but not clean, not soft. There was something beneath it now, something damp, something that reminded me of fabric left too long in water. I stepped back instinctively, my shoulder brushing lightly against the shelf behind me. The air felt thicker, harder to move through. I turned slowly, scanning the room. Nothing had changed. Everything remained exactly where it had been, and yet, the feeling had shifted. It wasn't distant anymore. It wasn't observing from somewhere outside the walls or beyond the fog. It was here, in the room. Not visible, not defined, but present in a way that left no space for doubt. I took another step back, then another. creating distance without fully understanding why. My eyes moved toward the hallway. The bedroom door was still open, just slightly. The darkness inside it felt deeper now, more contained, as though it held something separate from the rest of the house. The smell seemed to drift from that direction, slow, intentional. I shook my head slightly. No, it wasn't coming from there. It was already here. That line from the book surfaced again, uninvited. If you smell it, it's already inside. I didn't want to believe that. I didn't accept it. But I couldn't ignore it either. The tapping came again. This time, behind me, not from the wall, from something else. Closer. I turned quickly, too quickly. The movement broke the stillness in a way that felt wrong. But there was nothing there. Nothing, just the same room. The same objects. The same quiet. Only now, the silence felt occupied, not empty. Full, like something had stepped into the space just as I turned, and now stood perfectly still, waiting for me to doubt what I had felt. My breathing had changed. I noticed that. Shallower, less controlled. I forced it to slow. Forced myself to stand still again. To listen. To observe. Because reacting felt like the wrong choice. Like it would give something away. And slowly, the air began to settle. The scent faded. Not completely. But enough. The weight in the room eased, just slightly, like something had shifted its attention elsewhere. I didn't move for a long time after that. I just stood there, letting the silence rebuild itself, piece by piece, until it almost felt normal again. Almost. But not quite, because now I understood something I hadn't before. The sounds weren't random. The movement wasn't accidental. Even the scent had purpose. It wasn't trying to scare me. Not exactly. It was doing something else. Something slower. Something patient. It was learning. And as I stood there, in that quiet, unfamiliar cottage, surrounded by things that hadn't changed, but no longer felt the same, a thought settled into place that I couldn't push away. It had already started. Not when I heard the tapping. Not when I saw the shape in the water. Not even when I smelled the lavender. Earlier. Before all of that. Before I had even stepped inside. And the longer I stayed, the more I began to feel that whatever had followed me here wasn't just observing anymore. It was getting closer to understanding how to be me. I didn't leave the cottage after that. The thought crossed my mind again, clearer this time. More urgent, but it didn't take hold the way it should have. It felt delayed, like the part of me that should have acted on it was moving through something thick, something that slowed everything down before it could reach a decision. So I stayed, not because I felt safe, but because leaving no longer felt simple. I moved to the chair by the window again, more out of habit than intention, and sat with my hands resting loosely in my lap. The fog outside had not lifted. If anything, it had settled deeper into the world, flattening distance, softening edges, turning everything beyond the glass into something unreal. I couldn't see the shoreline anymore. I couldn't hear the buoy. The ocean itself felt gone. That unsettled me more than anything else so far. Not the sounds, not the smell, not even the presence I could no longer ignore, but the absence of something that had been constant, reliable, now replaced by a silence that didn't feel natural. I leaned forward slightly, resting my elbows on my knees, and listened. Nothing, then. Very faintly, something returned. Not the buoy, not the waves. Something softer, irregular. A sound that didn't belong to the environment at all. Footsteps. I froze. The sound came again, distant, muted by the fog. But unmistakable, slow, measured. Moving across something soft sand maybe, or damp ground. Coming from outside. from the direction where the shoreline should have been. My body reacted before my thoughts did. I stood slowly, carefully, as if sudden movement might draw attention. My eyes moved to the door. The footsteps continued, not hurried, not searching, just approaching. I didn't move toward the door. I didn't move at all. I just stood there, listening as the sound grew slightly clearer, slightly closer, until it reached a point where I could no longer pretend it was anything else. Someone or something was walking toward the cottage, out there, in the fog. The steps stopped, just outside, not on the porch, not on the path, close enough that I felt the distance between us collapse into something thin and fragile. I held my breath, waited. Nothing happened. No knock, no voice, no movement, just the presence of something standing there, just beyond the walls, as if it had arrived and was deciding what to do next. A slow, creeping cold spread through my arms. I told myself it could be a person, a neighbor, someone walking along the shoreline who had wandered too close. That was reasonable. That made sense, but something about the stillness outside felt wrong. A person would move, shift their weight, make some kind of sound. This didn't. It just stood there. I took a small step back from the door, then another. The floor creaked softly beneath me, the sound sharp in the silence, and in that exact moment, the footsteps resumed, but not away from the cottage, along it. Slow, dragging slightly now, moving across the length of the wall. From the front toward the side, I turned my head, tracking the sound as it shifted, as if I could follow it through the structure of the house itself. It passed the window. I didn't look. I couldn't. The curtain remained still, the glass silent, but I felt it, that same awareness, that same presence, right there, on the other side. The steps continued, around the corner, toward the back, toward the part of the cottage where the bedroom was. My chest tightened, not sharply, just enough, because I knew what was on the other side of that wall. The tapping, the sound from earlier, the place where something had already made itself known. The footsteps slowed, then stopped, directly behind the bedroom. I stood there, in the center of the room, every part of me focused on the absence of sound that followed. Waiting, listening. The silence stretched, longer, heavier, and then a single knock, not loud, not forceful, just one, precise, from the outside of the bedroom wall. I closed my eyes for a moment, not in fear, in recognition, because it matched the tapping from earlier, only now it was coming from the other side. I opened my eyes again slowly. The house felt smaller, the space tighter, as though the walls themselves were no longer barriers, but thin layers separating two versions of the same place. The knock didn't repeat. Instead, something else began. A faint sound, lower, less distinct, like fabric brushing lightly against wood, moving, sliding, as if something was leaning there. Pressing against the wall, I felt it before I fully understood it. A slow, quiet pressure, not physical, not something I could measure, but something that existed just beyond reach. Then, very softly, I heard it. A breath, not mine. Close, too close. From inside the house, behind me, I turned, slowly, carefully, and for a fraction of a second, something moved, not across the room, not clearly, just a shift in the air, a distortion, like heat rising off pavement, but colder, much colder. It was gone before I could focus on it, leaving nothing behind, nothing but the feeling that I had not imagined it. that something had been there, standing where I had just been. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just stood there, trying to hold on to the shape of what I had almost seen. The sound at the wall stopped. The outside went silent again. The footsteps didn't return. Whatever had been there was no longer moving, and somehow that felt worse. Because it didn't feel like it had left. It felt like it had finished something. I swallowed slowly, my throat dry, my hands colder than they should have been. The fog pressed against the windows. The house held its silence, and somewhere in that stillness, I began to understand something I hadn't allowed myself to consider before. It wasn't just learning how to be me. It was learning the space, the sounds, the way things moved, the way things felt, the rhythm of being inside. And the longer I stayed, the less certain I became that I was the only one moving through the cottage. Because now, it didn't feel like it was outside anymore. And as the quiet settled into something deeper, something heavier, I realized that whatever had walked up from the shoreline hadn't left when it reached the house. It had simply found another way in. I didn't try to find it. That thought came clearly, almost instinctive, but I ignored it. Looking for something like that felt wrong, like trying to force shape onto something that didn't need one. Whatever had entered the cottage wasn't moving in a way I could track. It wasn't bound by sound or distance the way I was. It didn't need to be seen. It just needed to be near. I stayed where I was for a long time, standing in the center of the room, letting the silence settle again after that brief, impossible shift in the air. My breathing had steadied, though it felt more like something I was maintaining rather than something that came naturally. The fog outside pressed faintly against the windows. The light hadn't changed. Time hadn't moved the way it should have. Eventually I sat down again, slowly, carefully, as if the act of lowering myself into the chair might disturb something nearby. Nothing reacted. The cottage remained still. But that feeling, that presence, it hadn't gone. It had just spread out. I noticed it in small ways first. Subtle things, the kind that would have been easy to ignore if I hadn't already been paying attention. The air near the hallway felt slightly cooler than the rest of the room. Not dramatically, just enough. The corner near the shelf where I had found the book felt heavier somehow, like the space itself held more weight. Even the sound of my own breathing seemed different depending on where I stood, as if the house was shaping it, learning it, or maybe mirroring it. I closed my eyes for a moment, just to listen, and in that quiet, I became aware of something I hadn't noticed before. There were two rhythms, two patterns of breath, mine and something else. I opened my eyes immediately. The second rhythm didn't stop. It didn't hide. It just continued. Soft, slow, almost perfectly aligned with my own, but not quite. Half a beat behind. I held my breath. Mine stopped. The other one didn't. That was enough. I stood up. Not quickly, not suddenly, just deliberately. The second rhythm continued for another few seconds, then faded. Not abruptly, not completely, just enough that I couldn't be sure if it was still there. I didn't test it again. I didn't want to. Instead, I moved toward the kitchen, not because I needed anything, because it felt like a different part of the house, a different space. But as I stepped away from the chair, something shifted, not around me, inside me. A hesitation, a brief, subtle resistance to the movement itself. Like something didn't want me to leave that exact spot. I ignored it, kept walking. The feeling passed after a few steps, but it left something behind, a thought. Quiet, uninvited. What if it had been standing there with me? Not across the room, not hidden, right there, close enough that our breathing had almost matched. I reached the kitchen and placed my hands on the counter, grounding myself in something solid. The surface was cool beneath my palms, real, unchanging. I focused on that. The shape, the texture, the certainty of it. Because everything else felt like it was beginning to shift in ways I couldn't follow. After a moment, I looked up. The window above the sink was fogged from the outside, the glass blurred with moisture. I hadn't noticed it before. Or maybe it hadn't been like that before. I stepped closer. There was something on it. At first, I thought it was just streaking from condensation. Random patterns formed by water collecting and sliding down the surface. But, no. It was too precise, too deliberate. A line, then another, curving slightly, intersecting. I felt that same tightness in my chest again. Not sharp, just present. I leaned in, closer to the glass. The shapes became clearer. Not words, not exactly, but something close. Marks, dragged slowly, from the outside. I stared at them, trying to understand what I was seeing, trying to place them into something familiar. Then, very slowly, one of the lines moved. I froze. The motion was subtle, almost imperceptible. But it was there. A fresh mark, drawn from the top of the fogged glass downward. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just watched as the line completed itself, and then stopped, leaving behind a shape that hadn't been there before. I stepped back, my mind searching for anything that could explain it. Condensation shifting, water moving, gravity, something natural. But the line had been too controlled, too steady, too intentional. And it had happened while I was watching. The realization settled slowly, heavily. Whatever was here wasn't just moving through the house anymore. It was interacting with it, with me, directly. I turned away from the window, not quickly, not in panic, just choosing not to look anymore, because something told me that if I stayed there, if I kept watching, it would continue. And I wasn't sure I wanted to see what came next. The rest of the cottage felt different now, not just occupied, engaged, as if something had crossed a boundary it had been holding before. The silence shifted again, not empty, not full, active. I moved back toward the center of the room slowly, my attention stretched in across everything at once. The walls, the floor, the spaces between objects. Nothing moved, nothing changed, but the awareness remained, stronger now, closer. Then, from the hallway, a sound, soft, familiar, footsteps, but not outside this time, inside, slow, measured, coming from the direction of the bedroom. I didn't turn right away. I didn't want to break whatever fragile control I still had over myself. The steps continued, one, then another. Not heavy, not dragging, just walking, learning. The same way I did. I felt something shift behind me, a presence moving through space without sound, matching me, understanding me. And in that moment, I realized something that settled deeper than anything else had so far. It didn't need to hide anymore, because it wasn't separate from the space. It was becoming part of it, and I was still inside. The footsteps stopped, close, just beyond the edge of my vision. I stood there, every part of me aware of the exact place where I would see it if I turned. And I didn't, because something told me, not in words, but in instinct, that the moment I did, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference anymore. And as the silence tightened around me, I understood that whatever had come from the water, whatever had learned the shape of the house, was now learning the shape of me. I didn't turn, not because I thought it would disappear if I did, but because I understood, in a quiet and certain way, that seeing it wasn't the point. It already knew I was aware, and now, It was deciding what to do with that. The space behind me remained still. Or at least, it sounded still. The footsteps had stopped, but the feeling of presence hadn't. If anything, it had settled into something steadier, something less like movement and more like placement, as if it had chosen where to stand, where to be. I focused on my breathing again. Slow, even, controlled. I needed something that was mine, something it couldn't take. But even that thought felt uncertain now, because the longer I stood there, the more I felt it subtle, almost imperceptible, that half-beat delay again, not as clear as before. But close, too close. I stepped forward, just one step. The floor creaked beneath me, a normal sound, familiar, and for a moment that helped. It reminded me that I was still here, still grounded in something physical, something real. Then, behind me, the floor creaked again, not an echo, not the same board, another one, a step, following mine. My chest tightened. I didn't stop walking. I took another step, and again, behind me, another creak, perfectly timed, perfectly placed, not rushed, not delayed, learning, matching. I moved toward the window slowly, my eyes fixed ahead, refusing to let my focus break. The fog outside had thickened again, pressing so close to the glass now that it felt less like weather and more like something intentional, like a boundary, or something waiting just beyond one. I reached the window and stopped. The movement behind me stopped too. The silence that followed felt aligned. I could feel it there, right behind me, close enough that if I reached out. No, I didn't test that. Instead, I placed my hand against the glass, cold, solid, certain. The fog shifted faintly, a slow movement that had no clear direction. My reflection barely registered in it, just a faint outline distorted by moisture and light. But then, something changed, not in the room, in the glass. My reflection moved, not dramatically, not enough to be obvious at first glance. Just a fraction, a slight tilt of the head that I hadn't made. I froze. My hand remained against the window, my body still, and slowly, very slowly, the reflection adjusted again, as if correcting itself, as if trying to match me. I pulled my hand away from a glass. The reflection followed. Perfect. Immediate. But the delay I had seen, that fraction of movement, it had been real. I knew it had. The air behind me shifted, not in a way that disturbed anything physical, just a change in pressure, a closeness that hadn't been there before. And then, very softly, I felt it. Not a touch, not contact, but something just at the edge of it. Like the space behind my shoulder had been filled, occupied, breathing. That same half-beat rhythm returned, stronger now, closer. I closed my eyes, not out of fear, out of focus, because I needed to feel where I ended, and where it began. But the longer I stood there, the harder that became. The boundary wasn't clear anymore. It wasn't sharp. It wasn't even stable. It was shifting, blurring, like two shapes trying to overlap. The thought came without warning. It wasn't copying me anymore. It was aligning. I opened my eyes. The fog outside pulsed faintly, a slow movement that didn't match the wind, didn't follow any pattern I could understand. Something out there was still moving, still waiting, but inside had already changed. The cottage no longer felt like separate rooms connected by walls. It felt continuous, like one space, one shape, and I was no longer the only thing defining it. The floor creaked again. But this time, I hadn't moved. The sound came from directly behind me. A step, closer than before. I felt the near contact again, stronger, like something had leaned forward, testing distance, testing space. I swallowed slowly, my throat dry. My voice felt distant when I spoke. You don't need to do that. The words came out calm, quieter than I expected, not directed, not confrontational, just stated. The breathing behind me paused, for the first time since I had noticed it. It stopped completely. The silence that followed felt different, not heavy, not tense, aware, as if something was considering what I had said, understanding it. Then, very softly, the floor creaked again, but not behind me, to my left. A shift, a repositioning. The presence moved, not mimicking, not following, choosing. I turned my head slightly, not enough to see, just enough to feel the change in space. The air felt cooler there, thinner, occupied. The scent returned, lavender, faint, but cleaner than before, less dim, less heavy, almost familiar. And with it came something else, a feeling I hadn't expected. Not fear, not pressure. Something quieter, like a memory I couldn't quite place. I turned a little more, slowly, carefully, just enough that the edge of the room entered my vision. There was nothing there, nothing visible, nothing defined, but the space itself, it felt shaped, like something stood there holding a place that didn't belong to anything I could see. I didn't turn further. I didn't try to force it, because I understood now. Seeing it clearly wasn't how this worked. It didn't exist in a way my eyes could hold. It existed in the spaces between, in the delays, in the almost, and the more I focused on those, the clearer it became. The air shifted again, subtle, intentional, and for the first time, it moved away, not far, just enough, creating space, leaving room between us, not retreating, adjusting, as if it had reached some kind of understanding or limit. I exhaled slowly, not realizing I had been holding my breath again. The room felt slightly larger. The pressure eased, not gone, but changed. And in that moment, a thought settled into place, quiet, steady, impossible to ignore. This wasn't random. This wasn't chaotic. There was structure to it, a process, a progression. It had come from the water. It had learned the house. It had learned the now. It had learned me. And now, it was deciding what came next. I stood there for a long time, the silence stretching gently around me, no longer pressing, no longer closing in, just present. And as the fog outside shifted once more, thinning just slightly at the edges, I found myself understanding something I hadn't allowed before. This wasn't the beginning of something, it was the middle. Something had already been set in motion long before I arrived, something I had stepped into without realizing. And now, I was part of it, and as the faint outline of the shoreline began to return through the fog, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had come from the water was no longer deciding whether to stay, but whether I would be the one to leave. I didn't answer that thought right away. Not because I didn't understand it, but because something about it felt incomplete, like a question that hadn't been fully asked yet, whether I would be the one to leave, or something else. The space in the cottage had settled into a strange kind of balance. Not empty, not crowded, just shared. The presence hadn't disappeared after it moved. It hadn't retreated back into the walls or the spaces I couldn't see. It had simply stopped pressing, like it was waiting, not for me to panic, not for me to run, for something else. I stood near the window a while longer, watching as the fog outside thinned just enough to give shape back to the world. The shoreline returned slowly, piece by piece, like a memory coming back after being forgotten. Dark sand. Still water. No movement. The ocean looked calmer than it had before. Too calm. I stepped away from the glass and moved toward the door again. My hand hovered near the handle, the same way it had earlier, but this time the hesitation felt different. Not resistance, consideration. I opened the door. The cold air met me immediately, but it wasn't as sharp as before. The metallic edge had faded, replaced by something softer, something closer to the natural scent of salt and damp earth. The fog had pulled back slightly from the cottage, creating a shallow space of visibility around it. Not much. Just enough. I stepped outside. The ground felt the same beneath my feet, damp, slightly uneven, but the path was clearer now. The flattened grass I had noticed earlier stood out more distinctly, tracing a slow, deliberate line from the shoreline to the house. And now I could see it completely. There was no ambiguity left. The path didn't wander. It didn't break. It came straight here. I followed it with my eyes first. Then, after a moment with my feet, each step felt easier than before. Not lighter, just less resisted. The air didn't press against me the way it had earlier. The silence didn't feel as heavy. Even the absence of the boy didn't unsettle me the same way. Something had shifted, not just around me, inside me. I walked slowly toward the shoreline, my attention moving between the ground and the water ahead. The fog hovered at a distance now, like a boundary it had chosen not to cross. The ocean waited. Still, patient. When I reached the edge, I stopped. The water was clearer now. Not in color, in presence. It felt defined, real in a way it hadn't before. I stood there, listening. The waves moved in slow, shallow motions, barely breaking against the sand. No wind, no distant sounds, just the quiet, repetitive rhythm of water meeting land. And then I saw it again. The shape, farther out this time, or maybe just more visible. It moved slightly with the water, but not like something floating. There was a weight to it, a resistance, like it belonged to both the surface and something beneath it. I stepped closer. The water reached toward my shoes, then receded again. Cold. I could feel it even without contact. I watched the shape carefully, not trying to define it, just observing, letting it exist without forcing meaning onto it, because I understood now. It didn't need me to understand it, it just needed me to see it. The water shifted again, a slow pull inward. The shape moved with it, closer, then stopped, as if it had reached a point it wasn't meant to cross. I stood there, the distance between us steady, unchanging, and in that moment something settled into place. A realization, quiet, clear. It hadn't come from the water, not entirely. It had always been connected to it, yes, but what had entered the cottage, what had learned the space, the sounds, the rhythm of me. That wasn't something rising from the ocean. That was something that moved between water and land, between outside and inside, between presence and reflection. I exhaled slowly. The air felt easier now, less heavy. The fear I had expected to grow had done something else instead. It had softened, not disappeared, just changed shape. Because the more I stood there, the more I felt it. Not behind me, not watching. Beside me, not physically, but in that same way I had come to understand it existed. In the space that wasn't quite empty anymore. I didn't turn. I didn't need to. The awareness was enough. The water shifted again. A small wave reached forward, stopping just short of my feet. And for a moment, just a moment, I saw something in it. Not a reflection, not clearly, but something close. A second outline, standing where I stood, matching me, but not perfectly, not exactly. The same, but slightly off. I blinked. It was gone. The surface returned to its smooth, empty state. I didn't step back. I didn't react. Because I understood now, it wasn't trying to replace me. Not the way I had first feared. It wasn't taking anything. It was sharing. Learning how to exist in the same space, the same shape, the same presence. I looked out at the horizon, where the fog still lingered in a soft, distant line. The world felt larger again. Not clearer, just open. And behind me, the cottage stood quiet, unchanged, but no longer unfamiliar. I stayed there for a while longer, letting the stillness settle into something that no longer felt like waiting, more like completion, not the end, but the point where something had finished becoming what it needed to be. I turned slowly and began to walk back toward the cottage, the path beneath my feet feeling different now. Not used. Known. And as I reached the door and stepped inside, I noticed something I hadn't before. The air didn't feel occupied anymore. It felt balanced, like whatever had been moving through the space had found its place within it. And for the first time since arriving, I didn't feel watched. I felt accompanied. Not closely, not intrusively, just there. In the same quiet way the house held its shape around me. I sat down in the chair by the window again, the same one I had started in, and looked out at the thinning fog. The shoreline remained visible now, the water steady, unchanged, and slowly, without fully realizing it, I found my breathing settle into something even, natural, unforced. The second rhythm didn't return, or maybe it had, and I just couldn't tell the difference anymore. And as the light of the day finally began to break fully through the fog, I realized that whatever had been moving between the water, the house, and myself had stopped searching. It had found where it belonged. I sat there for a long time, long enough that the light outside changed without me noticing exactly when it happened. The gray that had held everything in place since morning slowly gave way to something softer, something warmer. The fog didn't disappear all at once. It loosened gently, as if it had been holding its breath and had finally decided to let it go. The shoreline became clearer. The water followed, and with it, something inside the cottage settled in a way I hadn't felt since arriving. Not silence, not absence. Something quieter than that. Something completer. I rested my hands on the arms of the chair, feeling the worn fabric beneath my fingers, grounding myself in the simple physical certainty of it. The room looked the same as it always had, the same objects, the same arrangement, the same soft light touching the edges of things without fully defining them. But it no longer felt unfamiliar. It no longer felt like a place I'd stepped into. It felt like something I understood. I leaned back slightly, letting my body relax for the first time since I had arrived. Not fully, not all at once, but enough that I could feel the tension I had been holding begin to ease. The air felt different, balanced. That was the only word that came close. Not empty, not full. Just right. I glanced toward the hallway without thinking. The bedroom door remained slightly open, just as it had been before. The darkness inside it no longer felt heavier than the rest of the house. It was simply another part of the space now, no more or less significant than the kitchen or the living area. The bathroom door was closed, still, undisturbed. I noticed the photograph on the nightstand again, even from where I sat. The angle of it hadn't changed. The faint shape in the water still existed, just as it had before, but it didn't draw my attention the same way anymore. It didn't feel like a warning or a message. It felt like a record, something that had already happened. I stood up slowly and walked toward it, not cautiously this time, not carefully, just naturally. The floor creaked beneath me, the sound soft and familiar. The kind of sound that belongs to a place, not something that interrupts it. I stepped into the bedroom. The air was cooler there, but not in a way that felt wrong, just different. The kind of difference that gives a space its shape. I approached the nightstand and picked up the photograph again. The frame felt the same, solid, unchanged. I looked at the image, the shoreline, the water, the faint, distant shape, still there, still indistinct. But I didn't try to define it anymore. I didn't need to. Because I understood something now that I hadn't before. It wasn't meant to be seen clearly, not the way I had wanted, not the way I had tried. Some things exist in the space between clarity and absence, and that didn't make them less real. It just made them different. I tilted the frame slightly, letting the light catch the bottom edge where the faint writing had been. They come back. The words were still there, faded, unchanged, but they didn't carry the same weight anymore. They didn't feel like a warning. They felt simple, true. I set the photograph back down in its place, aligning it gently with the edge of the table. Then I turned and stepped out of the bedroom. The hallway felt open. The main room waited quietly. I moved to the door once more. This time, I didn't hesitate. I opened it and stepped outside. The air had warmed slightly. The sharp edge from before was gone completely now, replaced by the natural scent of the ocean and damp earth. The fog had pulled back far enough that I could see the full stretch of the shoreline, the water extending out in a calm, endless line. The boy was back. I heard it clearly now, slow, even, the same rhythm as before. Nothing had changed, and yet everything had. I walked down the path again, my steps steady, unhurried. The flattened grass remained, but it didn't draw my attention the same way anymore. It was just part of the path now, part of the story of the place. When I reached the water's edge, I stopped. The ocean moved in the same quiet rhythm, waves folding gently into the shore and pulling back again without urgency. I looked out across it. There was no shape this time, no movement that didn't belong. Just water, open, endless. I stood there for a while, letting the sound of it settle into me, letting the space around me exist without trying to understand it. And slowly something became clear. Not in words, not in thoughts, in feeling. What had happened here, what I had experienced, it hadn't been about fear. Not really. Fear had been the surface of it, the first layer, something familiar enough to hold on to while everything else shifted. But beneath that, there had been something else, something quieter, something patient, something that didn't force itself into shape, but waited to be understood. I exhaled slowly. The air felt light. The tension that had followed me since I arrived had finally loosened its hold completely. I wasn't being watched. I wasn't being followed. I wasn't being learned anymore. I was just here, and whatever had shared this place with me, whatever had moved between the water and the walls and the spaces I couldn't define, it was here too, not separate, not distant, just part of it. Part of the same quiet rhythm that the ocean carried, part of the same stillness that the house held. I turned back toward the cottage one last time. It stood there exactly as it had before, unchanged, ordinary. But I knew better now, not because it had revealed anything dramatic or undeniable, but because it hadn't needed to. Some places don't show you what they are. They let you become quiet enough to feel it instead. I walked back slowly, my steps unhurried, my breathing steady. When I reached the door, I paused, not out of hesitation, but out of awareness. A simple, quiet acknowledgement of the space I had stepped into, and the way it had shifted around me. Then I went inside. I gathered my things without rush. My bag, my jacket, my phone, which now held just enough battery to get me where I needed to go. I didn't check it. I didn't need to. Before leaving, I looked around the cottage one final time. Nothing moved, nothing changed, and yet it didn't feel empty. It felt held, in the same quiet, steady way it always had. I stepped outside and closed the door behind me. The sound of it settling into place felt final, but not in a way that suggested something had ended. More like something had completed itself. I walked back along the path, away from the shoreline, away from the cottage. The sound of the boy following me for a while before fading into the distance. I didn't look back, not because I was afraid to, because I didn't need to, and as the road eventually came into view, stretching out in a direction that felt familiar again, I carried something with me that I hadn't brought when I arrived. Not fear, not answers, something quieter than that. A kind of understanding that didn't rely on explanation. Some things don't want to be known. Not completely. They exist in the spaces we don't try to fill, in the silence we allow to remain. And sometimes, if you're still enough, if you listen closely enough, you realize they were never trying to harm you. They were just waiting to be felt, and then to be left where they belong. I drove away without thinking about it too much, the road unfolding naturally ahead of me, the world returning to its usual shape. But every now and then, in the quiet moments, when the air feels just a little too still, when a scent drifts in without a source, when a reflection lingers half a second longer than it should, I remember that place, not with fear, not with doubt, but with a calm certainty. That somewhere just beyond the edge of what we can fully understand, there are things that don't follow us. They don't chase. They don't cling. They simply wait. For the moment we slow down enough to notice they were always there. When the dead go unremembered, the particular stillness of a theme park running in cold weather, when the crowds are thin and the rides sound wrong against empty air, the smell of industrial grease and funnel cake that does not belong in February. It began the way most bad decisions begin for me, with a road trip I had not planned far enough in advance, a gas tank that was fuller than my calendar, and a reason for leaving that I was not yet ready to say out loud. I left Charlotte on a Thursday in the middle of February 2023, in the early part of the morning when the highway was still dark, and the coffee from the gas station on Independence Boulevard was hot enough to make my eyes water. I had told my sister I was going to see a friend in Atlanta. That was half true. I did have a friend in Atlanta. I had not told her I was coming. The drive south on Interstate 85 takes a little over 3.5 hours when the traffic behaves, which it did not. By the time I crossed into Georgia, the sun was fully up, and the sky had that particular winter quality that Southerners call cold, that anyone from further north would recognize as merely cool, pale and flat and slightly washed out, like a photograph left in a window too long. The trees along the highway were bare. Red clay showed through the cut banks where the road carved through low hills, and the soil had that rust color that always makes me think of old blood, which is a thought I do not particularly enjoy having before noon. I stopped for gas just past the state line and stood outside the car for a moment, listening. The highway was loud. Semi-trucks going south, semi-trucks going north. The specific aerodynamic hiss of an empty flatbed doing about 80. I noticed I had forgotten to put the gas cap back on the last time I filled up. It was sitting in the cup holder. I stood there looking at it for longer than necessary, which is what I do when I am avoiding the thing I am actually thinking about. My mother had died in November, 3 months before the drive. I am stating that plainly because I think it is the kind of thing that needs to be stated plainly before anything else can be understood properly. She did not die dramatically. She died in a hospital in Concord, in a room that smelled of antiseptic and the particular lavender of the hand lotion the nurses used, and she had been declining for long enough that by the end I had already done most of my grieving in advance. That is what they tell you grief counselors say, pre-greeting. As if the body can run the process early and save itself the trouble later. It cannot. I know that now. I did not go to Six Flags over Georgia because I was grieving. I went because it was visible from the highway, and because I had never been to an amusement park alone as an adult, and because a part of me that I was not listening to carefully thought that going somewhere designed for happiness might feel like something other than what I had been feeling for 3 months. The park was running on its winter schedule. Fright Fest was long over, and the summer crowds were 4 months away. There was a reduced admission price on weekday visits in February, which I found out from a sign at the entrance booth, rather than from any advance research. The woman in the booth had a quilted vest over her uniform and a cup of something hot wrapped in both hands, and she looked at me with a mild expression of someone accustomed to seeing people do things that do not entirely make sense. I paid. I went in. The park was not empty, but it was close. A few families with children young enough to be out of school midweek. A handful of teenagers who were clearly not in school at all. 2 elderly men in matching windbreakers who seemed to be walking a very deliberate route around the perimeter. The food stands were mostly closed. The ones that were open smelled of funnel cake grease and something underneath it. Something industrial, mechanical. The smell of a ride that has been running in cold air. I had not looked the park up before I came. I want to be clear about that. I had not read anything about its history. I did not know what I was walking toward. The park's layout put the roller coasters along the back and sides of the property, which meant that as I walked further in, the sounds changed. The relative quiet of the entrance area gave way to the rhythmic clank and mechanical groan of steel moving at speed, and overhead, across the cold white sky, the various coasters traced their loops and drops against the pale air. I stopped in a central plaza and looked up at one in particular. It was the Batman ride. I knew it immediately because of the theming dark steel, sharp angles, the stylized logo, but I also knew it because of something in how it looked against the sky. The train ran inverted. The riders hung below the track, their legs dangling. From where I stood, they looked, at certain angles, like something other than people. Something loosely attached. Something that might come free. I stood there for what was probably 2 minutes, watching the train complete one circuit. The sound it made was a specific kind of sound. Not the cheerful mechanical noise of a carnival ride, but something lower and more industrial. A sustained metallic rush that the cold air carried differently than warm air would have. It arrived before the train was visible and remained after it had gone. A child ran past me and grabbed the sleeve of a woman I assumed was her mother. I felt suddenly aware that I was standing very still in the middle of a wide path, and that people were moving around me the way people move around something that is not moving for a clear reason. I started walking again. My hands were cold inside my jacket pockets, and I had left my good gloves in the car. I thought about going back for them. I thought about whether the woman in the entry booth would let me re-enter. I thought about whether my friend in Atlanta had noticed yet that I had not texted her since leaving Charlotte. I looked back at the Batman ride once more before the plaza curved and it left my line of sight. The train was running again. The rider's legs swung below them, loose and easy, as the coaster crested the first drop. Something about that image stayed with me in a way I did not yet have the language to describe. I told myself I was simply cold, and that cold makes everything look a little more severe than it is. And I almost believed that, all the way until I found the fence. The fence was not where I expected it to be. I had followed the path as it curved away from the central plaza, moving through a section of the park where the theming shifted from bright primary colors to something darker. Metal archways painted black, signage in sharp angular lettering, The specific aesthetic of a place designed to feel edgy without being genuinely threatening. The Batman rides queue ran along one side of the path, and I could see the boarding platform from the ground, elevated above me on its steel supports. Passengers filing in with the calm, practiced efficiency of people who had done this before. I was not in the queue. I was walking alongside it, looking up at the underside of the track structure, the way you look at the underside of a bridge. Not from curiosity exactly, but from some reflex older than thought that makes human beings look up at large things suspended above them. The fence appeared at the edge of a landscaped border, where the public path ended and a narrow strip of ground began that was not for public use. It was a chain-link fence, perhaps 2 meters high, with orange safety netting zip-tied along its length. There were signs on it, standard amusement park safety language, restricted area, no entry, authorized personnel only. The signs were printed in red and white, and were sized to be visible from a distance. I stopped. I do not know exactly why I stopped at that particular fence, at that particular moment. There were dozens of similar barriers throughout the park. This one was unremarkable in its construction, but I stopped, and I looked through the chain link into the space beyond it, and what I saw was the underside of the ride. The ground beneath the Batman coaster was not what I had imagined from the path. From the plaza, the ride had looked like something clean and geometric, steel and sky and the precise arc of engineered speed. From here, from the ground and close, it looked different. The support columns were wider than they appeared from a distance. The track above them was a single rail from which the train hung, and the clearance between the lowest point of the track and the ground was not as generous as it had appeared. Where the coaster hit the bottom of its first drop, directly above a flat concrete pad perhaps 15 meters inside the fence, a passing rider's feet would clear the ground by what looked, from my angle, like a distance I could not confidently measure with my eyes. I stood at the fence for a long time. A family passed behind me. 2 children, a father with a stroller, a woman on the phone. None of them stopped. The train came around again, and I watched it hit the bottom of that drop. The rider's legs swung outward with the change in direction, extending below the lowest point of their seated position. For a fraction of a second, at the apex of that outward swing, the gap between a dangling foot and the concrete pad inside the fence looked very small indeed. Not dangerous. The ride was engineered with enormous margins of safety for anyone on board, but small enough that a person standing on that concrete pad, at that precise spot, at the precise moment the train passed overhead, would not have much margin at all. I thought about that. I stood at the fence and thought about that until the train had completed another circuit and the thought had finished working itself through me. Then I took my phone out of my jacket pocket and looked at the screen. I had a text from my sister asking whether I had arrived in Atlanta yet. I did not reply. I put the phone back. I walked away from the fence. There was a bench perhaps 30 meters further along the path, positioned under a bare oak tree, whose branches spread wide enough that even without leaves it provided a kind of canopy, a shape of shelter. I sat on it. The cold of the metal slats came through my jeans immediately, and I shifted, pulling my jacket down underneath me, and sat with my hands in my pockets and looked at the ground between my feet. My mother had been afraid of roller coasters. That is what arrived in my mind, sitting on that bench. Not the fence, not the ride, not the concrete pad beneath the track. My mother, who had been afraid of roller coasters, and who had nonetheless taken me to Carowinds in Charlotte when I was 9 years old, because I had asked her to, and who had ridden exactly one ride with me, the carousel, and had stood at the side of every other attraction with the patient, slightly martyred expression of a woman who was doing something purely for someone else's sake. She had held my sunscreen and my water bottle. She had waved every time I passed her on a ride. She had said, every single time, on every single pass, that she was not afraid, only sensible. I sat on the bench and thought about the way she said the word sensible, and about the specific way she held a water bottle when she was waiting for you. 2 hands, one cupped under the base, and about the sound of her voice on the phone the last time I had spoken to her, when she was still well enough that her voice sounded like her own voice. The cold was settling into my lower back through the bench slats. I needed to move. I thought specifically about whether I had enough cash to buy something hot from one of the open food stands, and whether funnel cake would be too heavy before lunch, and whether there was a coffee cart somewhere nearer the entrance. These were the thoughts I allowed myself. The ride ran overhead in the background, the mechanical rush of it, the sound that arrives before the train and stays after it. I got up from the bench and walked toward the nearest food stand, which turned out to be selling hot chocolate from an electric urn. The woman behind the counter poured it into a paper cup with a lid, and did not ask me how I was doing, which I appreciated deeply. I wrapped both hands around the cup and stood at the edge of the stand's covered area and let the steam come up against my face. The warmth was specific and immediate. It was not comfort exactly, but it was something to hold. I was facing back toward the rides area from this new angle, and I could see the queue, the boarding platform, and the beginning of the first drop. What I could not see from here was the fence, but I knew where it was now. I had located it in the geography of the place, and that knowledge was not going anywhere. There was a man in a park uniform emptying a nearby trash can. He had the particular methodical quality of someone who had been doing the same task in the same location for a long time. He swapped the bags without looking at the can, replaced the lid, moved to the next one along the path. I watched him for a moment. I almost asked him something. I am still not entirely certain what the question would have been. He finished his route and walked away in the direction of a maintenance area behind one of the closed fruit stands, and I stood with my cooling hot chocolate and did not ask him anything at all. The ride ran again and again. By the time I had finished the hot chocolate, I decided, without consciously making the decision, that I was going to find out what had happened in that restricted area. Not because I suspected anything, not because the park had done anything to prompt the question, but because something in me had recognized the fence the way you sometimes recognize a face before you can remember the name. A certainty of significance arriving before the information that explains it. I did not have the information yet. I had only the fence and the concrete pad, and the measurement my eyes had made between the lowest swing of a rider's foot and the ground below, and the fact that I kept returning to it in my mind, even as I walked to a different part of the park, even as I looked at other things, even as I tried, with genuine effort, to simply be a person at an amusement park on a cold day in February. The dead are patient. That is the thing about them. They do not press. They simply remain in the places where they were left, without memorials, without markers, without anything at all to indicate that the ground beneath your feet was once the last ground someone stood on. I did not know that yet. I am telling this account in the order the understanding arrived, not in the order the facts existed. The facts existed long before I arrived. They were waiting in a library database and a newspaper archive and a safety report filed with a federal agency, and they had been waiting there for years. I bought a second hot chocolate. I sat with it on a different bench. Above me, the Batman ride completed another circuit against the pale Georgia sky. Something in the mechanical rhythm of it had begun to feel less like a sound and more like a sentence I could not yet read, repeating itself over and over, patient as the dead, waiting for me to learn the language. The library was not where I ended up that evening. I had driven from the park to my friend Danielle's apartment in the Kirkwood neighborhood of Atlanta, arriving without warning at her door just after 5 in the afternoon with a gas station bag of chips I had bought as an apology offering, and the expression, she told me later, of someone who had been sitting with a thought too large for their face. Danielle is a social worker. She recognized the expression immediately and did not comment on it. She let me in, put water on for tea, and sat across from me at her kitchen table with the particular quality of attention that is her professional gift. And also, I think, simply who she is. I told her about the drive. I told her about the park. I told her about the fence. She listened without interrupting, which is not something many people do well. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You looked it up already, did you not?" I had not. I told her so. She nodded slowly, in the way she nods when she is deciding whether to believe something. Then she got up and refilled the kettle, and when she came back, she set a mug in front of me, chamomile, the string still dangling, and sat down again and said, "So, look it up now." I looked it up. The first result was a news archive from 2008, Atlanta Journal-Constitution. The headline was factual and blunt in the way of newspaper headlines that are reporting something that has already happened and cannot be softened by language. I read it. I read the article beneath it. I read a second article from a different outlet covering the same event, and then a third, and then I sat back from the phone and set it face down on Danielle's kitchen table and put both hands flat on the surface and breathed. A 17-year-old boy. His name was Isaiah. He had come to the park with his family, part of a church group trip, on a Saturday in late June of 2008. He and another boy had entered the restricted area beneath the Batman ride. The area was protected by two 6-foot fences, both of which they had scaled. There were visible warning signs on both fences. Inside the restricted zone at the bottom of the coaster's first drop, he was struck by a passing train. The riders on the coaster dangled below the track on inverted harnesses. At the bottom of the drop, the centrifugal extension of a rider's leg connected with Isaiah at the train's top speed. He was 16 at the time. One account said 17. I read both accounts twice and the number did not resolve itself into certainty. He was killed instantly. I looked at the mug of tea in front of me. The string from the bag was hanging over the edge and swaying slightly from the draft of the apartment's heating vent. I watched it sway. I noticed that Danielle's kitchen window had a crack in the lower right corner, sealed with clear tape, and that the tape had been there long enough that it had gone slightly yellow. Then I picked the phone back up and kept reading. Because Isaiah was not the first. In May of 2002, 6 years before Isaiah, a 58-year-old groundskeeper named Samuel had been killed in the same restricted zone, beneath the same coaster, by the same mechanism. A rider's dangling leg, at speed, at the bottom of the same drop. He had been a park employee. He had been in the restricted area as part of his work. The specific circumstances that placed him at that precise location at that precise moment were not fully explained in any of the accounts I read. What was explained was the outcome. After Samuel's death in 2002, the ride had been closed for a single day. After Isaiah's death in 2008, it had been closed for a single day. On both occasions, the relevant federal safety agency had inspected the ride and deemed it safe for passengers, which it was. The danger was never to the passengers. On both occasions, the investigation had been completed and the ride had returned to operation. On both occasions, no permanent changes to the restricted area's accessibility had been publicly documented in the sources I could find. No memorial had been placed at the site for either death. The park continued to operate. The Batman ride continued to operate. It still operates. I put the phone down again. Danielle had not moved. She was watching me with that steady, professional patience of hers, and when I looked up, she did not ask me how I was feeling, because she is good enough at her work to know that the question is often the wrong instrument. She said, "What are you thinking about?" I said, "I am thinking about the fact that I stood at that fence today. I am thinking about the fact that I looked at that concrete pad and measured the distance with my eyes and thought about what it would mean for a person to be standing there when the train came through, and I did not know when I was doing that I was standing in the same place two people had already stood." Danielle was quiet. I said, "I am also thinking about my mother, which is the thing I am always thinking about, underneath whatever else I am thinking about." She said, "Yes, I know." The heating vent made a sound, a soft metallic knock as the system cycled. The tea had gone from too hot to the exact right temperature. I picked it up and held it in both hands and let the warmth come through the ceramic into my palms, and I sat there for a moment in Danielle's kitchen in the Kirkwood neighborhood of Atlanta. surrounded by the ordinary sounds of an ordinary Thursday evening. A neighbor's television through the wall, a car on the street below, the distant sound of someone's wind chimes in the cold, and I let myself feel, very briefly, the specific weight of knowing that a place I had visited as a stranger already knew me in some way I could not explain. That is not a rational thought. I am aware of that. I am telling you what I felt, not what I can defend in daylight. What I can say is this. The concrete pad beneath the Batman ride at Six Flags Over Georgia has been the site of 2 deaths. Both deaths occurred in the same zone, under the same coaster, through the same mechanism, 6 years apart. After each death, the response was measured in hours, not in permanent change. And in the space between those 2 deaths, and in all the years since, that ground has held no marker, no name, no acknowledgement that 2 people were last alive in that precise location. The unremembered dead occupy their places quietly. That is the first thing I understood, sitting in Danielle's kitchen. The second thing came later, after she had gone to bed and I was lying on her couch under a blanket that smelled of cedar and old laundry, staring at the ceiling in the orange-gray dark of a city apartment at midnight. It arrived not as a thought, but as a physical sensation, a kind of settling, a pressure, the feeling of something looking at you from an angle you cannot turn far enough to see. I had stood at that fence. I had stopped at that fence without knowing why. I had measured the distance with my eyes. I had felt the significance before I had the information, the way the body sometimes knows before the mind is caught up. I thought about Isaiah, 16 or 17, on a church trip with his family on a summer Saturday. I thought about Samuel, 58, a groundskeeper who arrived at work that May morning the same way he had arrived every other morning, and did not come home. I thought about my mother, who died in a hospital room that smelled of lavender hand lotion, in the presence of people who loved her, with plenty of warning and a great deal of time to say goodbye, and how none of that made the absence any less total. The dead are not only in the dramatic places, they are in the ordinary ones. The restricted zones in the hospital rooms, and the kitchens and the chairs beside the beds, and the cars in the driveway that no one drives anymore. I pulled the blanket up further. The cedar smell was specific and grounding. Somewhere outside, a car alarm sounded briefly and then stopped. I thought, I need to go back to the park. The thought arrived with the same quality as the recognition at the fence. Not a decision, but a statement of something already determined, as if the return had already happened and I was only now being informed of it. I did not sleep well, but I slept. The ceiling of Danielle's living room held the city's ambient light in a flat, even glow, and just before sleep arrived, I had the clear and unhurried thought that the Batman ride was still running, even now, in the dark of the closed park, running its circuits for no one, making its particular sound into the empty February air, and that beneath it on the concrete pad inside the fence, the ground was not empty at all. Danielle made coffee before either of us acknowledged that I was going back. She did not ask me directly. She set a mug on the counter beside the French press, and pushed the plunger down with the slow, deliberate patience of someone who understands that certain mornings require a particular kind of quiet, and she poured 2 cups and slid one toward me without looking up, and we stood on opposite sides of her kitchen counter in the thin gray light of a Friday morning in February, and drank our coffee and did not speak for a long time. The coffee was dark and slightly bitter, and exactly what the morning required. Eventually she said, "How long will you be there?" I said, "I do not know." "A few hours." She nodded. She turned to look out her kitchen window, the one with the cracked pane and the yellow tape, at the street below, where a man was walking a dog with the unhurried gait of someone with nowhere particular to be, and she watched him for a moment before turning back. She said, "Will you call me when you leave?" I said that I would. She did not tell me not to go. She did not ask me what I expected to find. She is too intelligent for either of those responses, and she knows me well enough to understand that when I have decided to do something quietly, the decision is already structural, already load-bearing, and arguing with it is like arguing with the beams of a house. I drove back to Cobb County on Interstate 20, which runs west from Atlanta through a landscape that shifts gradually from dense urban to suburban to the particular semi-rural texture of a place that has not yet decided what it wants to be. Strip, malls giving way to storage facilities, giving way to patches of Georgia pine and red clay that appear between the commercial zones like reminders of what the land looked like before. The morning light was pale and slightly oblique. The sun still low enough that it came in at an angle through the passenger window and lay across the seat in a narrow stripe. I drove with one hand on the wheel and the radio off. I had done more reading the night before, after Danielle went to bed and I lay on the couch with my phone angled toward the ceiling. Court documents, safety reports, contemporaneous news coverage. The timeline assembled itself with the patience of something that had been waiting to be assembled. Six Flags Over Georgia opened in 1967. The Batman ride, the specific clone I had stood beside, opened at the Georgia Park in 1997, making it 11 years old at the time of Isaiah's death. The ride itself is what the industry classifies as a steel inverted coaster, manufactured by a Swiss firm whose engineering reputation is sound. The ride is operated without incident for the passengers who ride it. The danger it presented was never to the people in the harnesses. The danger was entirely and specifically to anyone who entered the zone beneath the track where the rider's legs swung at speed. The zone was protected, fenced, signed, not difficult to see, not ambiguous in its purpose. Samuel entered it in May of 2002 as a groundskeeper performing some function the reports describe but do not fully specify. Isaiah entered it in June of 2008 alongside another boy, for reasons that multiple witnesses describe differently and that were never conclusively established. Both men, and I'm using the word deliberately, because Isaiah was close enough to adulthood that I cannot reduce him to a child in my thinking without feeling that I am doing him a disservice. Both men ended their lives in the same 15-meter stretch of concrete beneath the same arc of steel track. What stayed with me, reading through the night, was not the mechanism of either death. It was the administrative response. One day. The ride closed for 1 day on each occasion. The federal inspection was completed. The ride reopened. No permanent structural changes to the restricted area were documented in the public record. No memorial was placed. The park continued its operation. The Batman ride continued its operation. I am not a lawyer. I am not a safety engineer. I cannot tell you with authority what the correct response to either of those deaths should have been, measured against industry standards and regulatory frameworks in the specific language of liability and precedent. What I can tell you is what it felt like at 2 a.m. on Danielle's couch to read the timeline and understand that 6 years had passed between Samuel's death and Isaiah's, and that in those 6 years the zone had remained accessible to someone determined enough to scale 2 6-foot fences, and that the second death had occurred. It felt like a specific kind of silence. The kind that is not the absence of sound, but the presence of something that has not been named. The park entrance came into view through the windshield. The parking lot was somewhat fuller than the day before, a Friday, presumably drawing more families with flexible schedules. I parked in a different section than I had the day before, further from the entrance, and sat in the car for a moment with the engine off. The heat dissipated quickly. The steering wheel went from warm to cool under my hands. I thought about whether I had remembered to lock my apartment in Charlotte before I left. I was fairly certain I had. I was not entirely certain. I went in. The park had a different quality in the morning, less settled, more provisional, the food stands just completing their opening routines, the rides running their operational test cycles before the main crowds arrived. The mechanical sounds were more audible without the noise of a full crowd to absorb them. The Batman ride was already running. I could hear it before I could see it. I did not go directly to the fence. Instead, I walked to the park's customer service building near the entrance, a low structure with a corporate blue and red color scheme, and I spoke with a woman behind a counter who had the pleasant, practiced manner of someone trained to be helpful without being informative. I asked her whether the park had any historical information available about the property, whether there was a park historian or any interpretive materials about the site's history. She said she could get me a brochure about the park's founding. I said that was very kind. She gave me a glossy trifold that covered the park's opening in 1967, its expansion through the 70s and 80s, and its current roster of attractions. It was a document designed entirely to produce enthusiasm. I read it standing at the counter and thanked her and finger-entwirled it into my jacket pocket. Then I walked back toward the Batman ride. I approached the fence from a different angle than the day before, coming around the far side of the ride's queue structure to a section of the perimeter that faced the bottom of the first drop more directly. From here the geometry was even clearer. The concrete pad inside the fence was not large, perhaps 12 meters by 8, roughly speaking. A regular shape bounded by the fence on 2 sides and the base of a support column on a third. It was a space that existed, in terms of the park's design, as a functional maintenance corridor, a place for authorized personnel to access the base of the ride structure. It was a space that had no marker, no stone, no plaque, no painted line, no indication in any form that it was anything other than what it appeared to be, a maintenance corridor, fenced, signed, unremarkable. I stood at the fence for a long time. The train came through twice while I stood there. On both passes I watched a moment of the drop. The outward extension of the rider's legs at the bottom, the clearance between the lowest point of that extension and the concrete pad. The margin existed. It was a real margin, an engineered margin, sufficient for any rider to complete the experience safely. But it was a margin that assumed no one was standing on the pad below. An older man stopped beside me briefly, following my line of sight upward. Before concluding, I was simply watching the ride and moving on. The cold had settled into my shoulders by now, a specific ache that starts at the base of the neck and spreads slowly. I rolled my shoulders once and looked at the concrete pad and thought about Samuel and May, about the particular quality of a spring morning in Georgia, warmer than February. The dogwoods probably still finishing the air heavier with humidity than anything February offers. I thought about what it means to arrive at work on an ordinary morning and cross a threshold you have crossed before. I thought about my mother arriving at her last ordinary morning, whatever morning that was. She would not have known it was the last one. Nobody does. The Batman ride completed another circuit overhead, steady and indifferent, the mechanical rush arriving and departing on its fixed schedule. The concrete pad inside the fence held its silence. I understood, standing there in the February cold with the ache spreading across my shoulders, that I had not come back to the park to find information. I had already found the information. But to stand in the same place long enough that whatever the place needed to say to me had time to say it, and that the saying of it, whatever form it took, was going to require something from me that I had not yet identified. There is a specific quality to grief that no one tells you about in advance, which is that it does not stay where you put it. You can place it carefully, in the appropriate drawer in the appropriate part of the day, behind the appropriate number of tasks and obligations and forward-moving decisions, and it will stay there, mostly, for as long as you are moving. The trouble comes when you stop. When you stand at a fence in February, with the cold working its way into your shoulders, and nothing immediately in front of you to accomplish, the drawer opens on its own and the thing inside it is not smaller than it was when you put it there. It is exactly the same size. Grief does not compress with time. It simply waits. I'd been standing at the fence for perhaps 20 minutes when I understood what the park was doing to me. It was not the ride. It was not the concrete pad, or the fence, or the documented deaths, or the absence of any memorial marker in the space where 2 people had each reached the last moment of their lives. All of those things were present and real, and were working on me in their own ways. But the deeper thing, the thing that had drawn me back through the pale Friday morning light on Interstate 20, that had seated itself in me on Danielle's couch before I slept, that had been present even before I found the fence on my first visit. and simply had not yet found its language, was something older than the park and more personal than any piece of its history. My mother was afraid of roller coasters. I have already told you that. What I have not told you is why. Because I did not know why until I was standing at that fence on my second visit, and the knowing arrived the way certain truths arrive. Not as new information, but as the recognition of something that was always there, waiting in the plainest possible sight. She was afraid of roller coasters because of her brother. My uncle Raymond died in 1978, the year before my mother finished high school. He was 17. He died at a county fair in a town in rural North Carolina, whose name I will not give here because his family, what remains of it, still lives there, and the story belongs to them as much as it belongs to me, probably more. What I can tell you is that he died at a fairground attraction, that the nature of the accident placed it in the category of things that should not have happened, and that nonetheless did, and that my mother never returned to a fairground or an amusement park without the specific quality of alertness that people carry when they have learned, once, that the machinery of entertainment can fail the people inside it. She did not tell me this when I was 9, and she took me to Carowinds. She told me when I was 26, sitting across from her at a kitchen table not entirely unlike Danielle's, during a conversation that had started as something else entirely and arrived, the way conversations sometimes do, at a place neither of us had planned to go. She told me plainly and without drama, the way she told most things, and she said that she did not think about Raymond every time she was near a fairground attraction, only sometimes, and that it had not stopped her from taking me wherever I wanted to go as a child, because she had decided, very deliberately, that his death was not going to make her smaller. She said that last part specifically, not going to make her smaller. I had thought about that sentence many times over the years. I thought about it differently now, standing at the fence at Six Flags over Georgia, 14 months after her death, in the February cold, with the Batman ride running its circuits overhead. My mother had stood at fairground attractions for the entirety of my childhood, holding water bottles and sunscreen and bearing that patient, slightly martyred expression. And she had done it because she had decided that grief was not going to reduce her range of motion in the world. She had made that decision at 17 or 18 in the immediate aftermath of losing her brother, and she had held it for the rest of her life. And I had inherited her fear without knowing I had inherited it. I had not known until I stood at that fence on Thursday afternoon and felt the recognition move through me that the thing making me stop and measure the distance with my eyes and feel the significance before I had the information was not some external quality of the place, though the place had its own weight, its own history, its own claim on attention. The thing making me stop was Raymond. Was my mother at 17 deciding how large she was going to allow herself to remain? Was every fairground attraction she had ever stood beside while I laughed and waved from the ride, and the specific courage that required, and the fact that she had never once named it as courage because she did not think of it that way? The train came through overhead. I put my hand on the chain-link fence, just the flat of my palm, against the cold metal, feeling the slight vibration that the passing train sent through the support structure and outward into everything connected to it. The fence hummed, briefly, and then settled. I thought about the fact that I had not cried at my mother's funeral. I had organized it, the flowers, the readings, the order of service, the catering for the reception afterward, the hotel rooms for the relatives coming from out of state. And I had stood at the front of the church and spoken about her in complete sentences, with my voice under control. And I had not cried. I had told myself this was because I had pre-grieved, that the process had already run, that I was simply further along than everyone else in the room. I had believed that mostly for 3 months, standing at the fence with my palm flat against the chain link and the ride's vibration fading back into the cold air. I understood that I had not pre-grieved. I had organized. I had been competent. I had been, in a specific language my mother would have used without calling it by name, not smaller. The problem with deciding not to be smaller is that the grief does not go anywhere. It stays at its original size, in the drawer, and you build your life slightly around the drawer's dimensions without ever quite looking at what is inside it. I stood at the fence and let myself look. I'm not going to describe in detail what that was like, because some of it does not belong in this account, and some of it does not have language precise enough to be useful. What I will tell you is that it lasted long enough that the angle of the light changed perceptibly, meaning I had been standing there longer than I realized. What I will tell you is that at some point during it, a park employee in a navy jacket crossed the path about 20 meters behind me, glanced in my direction without slowing, and continued on his route. And I was grateful that he did not stop to ask me whether I needed assistance, because I would not have known how to answer. What I will tell you is that at the center of it, at the center of whatever was happening at that fence, with my palm against the chain link and the concrete pad 6 feet beyond it, and the name Isaiah, and the name Samuel somewhere in the air above it, and Raymond somewhere further back, belonging to a summer that ended before I was born. At the center of it was my mother at 17, in a field in North Carolina, understanding for the first time that the world did not automatically protect the people you loved from the machinery inside it. She had carried that understanding for 51 years. She had carried it to Carowinds, holding my water bottle. She had carried it to every school trip she chaperoned, every sporting event she attended, every ordinary Thursday at the grocery store, and every extraordinary Christmas morning, and every phone call, and every meal, and every ordinary nothing of a Tuesday afternoon. She had carried it without making it anyone else's burden to carry. I took my hand off the fence. The metal had left a faint cross-hatch impression on my palm, just below the fingers. I looked at it. The pattern faded slowly as I watched, the skin returning to its normal color, erasing the mark the fence had made. I thought about whether I had turned the coffee maker off before leaving Charlotte. I was almost certain I had unplugged it. The specific uncertainty of that, whether I had unplugged it or only thought about unplugging it, sat in my mind for a moment as a small, manageable thing in contrast to the large, unmanageable things, and I let it sit there. Then I thought, there is someone in this park who knows the full weight of what this ground holds. And I thought, I need to find them. Not a manager, not a customer service representative with a glossy brochure, someone who had been here long enough to know the history not as a document but as a place, someone who had walked past the fence enough times to have developed some relationship with what the fence contains. I looked back at the path where the park employee in the navy jacket had passed. He had come from the direction of the maintenance area behind the closed food stands. I straightened my jacket, flexed the hand that had been against the fence, and walked in the direction he had come from, with the particular calm of someone who has just put down something very heavy and has not yet decided whether they are going to pick it back up. The maintenance area was not difficult to find once I knew to look for it. It existed in the way that all functional infrastructure exists inside spaces designed for pleasure, present, necessary, and carefully arranged to be just out of the sightline of anyone who is not specifically looking. A chain-link gate, unlocked, stood open at the end of a service path that ran behind the row of closed food stands. Beyond it, a concrete pad, different from the one beneath the ride, larger, more utilitarian, held a cluster of equipment sheds, a pair of golf carts, several large waste containers, and a low building with corrugated metal walls that had the look of something erected for function rather than appearance and never revisited for either. A man was sitting on an overturned milk crate outside the low building, eating a sandwich from a paper bag. He was older, somewhere in his mid-60s, I estimated, with a particular build of someone who has spent decades in physical work, not large, but dense, settled into his frame the way old wood settles into a structure. His jacket was the same navy I had seen passing on the path. His hair was gray and cropped short, and he wore it without a hat despite the cold, which told me something about his relationship with February in Georgia that I could not have articulated precisely but understood instinctively. He looked up when he heard my footsteps on the concrete. He did not look alarmed or particularly surprised. He looked at me with the measured, unhurried assessment of someone accustomed to evaluating situations quickly, and then deciding just as quickly how much energy they warrant. I stopped at a respectful distance and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm wondering if I could ask you something." He took another bite of his sandwich. He chewed it thoughtfully. Then he said, "You were standing at the fence." It was not a question. I said, "Yes." He said, "The Batman fence, specifically, south side." I said, "Yes." He nodded, once, with the slow deliberateness of someone confirming a calculation they had already made. He folded the top of the paper bag down and set it beside the milk crate. It looked at me with an expression that was not unfriendly and not warm, but occupied a careful space between the two. He said, "How long have you known about it?" I said, "Since last night. I found the news reports." He said, "Which one did you read about first?" I said, "The 2008 incidents." Isaiah. That I found the 2002 incidents. Samuel. Something shifted in his expression at the second name. Not visibly, not dramatically. The way the surface of still water shifts when something moves beneath it. A change in quality rather than in form. He said, "Most people only read about the boy." I said, "I know." Samuel's incident was harder to find. The coverage was thinner. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Samuel Guyton worked here for 11 years before 2002. He was a groundskeeper, came in early, left late, knew every inch of this park the way you know your own house. He was not careless. He was not distracted. He was doing his job in a place he had every professional reason to be, at a time that seemed ordinary by every available measure, and it happened anyway." He said this without inflection, without sentimentality, without any of the emotional ornamentation that people typically apply to tragedy when they speak of it to strangers. He said it the way you state the coordinates of a place, precisely so that the listener knows exactly where you are pointing. I said, "Did you know him?" He said, "I was the one who found him." The cold air held that sentence for a moment. I did not say "I am sorry" because the words felt too small for the geometry of what he had just told me, and because he had not said it to receive condolence. He had said it the way you say something you have carried for a long time, when you have decided in the span of about 45 seconds that the person in front of you is capable of holding it without dropping it. I said, "My name is Margaret." He said, "Walt." We did not shake hands. The distance between us was appropriate, and neither of us moved to close it. I said, "How long have you worked here?" He said, 31 years this coming April." I said, "So, you were here for both?" He said, "I was here for both." He picked up his paper bag again, not to eat from it, but to hold it, turning it slowly in his hands the way some people turn a coffee mug, not for warmth but for the physical occupation of the hands while the mind works. He said, "You want to know why there is no memorial?" I said, "I want to understand the place. I am not here to cause difficulty for anyone. I am not a journalist. I am not researching anything in any official capacity. I came to this park yesterday without knowing its history, and I found the fence and I felt something there that I did not have the information to explain, and that I found the information. And now I have come back because I think the place has more to say than the public record says." Walt looked at me for a long moment. The kind of look that is not hostile but is thorough. The look of someone taking an accurate measurement. He said, "The public record says what the public record is required to say, which is not the same as everything." I said, "I understand that." He said, "What did you feel at the fence?" Specifically, I considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. I said, "I felt that the ground there was occupied, not haunted, in the way that word usually gets used. Occupied, the way a room is occupied when someone has lived in it for a long time and left, and their presence is still in the proportions of the space, in the arrangement of things, in the way the light falls." Walt was quiet for a long time after that, long enough that I began to wonder if I had said something that had closed the conversation rather than opened it. Then he said, "Samuel used to bring a thermos. Every morning, coffee so dark it was almost black, and you would not share with anyone, which was the running joke for 11 years, that Samuel's thermos contained something that would dissolve the cup if it touched anything other than Samuel's particular constitution. He was quiet in the mornings, got louder as the day went on. By afternoon he was the loudest man in any part of the park he happened to be in. He paused. He said, "I think about the quiet version of him. The morning version. That is the one I found." I did not say anything. There was nothing to say that would improve the space his words had made. Walt set the paper bag down again. He straightened on the milk crate with the careful movement of someone whose lower back has opinions about cold concrete, and he looked past me toward the path, toward the distant sound of the ride running its circuits. And he was quiet for a moment with something that was not quite memory and not quite presence, but occupied the territory between them. He said, after Samuel, "Some of us put something there, inside the fence, at the edge of the pad. Just a small thing. A stone from outside the park, nothing official. It stayed for about a week before it was removed. Parks have policies about unauthorized objects in operational areas. The policy is not wrong. A foreign object in a ride zone is a genuine safety concern. The policy just does not leave room for the human thing that the stone was trying to do." I said, "And after Isaiah?" He said, "After Isaiah, people left things outside the fence. Flowers, mostly. They lasted until the next maintenance cycle. There was some conversation, internally, about whether something more permanent was appropriate. The conversation did not produce anything permanent." He said this without bitterness. That was what I noticed most. Not the absence of anger, which might have been suppression, but the genuine absence of bitterness, which is a different thing entirely. He had reached a place with it, over 21 years since Samuel, and 15 years since Isaiah, that was not peace exactly, but was something adjacent to it. An accommodation, a way of holding a thing that does not resolve, without letting the irresolution destroy your ability to function inside it. I thought about my mother at 17, making the same kind of accommodation, deciding not to be smaller. I said, "Is there anything there now?" "Anything at all, inside the fence or outside it." Walt said, "There's what has always been there. The ground itself, the pad, the support column, the track overhead, everything that was there before Samuel, and everything that was there before Isaiah, and everything that will be there after both of us have stopped coming to this park entirely." He said, "Some of us know what the ground holds. That is not nothing. It is also not enough. But it is what there is." I said, "Do you still walk past the fence?" He said, "Every working day of my life for 31 years. The fence has moved in that time. They extended the perimeter after 2008. But the pad is the same pad. I walk past it every morning when I come in and every evening when I leave. I have not stopped doing that. I do not intend to." I asked him, carefully, whether he thought Samuel and Isaiah were present there in any sense he could speak to honestly. He looked at me for a long moment. He said, "I think the ground remembers. I cannot tell you the mechanism of that. I am not a religious man in any organized sense, and I am not a superstitious one, but I have walked past that pad every working day for 21 years since Samuel, and I can tell you that it does not feel the same as the other pads in the same area. It feels weighted, whether that is the ground itself or whether it is me carrying what I know about it. I genuinely cannot separate those two things cleanly enough to give you an honest answer." I said, "I think the inability to separate them might be the honest answer." Walt looked at me for another long moment. Then something in his expression moved. Not quite a smile, but the precursor of one, the particular shift in the muscles around the eyes that happens just before a smile arrives, or sometimes instead of one. He said, "There is something you could do if you were inclined." I said, "Tell me." He said, "Bring something that belongs to the person you were thinking about, not inside the fence. I am not suggesting anything that creates a safety issue or a policy violation. Outside the fence, on the public side, where anyone can stand, something small, something that meant something to them, or to you, or to both. Leave it for as long as it lasts. He said, it will not last long. Maintenance cycles are what they are. He said, but for as long as it lasts, the ground will know you are here, and it will know who you brought with you. I stood in the cold maintenance area of a theme park in Cobb County, Georgia, with the Batman ride running its circuits in the middle distance and the smell of industrial grease and cold air, and somewhere underneath both of those, the faint ghost of funnel cake from a stand that was not yet open, and I felt the particular clarity that arrives, occasionally, when a conversation has given you the exact thing you needed, without either party knowing at the outset that the thing was available. I said, "Thank you, Walt." He said, "Come back when it is warmer. The park is a different place in May." He did not say, "It is a better place." He said, "A different place." I noted the distinction. I walked back through the maintenance gate and onto the public path with the weight in my chest rearranged, not lifted, but rearranged, settled into a different configuration, one that felt less like something I was carrying, and more like something I was, finally, beginning to know how to carry correctly. I drove back to Danielle's apartment and sat in the car outside her building for a while before going in. The street was quiet, in the particular way of a Friday afternoon in a residential neighborhood. Not empty, but unhurried, the traffic light and purposeful. The sidewalks holding the occasional dog walker or parent with a stroller moving at the pace of people who have nowhere they urgently need to be. A pair of children were riding bicycles in a driveway 2 houses down, one of them considerably more confident on the bike than the other, the less confident one watching the more confident one with an expression of concentrated study. I watched them for a few minutes through the windshield. I was thinking about what to bring. Walt had said something that belonged to the person I was thinking about. That was the instruction, stated simply and without elaboration, and its simplicity was the point. He had not said something meaningful, or something symbolic, or something that captures their essence. He had said something that belonged to them. The distinction mattered. Meaningful and symbolic are categories that the living assign. Belonging is a fact. A thing either belonged to a person or it did not. My mother's belongings were in 3 categories. The first was the things my sister had taken immediately after the death, which were the most personal objects. Jewelry, photographs, a few pieces of furniture with strong family associations. The second was the things we had donated in the weeks following, which were the practical objects, clothing, kitchenware, the accumulated material of a life organized around daily function. The third category was smaller, and it was the category I had held back without explaining to my sister why, which was the things that were neither personal nor practical but were simply characteristic. The objects that had no obvious sentimental value and no obvious utility but that were so absolutely hers that I could not bring myself to give them to anyone else or to put them in a bag and leave them at a donation center. A ceramic dish she kept beside the kitchen sink, white with a small blue pattern around the rim, for holding the ring she took off when she washed her hands. A pair of reading glasses with tortoiseshell frames that she wore on a chain around her neck and rarely actually used for reading. A small spiral notebook, barely used, in which she had written, in her neat and slightly old-fashioned cursive, a partial grocery list and 2 phone numbers without names and a reminder to herself to call the pharmacy, and, on the last used page, a sentence that I did not understand and that she was not alive for me to ask about, which read, "The light in the hallway was better than I remembered." I had no idea what she meant. I had turned the sentence over in my mind for 3 months without arriving at an explanation, whether it referred to a specific hallway in a specific moment, or whether it was a fragment of something larger, a letter she was composing, a thought she was recording, a dream. I could not determine. The sentence sat in the notebook and in my memory with the particular weight of things that will not be explained and cannot be forgotten. I went up to Danielle's apartment and told her what I needed. She listened without interrupting, as she always does. And when I had finished, she said, "You have something of your mother's with you." On this trip, it was not a question either, which told me that she knew me well enough to understand how I travel. I said, "The reading glasses. I carry them in my jacket pocket." She said, "Why did you bring them?" I said, "I've been carrying them since the funeral. I put them in my pocket and I have not taken them out. I did not make a decision about it. They are simply there." Danielle looked at me for a moment with the expression she wears when she is deciding how directly to say something. Then she said, "Do you think she would have stopped at the fence too?" I considered that question for longer than it might seem to require. Then I said, "No. I think she would have read the sign, recognized the danger, and moved on. She was sensible. She was genuinely sensible, not performatively. She would not have stood there for 20 minutes measuring the distance with her eyes." I said, "But I think she would have understood exactly why I did." Danielle made dinner. Pasta. Simple. The kind of meal designed to give the hands something to do and the conversation somewhere comfortable to land. And we ate at her kitchen table and talked about other things for a while, which was a relief and a necessity both. And afterward I washed the dishes because it was the least I could offer in exchange for 2 nights of couch hospitality and more patient listening than most people provide in a month. I slept better that night. Not well, but better. The ceiling held its ambient light, and I lay under the cedar-smelling blanket and thought about the reading glasses in my jacket pocket. About the chain they were on. A delicate gold-tone chain, nothing expensive, bought from a pharmacy display and replaced several times over the years because the clasp had a tendency to go, and about the specific way my mother touched them when she was thinking, a reflexive gesture, reaching up to where the glasses rested against her sternum, touching the frame lightly with 2 fingers, not adjusting them, simply confirming they were there. I had seen her do it thousands of times. I fell asleep thinking about it and dreamed nothing I could remember. Saturday morning was warmer than Friday. Not warm. Still February, still Georgia February rather than Georgia summer, still the kind of day that requires a jacket and offers nothing like comfort in return, but the particular edge had softened and the sky had gone from flat white to a blue that almost convinced you it meant something. I drove to the park for the 3rd time. I had said goodbye to Danielle in the parking lot of her building, and she had hugged me without making it theatrical. And she had said, "Call me when you get back to Charlotte." And I had said I would, and she had looked at me for a moment with the kind of look that holds more than it says. And then she had gone back inside. The park was busier on Saturday. Families, mostly. Children in bright jackets. Parents with the specific expression of adults who have been awake since before they wanted to be and are functioning on coffee and goodwill. The food stands were all open. The smell of funnel cake was genuine and immediate, and sat over the park entrance like a warm announcement. I walked directly to the Batman ride. I did not stop at customer service. I did not walk the perimeter first. I went directly to the section of path I had stood on twice before, on the south side of the ride's footprint, where the fence ran along the edge of the public walkway and the concrete pad was visible beyond it. And I stood in the place I had stood before. The ride was running. The Saturday crowd had produced a queue that stretched back along the boarding platform, and the train was completing its circuits at full operational frequency, arriving and departing with the mechanical certainty of something that does not know it is being watched. I put my hand into my jacket pocket and took out the reading glasses. They were folded, the chain coiled around them in the way it always coiled when they sat in a pocket, and the tortoiseshell frames were slightly warm from being against my body. I held them in my closed hand for a moment and looked at the fence and looked at the concrete pad beyond it and looked at the spot at the bottom of the first drop where the track was closest to the ground and where, on 2 separate occasions separated by 6 years, the world had made a catastrophic and irreversible decision about 2 specific people. I thought about Samuel, who arrived early and left late and did not share his thermos of dark coffee and was the quietest person in the park in the morning and the loudest by afternoon. I thought about Isaiah, who was 16 or 17 on a Saturday in June, on a church trip with his family, in the particular freedom and carelessness of midsummer, in a place designed for the explicit purpose of being temporarily freed from the weight of ordinary life. I thought about my mother at 17, in a field in North Carolina, learning for the first time that the machinery does not automatically protect the people you love. I thought about the sentence in the notebook. The light in the hallway was better than I remembered. I uncoiled the chain from the frames and held the glasses by the chain, letting them hang from my fingers, the way she wore them, the way they rested against her sternum, the way they swayed slightly when she moved. Then I crouched down and laid them carefully at the base of the fence, on the public side, where the bottom of the chain link met the edge of the concrete path. I straightened up. The train came through overhead, the mechanical rush arriving and filling the air completely for a fraction of a second before receding. And in that fraction of a second, something happened that I am not going to qualify or explain or apologize for reporting. The air changed, not the temperature, not the sound. Something in the quality of the space immediately around me shifted. The way the quality of a room shifts when a door opens somewhere else in the house, and the pressure changes and the air moves in a way it was not moving before. A settling, a recognition, the feeling of a thing that has been holding itself at a particular tension releasing very slightly into something closer to rest. It lasted perhaps 3 seconds. Then the train was gone, its sound diminishing around the curve of the track, and the park noise returned. Children, music from a speaker somewhere, the ordinary Saturday texture of a place designed for pleasure, and the air was simply air again. I stood at the fence for a long time after that. I did not cry at the fence. I want to be precise about that. Not because crying would have been wrong, but because what happened was not crying, was not any of the forms of emotional release I had been bracing against for 3 months. What happened was quieter and more specific than that. It was the particular sensation of a thing that has been held in suspension, finally finding its level. Not resolution, not closure, which is a word I distrust because it implies a door that the dead have no interest in closing. Simply level, simply the grief at its actual size, held properly, in the place where it belonged. The reading glasses lay at the base of the fence. The tortoiseshell frames caught a thin line of February light. I thought about Walt walking past this fence every working morning and evening for 21 years, carrying what he knew about the ground. I thought about Samuel's thermos, and about Isaiah's family arriving at the park on a summer Saturday in a church van, full of the ordinary happiness of people on an ordinary trip. I thought about my mother holding my water bottle at Carowinds, waving every time I passed, saying she was not afraid, only sensible. I thought, she was both. She was afraid, and she was sensible, and she carried both of those things for 51 years without making either of them anyone else's problem, and that is the most accurate description of courage I have ever encountered, and I did not tell her so while she was alive to hear it. And that is the thing I will carry from this, not the grief, the thing I did not say. The train came through again. The rider's legs swung outward at the bottom of the drop, loose and easy, completing the arc the engineers had designed for them, exactly as intended. The reading glasses remained at the base of the fence. I stayed until the cold made staying impractical. Then I straightened my jacket collar, put my hands in my empty pockets, and turned away from the fence. I did not look back, not because looking back would have been wrong, but because I understood, walking away, that the place did not need me to look back. It had what it needed. It knew what it held. So did I, finally. I walked toward the park exit through the Saturday crowd, past the children and the parents and the elderly men and their matching windbreakers completing their deliberate perimeter route, and the mechanical rush of the Batman ride completing another circuit behind me sounded, for the first time since I had arrived, like nothing more and nothing less than what it was, a machine doing its work, indifferent and exact, in a place that held far more than its blueprints had ever accounted for. I stopped at a gas station on the outskirts of Austell before getting on the highway. It was the kind of gas station that has existed in the same form on the same corner for long enough that it has become part of the neighborhood's identity, rather than just a fuel stop. A low building, with a hand-painted sign above the door advertising boiled peanuts and sweet tea, the kind of sign that does not need to be updated because what it advertises does not change. The peanuts were in a slow cooker on the counter just inside the door, sitting in their brine, and the smell that hit me when I pushed through the door was warm and salt-heavy and deeply southern in the specific way that certain smells are not just smells, but coordinates. I bought a paper cup of sweet tea and a small bag of the peanuts, and stood beside my car in the thin Saturday afternoon sun, and ate the peanuts one at a time, cracking the soft shells, and let the tea go from very cold to merely cold while I stood there. My hands smelled of brine and shell. The sun was doing something genuine now, in the way February sun occasionally manages in the middle of the afternoon when the angle is right. Not warm exactly, but present, acknowledging, laying itself across the parking lot with a quality of attention that felt almost deliberate. I thought about Walt, about the sentence he had used, "The ground will know you are here, and it will know who you brought with you." I turned that sentence over slowly, the way you turn something delicate to look at it from all sides without applying pressure. It was not a mystical sentence, despite what it might appear to be on first encounter. Walt was not a mystical man. He was a man who had walked past a specific piece of ground every working day for 21 years and had developed, through that repetition, a relationship with what the ground held. A relationship built not on belief in any organized sense, but on the simple accumulating weight of attention paid consistently over time. The ground will know you were here. What he meant, I thought, standing in the gas station parking lot with brine on my hands, was that the act of witness has a permanence that does not depend on any monument to confirm it. That standing at a place with full knowledge of what the place holds and bringing someone with you who cannot stand there themselves is an act that registers in the record of things even if no official record exists to contain it. That the dead are not served by monuments alone. They are served by the living who stop and know and do not look away. My mother would have had an opinion about that. She would have expressed it in approximately 2 sentences, with the particular precision she applied to the expression of opinions she had thought through carefully and did not intend to revisit. I finished the peanuts. I got in the car. The drive back to Charlotte on Interstate 85 runs northeast through Georgia and into South Carolina before crossing the state line into North Carolina, and it is, for most of its length, not a beautiful drive, functional, fast, the landscape visible only in glimpses between the sound walls and the commercial signage. But there is a stretch, just past the Gaffney exit in South Carolina, where the highway rises slightly and the land opens on both sides into something that is genuinely and quietly lovely. Red clay hills under winter bare trees, the particular bronze and rust of a southern landscape in February, the sky wide and pale and holding the last of the afternoon light in the west. I drove through that stretch slowly, or as slowly as the traffic permitted, and I looked at it. I had not looked at landscape, really looked at it, with the specific attention of someone who has decided to be present to what is in front of them. Since before my mother died, there had been too much to organize, and then too much to process, and then the long flat numbness of the 3 months following, in which the world had continued to be visually present without being perceptually meaningful. Colors had been correct without being vivid. Light had been adequate without being beautiful. The light over Gaffney, South Carolina, in the late afternoon of a February Saturday, was beautiful. I noticed it with a clarity that felt new, which meant it was not new but restored. The perceptual equipment working again at its proper capacity, the aperture open to the width it was designed for. I thought she would have liked this light. That was all. Not a complex thought, not a philosophical observation. She would have liked this light. My mother, who had an eye for the quality of light in the specific way of someone who grew up without much money and learned to find beauty in things that did not require purchase. Light, weather, the color of a hillside in a particular season. She had liked good light. She had pointed it out occasionally, in the understated way she pointed things out, without ceremony, without requiring agreement. I said it out loud in the car, to no one, and to her. She would have liked this light. It was the first time I had spoken directly to her since she died. It felt less strange than I had expected. It felt, in fact, entirely natural, like resuming a conversation that had been interrupted, rather than beginning one that had been permanently foreclosed. I drove the rest of the way to Charlotte in something that was not happiness and was not peace, but was something workable. A state with enough structural integrity to be inhabited, enough given it to allow for the continuing presence of grief without that grief being the only thing the structure contained. I arrived at my apartment on a Saturday evening carrying nothing I had not left with. The reading glasses were in Georgia, at the base of a chain-link fence on the south side of the Batman Rides footprint, where the maintenance cycle would eventually find them and remove them in accordance with part policy, and where, for as long as they remained, the ground would hold them with the same patient indifference it held everything else. The concrete, the steel, the names, the years. I unlocked my apartment. I had unplugged the coffee maker. I had known, somewhere underneath the uncertainty, that I had unplugged it. I stood in the middle of my living room for a moment, bag on the floor, jacket still on, and looked at the space around me with the slightly altered perception of someone who has been away for a few days and returns to find their home both exactly as they left it, and, in some way that resists precise description, subtly different, not the apartment themselves. On the windowsill, I had a small shelf of objects that had no function except to be present. A smooth river stone, a wooden bird my mother had carved from a piece of driftwood when I was in elementary school, a postcard from a friend who had traveled to New Zealand the year before. I had assembled this shelf over years without conscious intention, the objects accumulating the way meaningful objects do, by being placed once and never moved again. I took off my jacket and folded it over the arm of the sofa, and I looked at the wooden bird. She had made it on a weekend when I was about 8 years old, sitting at the kitchen table with a penknife and a piece of pale driftwood she had picked up from the bank of a lake, where we had spent a summer afternoon. I had watched her make it. She had not been trained in wood carving. She had simply decided with the same quiet confidence she applied to most things that she could figure it out. The bird was not technically precise. Its proportions were slightly off, its wings uneven. It looked, more than anything, like a bird that had been thought of carefully and then rendered honestly by someone who was learning the instrument as she played it. It was the most accurate object I owned for describing who she was. I sat on my sofa and looked at the bird for a long time. The apartment was quiet in the specific way of a city apartment on a Saturday evening. Traffic outside, a neighbor's music through the wall, the refrigerator cycling in the kitchen, all the ordinary sounds of a life continuing around the edges of whatever was happening at the center of it. I thought about Walt, who would come in on Monday morning and walk past the fence as he did every working day, and who would perhaps notice the glasses at its base, and would understand, without needing to be told, what they were and who had left them and why. I thought about him walking past them on Monday and on Tuesday and on every subsequent morning until the maintenance cycle brought someone who did not know to leave them. I thought about Samuel, who arrived early, who did not share his thermos, who was the quietest person in the morning and the loudest by afternoon. I thought about Isaiah, who was 16 or 17, on a summer Saturday, in the specific freedom of a day designed to be nothing but good. I thought about my mother, who was afraid of roller coasters, and who stood beside everyone I ever rode without making her fear anyone else's problem, and who made a bird out of a piece of driftwood on the summer afternoon because she had decided she could figure it out, and who wrote on the last used page of a small spiral notebook a sentence I still could not explain, and who died in November in a room that smelled of lavender hand lotion, and who would have liked the light of her Gaffney, South Carolina, on the late afternoon of a February Saturday, and to whom I had not said, while she was living, the specific true thing I most needed to say. I picked up the wooden bird and held it in both hands. Its weight was slight and immediate. The wood was smooth from years of being in that one place on the windowsill, but underneath the smoothness, if you pressed your thumb along the underside of the wing, you could still feel the marks the penknife had made. Small, directional. The texture of someone learning, I said to the bird and to her and to the quiet apartment and to whatever in the air was willing to receive it. You were not only sensible, you were brave. You were afraid of the machinery, and you stood beside it anyway, every time I asked you to, without once making me feel the cost of that. And I did not tell you so. And I am telling you now. The refrigerator cycled. The neighbor's music shifted to something slower. I set the bird back on the windowsill, in its exact place where it had always been. Then I went to the kitchen and made a cup of tea and stood at the window and watched the street below, where the Saturday evening was settling into the particular amber warmth of a city at night, the streetlights coming on one by one, the traffic thinning toward the quiet end of the weekend, and everything continuing as it always does. With or without our readiness for it, the wooden bird sat on the windowsill with its uneven wings and its honest and precise proportions, and I understood, holding my tea at the window above the amber street, that it had always been doing what Walt's ground was doing, holding the weight of someone who could no longer hold it themselves, patient and still and absolutely present, waiting for me to be ready to know that. 14 months is long enough for the shape of a grief to change, without the grief itself diminishing. I want to be precise about that distinction, because I spent a significant part of the first year after my mother's death believing, or trying to believe, that the changing of the shape meant the diminishing of the thing, and that the diminishing was what healing was supposed to feel like, and that if I was still carrying it at the same weight I was somehow failing at a process that other people managed to complete. Grief counselors talk about stages. Friends talk about time. Everyone talks about it as though it is a project with a completion date, a renovation that will eventually be finished, and allow you to move back into the house and resume normal occupation. The house is not renovated. The house is the same house. You simply learn, gradually and with considerable effort, where the load-bearing walls are. It is April now, 14 months since Charlotte in November, and the light in my apartment has changed in the way it changes every spring, coming through the east window at a different angle, reaching further across the floor in the morning, finding the wooden bird on the windowsill and laying a stripe of warmth along its uneven wings that was not there in February or in all the months before February. I notice the light differently now. I have noticed it differently since the drive home from Georgia, since the stretch of highway past Gaffney where the hills opened up and the late afternoon color was doing its patient, indifferent work. I notice things differently, more broadly, in the 14 months since my mother died. This is not improvement exactly. It is adjustment. The perceptual equipment recalibrated to account for an absence, sharpening in some areas the way vision sharpens in a dim room when one source of light is removed and the eye compensates. My daily life has changed in ways that are small and specific and would not be visible to anyone observing from outside. I keep the notebook now, the small spiral one, with the partial grocery list and the 2 unnamed phone numbers and the sentence on the last used page. I kept it before, but I kept it in a drawer, face down, the way you place something you are not ready to look at. It sits on my desk now, beside the lamp, where I can see the cover without opening it. I do not open it often. When I do, I read the sentence and I sit with it, and I do not demand an explanation from it the way I did in the first months. I have accepted that it will not explain itself. I have accepted that this is not a failure of the sentence, but simply the nature of certain things a person writes down. They are complete in themselves, requiring no context beyond the fact that she wrote it, and that the light in whatever hallway she was remembering was better than she had expected. That is enough. I have been going to a grief support group on Thursday evenings in the basement of a community center 6 blocks from my apartment. I did not go willingly at first. My friend Danielle suggested it, and I resisted for 4 months. And then one Thursday in March I walked past a community center, and the lights in the basement windows were on and I went in, which is how most things that are good for me have happened in my life. Not through intention, but through proximity and a particular quality of tiredness that makes resistance feel more effortful than simply going through the door. The group is small, 7 or 8 people on any given Thursday, gathered around a folding table in a room with fluorescent lighting and a folding table and chairs that are slightly too hard for an hour and a half of sitting. The facilitator is a woman named Constance, who is in her 50s and has the specific quality of patience that comes not from temperament, but from practice, from having sat in that room with grief of many different shapes and learned over years what the room requires. I have told the group about my mother. I have told them about the park, and the fence, and Walt, and the reading glasses at the base of the chain link. I told it plainly, the way Walt told things, without ornamentation, as coordinates rather than performance. The group listened in the way that group listens, with the full attention of people who understand that the specific weight of someone else's loss does not diminish their own, that the room is large enough to hold all of it simultaneously. A man named Gerald, who lost his wife of 34 years to a stroke the previous summer, said afterward, "I think I understand what you mean about the ground knowing." I felt something like that at the cemetery, the first time I went back after the funeral, like the ground was not indifferent, like it was paying attention. I said yes, exactly that. He said I stopped going for a while because I could not stand the feeling of it. Then I started going again because I could not stand the absence of it. I said, I understand that completely. We have had coffee twice since then, Gerald and I, at a diner 2 blocks from the community center, and we have talked about our dad with the specific ease of people who have established, early, that neither of them is required to make the other feel better, only to be present and honest, which turns out to be sufficient and more than sufficient. I have called Danielle more, that is another change. Before Georgia, I called her perhaps once a month. The pattern of a friendship maintained in good faith, but not at full operational capacity, both of us busy, both of us assuming the friendship was banked and could be drawn on when needed without requiring regular deposits. I call her now more often, not from need exactly, but from the understanding that the friendship has a value I was not properly accounting for, that the kind of attention she gave me across her kitchen table over 2 February nights is not something to be taken for granted or rationed. She came to Charlotte in March, and we walked along the Greenway by the Catawba River on a Saturday afternoon when the red buds were just starting and the light was doing the specific thing it does in early spring when the air is still cool, but the angle of the sun is shifted enough that everything looks slightly more saturated than it did in February. We walked for 2 hours and talked about nothing important and everything important in the way you can only talk with someone who has known you long enough to hold the context. She asked me about the glasses, whether I had heard anything from the park. I had not contacted the park, and I had not gone back. I told her so. She said, "Do you want to go back?" I thought about it honestly. Then I said, "Not yet. Maybe in May." Walt said the park is a different place in May. She said, "What does that mean? Different?" I said, "I think he meant that a place has different qualities in different seasons, that the same ground holds different light at different times of year, and the difference is not trivial." She said, "Like people." I said, "Exactly like people." The writing of this account began 6 weeks ago on a Sunday morning in late February, precisely 1 year after the first visit to the park. I had not planned to write it. I sat down at my desk with a cup of coffee and the intention of answering 3 emails I had been avoiding, and instead I opened the new document and began. The account arrived in the order the understanding had arrived, which is not the same order as the chronology of events, which is not the same order as the meaning of events, which is the most honest way I know to describe what it is to try to tell the truth about something that happened to you over the course of time, rather than in a single moment. I'm a structural engineer. My professional relationship with buildings is through their load-bearing elements, the hidden architecture that allows a structure to stand against all the forces working to bring it down. I spend my working days thinking about the relationship between weight and support, about the distribution of load across a system designed to hold it, about the conditions under which a structure maintains its integrity and the conditions under which it does not. I have been thinking about that professionally acquired framework in relation to grief for 14 months. The metaphor is not perfect. Grief is not a static load, and the structure carrying it is not fixed. But there is something in it that feels true. A structure can hold weight it was not designed for if the load is distributed correctly. The question is always where the weight goes. The question is always whether the bearing walls are correctly identified. My mother was one of my bearing walls. I did not know this with the clarity I know it now, which is common. You do not fully map the structural role of something until you are required to understand what the building does without it. The building does not fall, but the load redistributes, and the redistribution requires attention, requires the careful identification of where the weight is now going and whether the elements receiving it are adequate to the task. I have been attending to that these 14 months. It is slow work. It does not have a completion date. The wooden bird is on the windowsill. The notebook is on the desk. The reading glasses are in Georgia, or they are not. I have no way of knowing whether they remained at the base of the fence beyond the first maintenance cycle, and I have made my peace with that uncertainty, because the act of placing them was complete in itself, regardless of what followed. What I know is that I stood at the fence in February with my palm against the chain link, feeling the brief vibration of a passing train, and I brought someone with me who could not stand there herself, and the ground knew we were there. Not in any way I can engineer or document or defend in a professional context, but in the only way that matters for the purposes of this kind of account, which is the way that is true. I have been thinking about returning in May. Walt will be there. He will have walked past the fence, as he does every working morning and evening, carrying what he knows. The concrete pad will hold its weight as it always has, unhurried and indifferent and absolutely present. The Batman ride will run its circuits, the train arriving and departing with its mechanical certainty, the riders completing their arc safely above the ground that holds more than its blueprints account for. I will bring something. I have not yet decided what. Something that belongs in the plain factual sense that Walt specified. Belongs, not symbolizes, not represents. Something she touched enough times that the belonging is in the object itself rather than in any meaning I have assigned to it. I think I know what it is. I think it has been sitting on my desk for 6 weeks, visible to me every morning when I open the notebook. Patient as everything in this account has been patient, waiting for me to finish writing and arrive at the obvious conclusion. The title came to me 3 weeks ago, without effort, the way titles sometimes do when you have been working around them long enough that they simply appear one morning in the space between waking and full consciousness. I wrote it at the top of the document. I have not changed it. When the dead go unremembered, I sat for a long time after writing it, with the wooden bird catching the morning light on its uneven wings, and the notebook open to the last used page, and the April sun coming through the east window at its new spring angle, and I understood that the account was almost complete, that there was one more thing required of me, one more act of showing up to a place with full knowledge of what it holds, and that when I had done it the story would be finished in the only sense that mattered, which is not the sense of ending but the sense of having been honest all the way through. I drove back to Georgia on a Saturday in May. The drive down on Interstate 85 was entirely different from the February drive, not in its geography, which does not change, but in what the geography was doing with the light. The trees were fully leafed, the roadside dense and green in the specific saturated way of a southern May, before the heat has had time to bleach things out, and the sky was the deep, uncomplicated blue of a late spring morning that is not yet decided to become afternoon. The red clay of the cut banks was the same rust color as before, but in May it looked less like old blood and more like the earth simply being its own color without apology. I drove with the windows down for the stretch past Gaffney. The hills opened up on both sides as they had in February, and the light was doing its work across them. And I thought, She would have liked this too, different from the February light, richer, more insistent, less restrained, but she would have liked it for different reasons. And the fact that the same landscape could offer something worth noticing in two entirely different seasons felt like information of some kind, though I could not have said precisely what it informed. I stopped at the same gas station on the outskirts of Ostel. The boiled peanuts were in the same slow cooker on the counter, the same salt-heavy warmth meeting me at the door. I bought a cup and a bottle of water and stood outside in the May morning air, which was already carrying the first suggestion of summer heat underneath its pleasantness, and I ate the peanuts and looked at the sky and felt, in a way I had not felt on either of the February visits, entirely calm, not numb, not dissociated, calm. The specific calm of someone who knows where they are going and why and is not in conflict with either answer. The notebook was in my bag on the passenger seat. I had decided on it 3 weeks after writing the last line of the account, on a morning when I opened it to read the sentence one more time and understood, with the particular clarity that arrives when a thing has been circling long enough, that the notebook was what needed to go to the fence, not because it was the most meaningful object. The wooden bird was perhaps more meaningful, and the bird was staying on the windowsill where it belonged, where it would continue to hold what it held in a specific place it had always held it. The notebook needed to go because of the sentence. The light in the hallway was better than I remembered. I had spent 14 months not understanding that sentence, turning it in my mind, approaching it from different angles, testing interpretations and discarding them, and then one April morning reading it for perhaps the 40th time. I understood it in the only way it could be understood, which was not through analysis but through recognition, the way you recognize a face before you remember the name. She had written it about dying, not about a literal hallway, though it may have been that too. She was in the hospital for the last 6 weeks, and there were hallways, and she walked them early on before the walking became difficult, and the light in a hospital hallway has a specific quality that is not entirely unpleasant in the morning, when the sun comes through the windows at the end of the corridor and the fluorescents have not yet established their dominance over the natural light. She may have been describing exactly that. She may have been describing it literally, but I think she was also describing what she was moving toward. I think my mother, who was sensible and precise and did not use language carelessly, wrote in that notebook during the weeks when she knew what was coming. And she wrote about the light the way she had always noticed light, as something present and worth attending to, and she wrote that it was better than she had remembered, which is not the sentence of a person who is afraid. It is the sentence of a person who is looking at something directly and reporting what they see. She was not afraid, or she was afraid and sensible, and she chose to write down the thing that was true rather than the thing that was frightening, because she had been doing that her entire life, and she was not going to stop in the last weeks of it. Both of those things can be true simultaneously. I have learned that about her these 14 months. She was large enough to hold contradictions without requiring them to resolve. I drove the rest of the way to the park with the windows down and the radio off, and the notebook on the passenger seat. Walt was at the maintenance gate when I arrived, which I had not expected, and which, when I saw him, felt entirely inevitable, the way certain things feel inevitable in retrospect, as though the story had arranged them without consulting you. He was not waiting for me. He was completing some task at the gate, checking a latch or replacing a fitting, the kind of small maintenance that a man who has worked the same property for 31 years performs automatically, without having to think about it. He looked up when I came around the corner of the food stand row, and he looked at me for a moment with the same measuring expression he had used in February. Then he said, "May." I said, "You said it was a different place in May." He said, "I did." He looked at me for another moment. Then he looked at the bag on my shoulder and said, "You brought something else." I said, "The notebook." "Something she wrote in." He nodded, once, with the slow deliberateness I recognized from February. He said, "The glasses were there for 9 days. I want you to know that. 9 days. I held that number, let it settle, let its specific weight register. 9 days, in which the morning light had laid itself across tortoiseshell frames at the base of a chain-link fence, in which Walt had walked past them twice a day as he walked past everything, in which the ground had held them with the same patient indifference it held everything else. 9 days was not long in any absolute measure. It was long enough. I said, "Thank you for telling me." He said, "The man who removed them did not know what they were." I told him afterward. He is a decent man. He felt badly about it. I said he should not. He was doing his job correctly. Walt said, "That is what I told him." We stood for a moment in the May morning, with the park coming to full operational life around us. The rides running, the food stands open, the weekend crowd filling the paths with the particular cheerful noise of people who have chosen, for a day, to be somewhere designed entirely for their enjoyment. The smell of funnel cake was immediate and genuine. Somewhere to the south, a child was laughing with the full-body abandon of a child who has just experienced something thrilling. Walt said, "Come on then." He walked with me to the fence, not to the maintenance gate, to the public path on the south side, where I had stood 3 times now, where the concrete pad was visible beyond the chain link, where the bottom of the first drop was overhead and the clearance was what it had always been. The ride was running at full Saturday frequency. The train came through twice while we walked to the fence and stood before it. The May light was entirely different from the February light, fuller, more direct, less restrained. It lay across the concrete pad inside the fence without the hesitance of winter light, without the oblique angle that makes February shadows long and cold. It was the light of a season that had decided to be present. I took the notebook out of my bag. It was small, the kind sold in drugstores, spiral-bound, with a plain cardboard cover that had gone soft at the corners from being carried and handled. I held it for a moment. The cover was warm from being in the bag, from being against my body on the drive down. I thought about her hands on it, the neat cursive on the inside pages, the partial grocery list and the 2 unnamed phone numbers and the sentence on the last used page. I thought about Raymond, at 17, in a field in North Carolina in 1978, on an ordinary summer evening that was not ordinary at all. I thought about Samuel, who arrived early. I thought about Isaiah, who was 16 or 17 on a Saturday in June, with his family in the freedom of a day designed for happiness. I thought about Walt, walking past this fence every working morning and evening for 31 years, carrying what he knew, refusing to be diminished by it. I crouched down and placed the notebook at the base of the fence, on the public side, in the same position where the reading glasses had rested for 9 days. I positioned it so the cover faced outward, visible, though there was nothing on the cover to read. The important words were inside. The important sentence was on the last used page, written in her hand, in her particular cursive, smaller and more careful in its formation than her usual writing, as though she had wanted to be precise. I straightened up. Walt was standing a few feet to my left, looking at the concrete pad beyond the fence with the expression of a man who has looked at that pad on thousands of separate mornings and has not yet exhausted what there is to see in it. The train came through overhead, the mechanical rush, filling the air completely for its fraction of a second. The rider's legs swinging outward at the bottom of the drop in their engineered arc, the sound receding around the curve of the track and leaving the ordinary Saturday noise of the park in its place. The air did not change the way it had changed in February. There was no shift in pressure, no 3-second alteration in the quality of the space. What there was instead was something quieter and more durable. The feeling of a thing completed, not concluded, because conclusion implies a door closed, and this was nothing like a door closing. It was more like a window opened, like air moving through a space that had been sealed for a long time, not dramatically, not with the violence of a window thrown wide in a storm, but with the gentle give of a latch released and a frame eased outward on a warm morning by someone who had simply decided that the room needed air. I stood at the fence for a while, in the May light, with the notebook at its base and Walt beside me, and the ride running overhead and the park doing all around us what parks are designed to do, creating, for the people inside it, a temporary suspension of ordinary weight, a day in which the machinery of entertainment holds you above the ground and returns you safely, and the worst thing that happens is that your hat blows off on the first drop, and you retrieve it, laughing at the bottom. That is what parks are for. That is what they offer, and the offering is genuine, and it is valuable, and it does not cancel what the ground beneath them sometimes holds, and the ground does not cancel the offering. Both things are true simultaneously. The park is a place of happiness, and a place of unacknowledged grief, and a place where a man named Walt has walked past a specific fence every working day for 31 years, and all of those things occupy the same square footage without contradiction. I turned to Walt and said, I wrote it down. The whole account. I wanted you to know that. He said, what will you do with it? I said, I do not know yet. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps it only needed to be written. He looked at me for a moment. He said, Samuel had a daughter. She was young when he died. She would be in her 30s now, I think. I have sometimes thought she might want to know that people still know his name. I said, if you ever have a way to reach her, I would be glad to write to her. He said, I will think on that. We stood for another moment, the two of us, beside the fence in the May morning, in the particular quiet that exists between people who have said the important things and do not need to fill the remaining space with lesser words. Then Walt said, I have to get back to work. I said, I know. He said, the park is better in May. I was right about that. I said, you were. He walked back toward the maintenance area, with the unhurried gait of someone who has 31 years of practice navigating the same property and knows exactly how long every route takes. I watched him go until he turned the corner behind the food stands and was out of sight. I looked at the notebook at the base of the fence one more time. The May light was on its cover, direct and unhesitant, the light of a season that has made its decision. I thought about the sentence inside it, on the last use page. In her careful cursive, the light in the hallway was better than she had remembered. She had written it down because she wanted to record something true. She had written it down the way she did everything, without drama, without performance, with the quiet precision of a person who understood that the most important things are usually the simplest things, stated plainly, in the plainest available language, and then held. I picked up my bag from the ground where I had set it. I left the notebook where it was. I walked back through the park toward the exit, through the Saturday crowd, through the funnel cake smell and the children's noise and the particular happiness of people who have chosen, for one day, to be carried above the ordinary weight of their lives and returned safely to the ground. The Batman ride ran its circuits behind me as I walked. Somewhere in the park, a child was waving from a passing ride at someone standing below, and the someone standing below was waving back, both hands, the way you wave at someone you are glad to see, the way you wave when the distance between you is temporary, and you both know it. I did not look back. The light in May was better than I had remembered.